Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to the case out of Florida involving Courtney Clenney. She has she took a plea. She has her plea, plea hearing to accept it or not. The court has to accept it. Excuse me, and then we'll get to her sentencing theoretically after that. So we have a full day ahead for you guys today. We're going to be looking back at the case between her and Christian. And so settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started.
Yeah, I was there when the fire started, 'cause I was the one who lit the match. My mind blown, mind fucked, I'm mining through the wreckage of what used to be my stuff, and now it's myself. I got $1 billion heart on a dollar store platter. I shouldn't blow my brains out here, just clean the place and that shit to splatter. I got $1 billion mind and a pocket full of butter. I wish I knew one honest way to tell you I'm a liar. 'Cause you only live once, then you only live twice. The devil gives me back rubs and his hands are cold as ice, making sweet love to a mermaid on a rock in paradise. Every now and then, you just gotta roll it out. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, licked by the sun. And I was there when the fire ended. Yeah, I was the one who put it out. A mindful, and mind you, I'm running in a minefield, wearing sneakers firefighters can't afford. I got $1 billion heart on a dollar store platter. I shouldn't blow my brains out here, just clean the place and that shit splatter. I got $1 billion mind, but my soul is in the closet. And you can mushroom cloud the world, but don't you dare reach for my wallet. 'Cause you only live once, then you only live twice. The devil gives me back rubs and his hands are cold as ice, making sweet love to a mermaid on a rock.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hope everybody is doing good. It is a Thursday, August 6th, 2026, as we are turning our attention over the next couple days to the trial, or case, I should say, out of Florida, Miami specifically, involving Courtney Clenney. She has presented a plea, or she has accepted her plea deal, and now the court has to accept her acceptance, and that's going to happen on Monday. So in the meantime, we're going to spend the next couple days, because we have a lot. We have 2 days worth of content that we can review. So we're going to look at how we got from them being together to her accepting a plea. So we're going to take a look back, do a deep dive, look at past hearings, body cam, news reports, all kinds of things we have set up for you guys. So let's see who's with us. We've got Kimbers and Camilla. Good vibes only. Hey, Kaylee, how are you? Shirley Roth, Austin Gardner, Elaine. Good morning to you all. Brat and William, great to see you all. Green-eyed Cat. Hi, hello, hello. Hey, Tammy, Deviant, and Brenda Hellrider. How are you? Great to see you today. Let's see. Tammy, just talking to Elaine there. Yeah, Elaine, sorry about that, but hopefully today will be a better day for you. All right, let's see. We've got, who else do we have here? Linda, good morning to you. Let's see, we've got, let me scroll up to where we actually went live. That's when you guys came in and started to talk. Iowa Backyard Cam, P. Cooper, hello. Yes, Hellrider, make sure everybody hits the like button before we get to our chairs. That's a good idea. Hey, Eva, how are you? Lisa, good morning to you. Heidi, how are you doing? Treasure Hog, great to see you. Trace on the case. Well, it's about time, and this should be good. Yeah, well, we have to wait until Monday for the actual hearing and then potentially sentencing. Jane, how are you? Hey, Cindy, Snow Caddish, how are you? Welcome in. Let's see here. Susan, hello and good morning to you. Hey, Michelle, great to see you. Crazy Mary Fitz. Bama Green Eyes, Grampy, good morning to you both. Snow Caddish says, I wanted this to go to trial. She deserves more time than she'll get in a plea deal. Agreed, but then there's also the weird chance that maybe she would have been found not guilty, so you have to keep that in mind too. Got Manners, Treasure Hog, how are you guys? Great to see you both. All right, Angelique, good morning to you. Welcome in. Just a Girl Baking, doing some dancing. That's a fun song, right? It's like that's one of my favorite songs. I love it. Hellrider, that's a great question. I wonder how much time she will get. We don't know. We don't know the details yet. It has not been released, so we will find out on Monday. Hey, Bex, how are you? Good morning. Hector's mom, great to see you. Lazy, good morning to you. All right. All right, guys. Granny Debbie, welcome in. Christine, great to see you. All right, you guys, let's get settled in. We're going to start way back. We're going to start way back, right? So we're going to take it back to July 27th of 2021. And we're going to show just how toxic this relationship was. And you guys, over the course of time, over the course of today and tomorrow, you guys decide what, if anything, who was at fault? You know, who was at fault here? She claims that it was self-defense, but anyway, you guys can decide for yourself. So the date of the incident that we're talking about ultimately is April 3rd of 2022. So Christian Obumseli, he was 27. Courtney Clenney's 29. Now we did this last year, so she may be 30 by now. We'll have to double check that. I'll have to double check. I'll double check all this. So she was arrested on August 10th, right? And she's going to be sentenced, or she put a plea in, and it's August 10th of 2026. So talk about this weird connection there. So literally 4 years ago, she was arrested. She was 26 at the time. So she was arrested in connection with the passing of her boyfriend there, Christian Toby Obumseli. He was stabbed April 3rd in Miami, in their Edgewater apartment. She claims that he was coming at her and she threw the said knife at him and it struck him here. But as we go through the course of hearings and evidence, I personally don't see how that could have happened because I believe she was like at least 10 feet away. And there's even a video. I don't know if we'll show it again. I think we showed it once and we got in trouble, so I'm not quite sure if we'll show it again. But the defense had a professional knife thrower throwing a knife at a pig, at a pig carcass, just to show how easy and or difficult it was for her to do that. So she's claiming self-defense. In fact, police initially ruled that it did happen in self-defense at the time. So prior to his passing, though, there's a history of domestic incidences that were filed in Austin before the couple moved to Florida. So Austin, Texas, obviously. All right, so we're going to start. Like I said, we're going to take this as far back as we can. So this goes back to July 27th of 2021. That's how far back we're going to take it, just to kind of get a look at how we got to where we got to. Right. So we're going to look at everything. We've got body cams, we've got arrests, we've got hearings. So we've got all kinds of stuff for you guys to kind of help us wrap our minds around what happened and where we're going and what possibly is going to happen on Monday. All right, so here we go. July 27th, 2021. This is in Las Vegas.
Good morning. What's going on today?
Things got blown out of proportion, like to the max.
Okay, do you have any idea? Is this your stuff?
Yeah.
Do you have any form of ID here?
This
Just passport?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hey, I'm gonna read you something really quick. All right, you can sit down.
I was just wrapping the blanket
Okay.
around me.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with an attorney before questioning. You have the right to the presence of an attorney during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed before questioning. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Just like the movies, but you're not going to jail at these points.
Okay.
All right. Could you verify your first and last name?
Courtney Clenney.
And your middle name?
Sorry,
Your middle name?
Taylor.
What's your date of birth?
April 21st, 96.
And your social security? Your phone number?
12
Say it again.
512-745-3582.
And your current address?
Well, what I have listed is 12477 Fairfax Ridge Place, but it's not my actual address.
Where
That's
do-
my permanent address.
Where do you live? If I'm to send you, Cosmo's gonna say, you know what, we realize that we owe you $100,000 because of this game. We wanna send it to you, but you need to sign for it. Where do they send it to? You need to
Still
know
my
where do you
permanent
live.
address.
Okay.
12477
I'm sorry, say it again.
12477 FAIR-FAX Ridge Place.
FARR.
FAIR Fairfax.
Okay. Is there an apartment number?
No. Austin, Texas 78738.
And where were you born?
Midland, Texas.
Say it again.
Midland, Texas.
How do you spell that? M-I-T-H?
MIDLAND.
M-I-D-L.
MIDLAND. My bad. I'm tired.
It's okay. I understand. Have you ever been cited or arrested before?
Yes.
For what?
DUI.
Okay. Anything besides DUI?
So she's going over the times that she's been arrested, and they mute that out. So they let the DUI in there, but they're how many times
Anything
has she
violent?
been arrested?
No.
Okay. So, how do you pronounce your first name? I'm sorry, I hate butchering
Courtney.
people. Huh?
Courtney.
Courtney. All right, I'm sorry, I was reading your last name. All right. And your last name, how do you pronounce it?
Clenney.
Clenney. Okay, that's the one that I needed to figure out. So, why am I here? What's going on?
My boyfriend and I just got into like a loud argument, calling each other names. The way that it started was really just like he was upset with me because I fell asleep before dinner last night, and so he was just calling me names, and I woke up. And, we were going back and forth, like getting really loud. And I decided to call because we were getting really loud. It wasn't because I was like scared or anything. He wouldn't hurt me. But I felt that we were either going to get kicked out or wake people up or something because it was just like escalating. That really is the main reason that I called, is because I didn't want, the embarrassment of getting a call about it. Or
So you called once again for what? Why did you call for help?
because we were getting really loud.
Okay.
And I thought it was going to disturb everybody, so I felt the need to have him removed from the room.
So you wanted him. Why were you guys arguing about?
Well, like I said, I think it was just like him being upset with me over me falling asleep last night.
So who started the argument?
I'm really trying to think.
Okay, so let's backtrace a little bit and just start from tomorrow. What did you guys do yesterday? Just the major things that you remember.
We went to the pool downstairs.
Okay,
Got a day bed, mini burgers.
okay.
And
Sounds pretty cool.
We got, I got 2 tattoos. You should never get tattoos when you're drunk. But I liked it.
Just like the movie. Okay.
Yeah. Got tattoos, and then that's what happened. I got really drunk at the tattoo shop and ended up falling asleep. And we were supposed to figure out a place to go to dinner, so he was upset with me.
Okay, got it.
Oh my god, okay, I remember now. As soon as I woke up, I was like,
This is today, right?
yeah, got like 4, 5-ish, I don't know. As soon as I woke up, I like asked, I was like, oh my god, we were supposed to go to dinner last night, right? And he was like, yeah, Courtney, I'm like, you hate me, don't you? And he was like, no, I don't hate you, I'm just disappointed in you sometimes. And he just kind of was, I don't know, it was just making me feel bad. And I was like, damn, can you like give me a break? And he was like, did you give me a break? It was so stupid. Like, he was just hurting my feelings.
Okay.
And I ended up responding. Like, it just got louder because my feelings were being hurt. Obviously, we're going back and forth. He was already upset with me. I was getting upset with him. We were getting loud. And I was like, oh my god, we're gonna like do damage to the room or something. Not damage to each other. Like, I really want to like.
But why would you
highlight
think
that.
Why would you think that you were gonna do damage to the room?
I like throwing something, or like.
Did you throw something?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Did anybody throw anything?
No.
So why would you think that there is damage to the room to be made?
Because I've done that before in our house, and I.
What have you done?
Thrown a glass at him, plate, and I could just see like the way that things were going. We were either gonna get loud, or I was gonna end up throwing something, or like get in trouble somehow. So I was like, you know what, I'm just nipping this in the bud.
Did you throw a glass or a plate at him today?
No.
Okay. So
No, this is before.
Okay, so when I go to the room and I see a broken glass on the floor, where did the glass come from?
I don't know. I literally couldn't even remember how the fight started.
Okay, well,
Was there?
yeah.
Maybe I did.
Okay.
I'm being completely honest with you. I really like when they were asking me questions outside of the room. I feel like my like brain is scrambled eggs right now. I'm starving. I just woke up. We've been drinking for like, we got here Friday.
Okay.
I didn't even know how to answer.
And how long have you guys been dating?
Since Friday. We got it at like 6 p.m.
No, how long have you guys been dating?
Oh, almost a year.
Do you guys live together?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys live together on this address? 12477?
No, that's my parents' address because I move apartments pretty much every year. That's why
Okay, so if you guys live together, where do you live?
We live in Austin together.
Okay.
You want the address for it?
Well, when I asked you earlier, I said, tell me the address where you live, and you told me
No.
12477.
Right. I said, but I did tell you that was my permanent address, and then you
Okay,
said,
so where do
well,
you-
like if
where
the
do you-
hospital owes you $100,000,
Where do you
send
live?
it? 1300 East Riverside Drive.
What's the
I
zip
just
code?
wouldn't want stuff being sent there because I'm gonna move in a few months.
Okay, what's the zip code?
78741.
And is there an apartment number?
Yes.
What is it?
1101. I'm not trying to withhold information when you said like what's the best
Okay.
address to send things to my parents.
Yeah, you guys have any kids together?
Not yet.
And this is a silly question, but I have to ask you. You have been dating for a year. Are you guys intimate and there is an expectation, a mutual expectation of affection between both of you? I assume yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sets the line between two friends that are just having sex between a couple that is dating. I have to ask these questions.
Not a serious relationship.
Okay. Did anybody punch, hit, spit, throw anything at each other? Did he hit you or you did at him?
Well, I'm guessing that I threw a glass.
Did you remember throwing the glass?
No, I don't. But that sounds like me, so. Oh, by the way, I just want to say, somebody mentioned earlier about like there being a chair on the floor. That was there. I don't know why we hadn't picked it up. Like that had nothing to do with a fight. We weren't throwing furniture at each other. So
All
I
right.
just wanted to make that clear.
Do you require medical attention at all?
No.
All right, give me a few.
So that last bit is, I mean, this whole thing is telling, right? So she's drinking so much she doesn't remember. Well, she was getting tattoos, but then she says she passed out getting the tattoos. They were supposed to go out to dinner. That's why Christian got upset. But the throwing of the glass, she's like, that sounds like me. Very, very telling, right? All right. Here is them in Colorado. Now, that was Las Vegas, right? They live in Austin at this time. They've been dating a year. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Can I actually grab this? Come on. I thought that last little bit was very telling. What's going on there? Okay, here we go.
It's now Courtney Clenney.
All right, sorry about that. So this is, let me just cue this up here. All right, so this is in Colorado.
Two weeks. And then why am I not sober? Because I'm you. But you're hindering my progress.
You need to sit down. You need to sit
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Come on.
Let go of me.
Okay.
Come on, boy. Let go of me. Like, I can't even, like, I'll start to hit you later. Like, get the off me.
You don't want to hit me?
Christian, if he saw me, and I know he's looking, I'm like, fed up with you. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with that you treat me. Oh, yes, I'm not mad at you.
You let Malala say some line that affected you.
I didn't let her say anything.
I didn't say
you did it.
Hey, let's go to Malala right now. Let's pull up to her.
No, I'm just gonna hear the same.
No, she's in the group chat. Let's put her on the phone right now.
How dare you?
Yeah, you dare me? Keep saying
You
it.
do it.
Then stop saying it then.
Do it.
Then stop saying it then. Then stop saying it then.
I'll
Come on.
let me get my
Ask her. Ask her, did I touch her
Do you
breast
see
yesterday?
how instigative he is?
No, you're telling me I touched her breast yesterday when I.
You did. I didn't say you touched it.
You said I did.
You were leaning. Yo, you were dumb as I actually don't agree with you. Actually, I'm done.
Okay.
Can you send him home?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm done.
Okay, fine.
Done. Because you're costing me money. I didn't do He's like, got to this house because of you.
You let Malon say some line that.
No, because you flirting with like three girls the whole time.
What three girls? What three girls? You?
Well, maybe
You
I think that doesn't matter.
You
It was
and you?
Milan.
Malon? I was flirting with Malon?
And she said, hey, come get your mans. She's trying to come home with me.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're lying. She said, come get your mans that I was trying to hit on Malon. Come on, baby.
Okay.
That doesn't even sound right.
Christian, you're fired.
Fine.
Hopefully, shut up.
You'll never see me again. You are the most
Good bitch. Shut up.
ever met in my life.
You want
You corny.
you too. Get the out of here. This isn't even my house.
Yeah, cool.
It's not my house. Like, you're just like my boyfriend. Get the out of here.
Just like your
I can
boyfriend?
actually get like done if you're not here.
Yeah.
Get the out of here.
Okay, I'll remember that next time.
Get out of here. No, that's not even the next time. Get the
Stop touching
Get out.
me. Don't touch me again.
good thing. Get out, bitch. Get out.
Bitch.
You never loved me. The way you talk, the way that you treated like girls, the way you embarrassed me. I don't want anything to do with you.
Embarrassed you yesterday. You're really just self-conscious. You always talk about, oh, Christian, you like this. I say, what did I tell you before? You're the baddest person in this bitch. No one has anything on you. I tell you this every day. I have text messages that you say, Christian, thank you for the content.
Shut up! But you don't do it the next day!
Why are you screaming? There's people in this house.
Get out, for real. I never want to see you again.
So difficult to watch those young people struggle.
Yeah, kind of difficult to watch those young people struggle. Boy, can anybody say Amber Heard? My goodness, and Johnny Depp, but Johnny was like, just get away from me. I just want to live my life, and she just keeps getting in his face. I'm kind of getting the same thing from Christian, you know. Toxic. I don't believe that one is going to be, or I think in one of the hearings, I think they say that one's not going to be allowed in the trial, but now, of course, we know there's not going to be a trial. I remember one of the hearings they were arguing over that one. I don't think that was going to be allowed in. All right, here's the. This one was shown in a hearing, and we'll watch it, I guess, in a hearing. But this is from the hearing. So this is the again, just like Johnny. Well, no, I was going to say Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, the elevator, right? This is like there's so many similarities between Depp and Heard, and Christian and Courtney. All right, so this is their elevator. So I counted about 20 times that she hit him. I mean, he's just pushing her away, right? He's just pushing her away. He just pushes her away the entire time. She hit him like 20 times. All right, so that was 2022. So you can see this history of clearly toxic relationship starting July 27th of 2021. Then that was February 21st of 2022. And now we're going to get to 2 days before this happened. This is April 1st, 2022. So again, we're just kind of setting the stage of how we got. Oh.
Right now at Papa John's, you can get.
No, I don't think I'm going to play this. I won't play this. Hold on a sec. Let me see here. All right. Here we go.
Trying to get in the middle of it. So I told Artisha to go get the keys so she can go back into her unit. The boyfriend actually came after her and Paul was walking towards there. And then I just said, you know, enough is enough. Police need to be called. She said she don't want police to be called. But when it's in a common area and something happened like that, my safety is the residents first. We had residents out here, you know, filming and all this stuff going on in the lobby area and causing the nuisance. So I called because based on we still have him walking around the property and we need to have him removed. Last time we saw him, he was on the ground level.
Okay.
So just let me know my chances to talk. I'm not trying to. You just want to get into your apartment.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, but you told me I was allowed to.
Time out. Let me talk. Okay.
I feel very like.
What's your name? Courtney?
Yes.
Okay, Courtney.
Why do you have something against me, man? Like, I'm just trying to, like...
What has anything against you?
It seems like
we're trying to talk.
Me.
So, you just want to get back in your apartment. Unfortunately, he can't be here in the property.
That is totally fine.
Okay. So
he's been literally sleeping in my elevator room without permission.
What we're going to do is we're going to fine him so he can leave the property and you get back to your apartment. What else do you need?
I was told I was going to get a chance to speak.
Go ahead, Courtney. What's going on?
Now's your turn.
Are you gonna listen?
We're listening. Go ahead.
Did you say something wrong?
Yes. I stayed in my apartment all day. I didn't take my dogs out for like 8 hours because I was afraid that when I came down here, he was going to beat down. And when I did come down, I walked my dogs, and he was telling me he wouldn't leave me alone. I said, please just walk my dogs and we're not together.
Courtney, does he have any property in your apartment?
He has so much. Can I, with respect, can I please? I just like my heart. I just feel like I'm not being heard. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I had a lot of opportunities to call y'all, and I did not. So when he's following me around this dog park, I said, there is no, your time is up. Like, that's it. And then all of a sudden, like, he followed me in the elevator, and I said, don't fall. This guy said he had fucking shelter. When I was upstairs, and they showed up on my door, I said, I shoved him. I said, show me the fucking video. Like, I really got angry because that did not happen. All I did was take my dogs down. I feel like I am like.
All right. So what do you want to say?
I want to be like, I want to be like exonerated, I guess, of like anything wrong. And I want him. Okay, the police are here. I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli.
We don't issue those.
Because, no, I'm serious.
Courts.
Can I do that? Where
you have to go to court. You have to go to downtown.
How can I make myself first? Because I know him, and he would do it. How can I make myself first?
You got to get there first.
175 Northwest first.
Before
175 Northwest.
Is he already on the way?
We have no idea. We don't even know how it looks like.
We don't even know who he is. How do we know that?
So you question this. I need a restraining order against him.
Okay, you hear all this?
Listen.
Okay, they're listening.
Who's on the phone with you?
Just my dad.
Okay, well, let me explain to you something with your dad on the phone so you could hear me. You asked me, how can I get a restraining order against him? I answer you, we don't issue those. That's through court. You asked me, I need to get one before him. I told you, the only way is for you to get to court. Then you asked me, is he on the way already? And I asked you, I don't even know how he looks like. You understand? It's your questions that are making much of an...
I am... Right now, like, I have not always been a victim, but, like, right now, I'm a freaking victim in the situation. I'm scared to go downstairs to walk my dogs. I just walked him, and I told him, you don't have a chance, and now, all of a sudden, this is all happening.
What's his name?
Christian Obumseli.
Christian?
Please, just, like, don't... Get me kicked out of my own apartment.
We just want to get him. We just want to...
I'm scared. I'm scared of him.
Take her up to the apartment. Okay. They're going to take...
Something stinks.
All right, so that was a little bit of body cam 2 days before. Now here's a news clip. Let's check out this news clip here.
A new video has surfaced of the social...
All right, I think this is just... Let's see what this is.
Media model arrested for the stabbing death of her boyfriend.
The police body camera video shows her pleading for help just days before the murder. Here's local 10's Sanel Sabovic with the video.
By all accounts, Christian Obumseli and Courtney Clenney have had a very violent and toxic relationship. Police were called to their luxury apartment on multiple occasions, including 2 days before they say she stabbed him to death.
We asked her, I said, do you want him to leave the property? She said no, she don't want him to.
I did not say that. I said
okay,
yes.
hold on.
No, but
hold on. He's talking, then you talk.
You're looking at police body cam video from Friday, April 1st. One Paraiso building employees called Miami police in regards to a domestic disturbance between OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney and her boyfriend Christian Obumseli. 2 days before investigators say she stabbed him to death. Clenney is in the lobby. The employee is the one who actually called police and tells them.
Her boyfriend comes charging towards her, and we actually try to get in the middle of it.
Clenney is visibly upset. She's on the phone with her dad while telling police Obumseli is stalking her.
Right now, like, I have not always been a victim, but, like, right now, I'm a freaking victim in the situation. I'm scared to go downstairs and walk my dogs.
Then says,
I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli.
Officers checked Clenney's apartment, and Obumseli wasn't there. They let Clenney know that if he's been living in her apartment and has belongings there, they cannot kick him out. Also informing her that she's not being clear on what she wants.
You want this person to completely disappear from your life. At the same time, you have him in your apartment here for 2 months with a ton of stuff in here.
But I know.
Clenney goes back to her apartment. Officers then go to the employee who made the original call, telling him she never disclosed that there was violence that particular night.
When she came down, he went charging at her.
That's fine.
That's my whole.
Right, but she didn't mention none of that until she says she wants to do something about it, that's where we step in, where it's a criminal activity, but she needs to mention something about that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't do anything.
Authorities say Clenney's story of self-defense has inconsistencies in it. She is facing a second-degree murder charge. Meantime, the Obumseli family attorney says that this video is self-serving and that Clenney is trying to rewrite history. Her attorney is also speaking out, saying that the system failed her as a woman seeking help from an abusive relationship. That is the latest here out of Miami. Sanella Sabovic, Local 10 News.
All right. Now we're going to get to the 911 call. And then we're going to get to the body cam of the...
All right, so what do you...
911.
My boyfriend is dying of a stabbing.
Ma'am, what is the address? The emergency call came in on April 3rd when Clenney reported her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, had been stabbed.
If he has a stab wound to his shoulder, he can sit down.
What do you mean he has a stab wound on his shoulder, ma'am?
Yeah, he's bleeding from his shoulder.
In the background of the call, Obumseli can be heard saying he can't feel his arm and believes he's going to die.
I'm gonna die, I can't feel my arm. 3101. I can't feel my arm.
Later, Clenney can be heard apologizing to Obumseli
Baby, I'm so sorry. Baby.
and praying for help. After that, the call drops.
All right. So she's saying, I'm sorry. But she claims that he rushed her. She was claiming that he rushed her. All right. This is the night of. This is the body cam of the night of. Then we're going to get to her interrogation or interview, however you want to say it.
Get up! Get up right now! You can get up right now!
Why do you have to keep him upright? I just want to keep him
Get up
upright.
right now! What happened? Shit! Get up right now!
Baby, wake up, wake up. Wake up.
What's your name? Courtney? Courtney.
Just keep him sitting up. Leave
Courtney, listen to me. Get up. Get up, come on. You gotta get the dogs in.
Okay.
Get up.
Please go. Please.
Listen.
Get him up.
Get up right now. You can drop him on the floor. I'll help him out. Get up.
Oh, no. No, I can't let this, okay?
Back up.
Wait, it wasn't me. Guys,
Relax.
Why? No, guys.
Relax.
Boss, what's going on? Hey, you good? What do you have?
Relax.
I promise I'll be back.
What's his name?
Daddy will be back.
What's his name?
What is his name? Christian Obumseli.
What's his name?
Christian Obumseli. Christian Obumseli. Please.
Listen, sit down. Do me a favor, sit down. Do not
Why are
move.
you yelling at me?
Do not move.
Why are you yelling at me?
Do not move, sit down.
Okay, but
We don't know what's going on. We don't know what happened.
I'm terrified
So
for him.
right now, yeah, don't worry. They're helping him. So just sit down. Don't move, okay?
Yeah, she's like covered in blood. She's a disaster. All right. So that was a little sampling. Now we're going to get to her interrogation. So this is, for those that are just new coming in, the hearing is on Monday. So in the next 2 days, we're just going to kind of review everything, how we got from there to here. We're going to be showing hearings, body cam, as you know, some news clips, and now it's her interrogation after this happened. So, Lucy, no, Monday. She pled. We don't know the details yet because it hasn't been released. But Toya Toys, wow, 6 months. Thank you for 6 months. So Lucy, she took a plea, but we don't know the details of that plea. We don't know how long, what she's facing, how long she's going to be, sentenced for, and it's going to be on Monday. So we have to wait until Monday. But until then, we're just going through everything and just, wrapping our heads around how we got from them being together to Christian, not being with us anymore. All right, so this is her. I think I could do a lot of fast forwarding through here.
Like a paper towel or tissue or anything?
Yeah, we'll give you everything.
I've been crying a lot. Thank you.
I'm so sorry because I
Complaint is advising if they still have vision, do we still have contact with the complainant?
Negative. The police are still tonight. They finally stopped and they lost visual. Was not in the house.
Okay, kids, yeah. Still on it.
I'm just mentioning that here. I'm just 339. Pulled up to his neighbor. The last 329. 339. Pulled up to his neighbor. The power school. And I think that's it.
Sir, 1918.
Who's this, sir?
It's a black male or something like that.
Is somebody coming for me?
Yeah, he's coming right now.
Please, God, just let me. My dog, please. God. Christian, you okay? I don't care what he was doing.
Fast forward a little bit here. Wait. Jesus, praying. I want to get to when the officers come in. Here we go.
Yeah, we'll rush, So, yeah, once we'll talk about we'll talk about that, okay? Okay. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Working on it. Completely away from me. Apologies for being absolutely fucking covered in blood.
Listen, you don't have to apologize, okay? I completely understand. Mm-hmm. All right? Things happen, you can't control it. Okay? Yeah. So, you don't have to apologize for it. All right?
What's your name?
Detective Brasino, okay? And this is my partner, Sergeant Rodriguez. Okay? Today's Sunday, April 3, and the time is 7:36 p.m. Right? What's your first name?
Courtney.
Courtney. Can you spell it for me, please?
C-O-U-R-T-N-E-Y.
Okay. And your last name?
Clenney. C-L-E-N-N-E-Y.
Okay. What is your date of birth?
4/21/96.
It's almost your birthday. 19.
It's oh really? When is your birthday?
The 13th.
My boyfriend's just the 12th.
Oh really?
Turns 28.
Super close.
That's in a row.
Well, he's still in the hospital right now, so okay. Just take a breather, okay? I know this must be very rough for you right now.
No, we were supposed to go to the park with my dogs today. Like, I just is not how I expected to spend it. Sorry.
Really?
That's not what we're talking about. You asked me my birthday. Okay, what's the next question?
Okay. Are you currently living there?
Yes.
Yeah? The address is 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue. Okay. And what apartment was it?
2201.
2201. How long have you guys been living there?
Since the first or second week of January.
Oh, this year? 2022.
Yeah, we moved here January this year together from Boston.
From Boston?
From Austin.
From Austin. Oh, okay. When did you guys come to Miami from Austin?
We visited last year in March, and we loved it, and we travel all the time together. We like the beach.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always wanted to live here, so he was like, he wanted to move to London, I wanted to move here. And I said, maybe we should start in the U.S.
Yeah,
and he was like that, and we did it. So.
Okay. How long have you guys been together?
About 2 years.
About 2 years?
A year and a half to 2 years, yeah. Okay. Is he okay?
He's still at the hospital. They're still,
I know.
monitoring him and talking to him. So we're waiting.
Oh my God! So he didn't even have to have surgery.
Well, I don't know. They're still doing X-rays and stuff like that. So I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear a response.
That's all I have to know. Thank God.
So
that's all I need.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
And once we're done, I'll go talk to them again and see what's the update. Okay. All right. So you said 1.5 years to 2 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And you said that today you guys were supposed to go to the park.
Mhm. We were. Well, I'll just let you ask questions and I'll answer.
No, you can tell me whatever you want. You can tell me whenever you want.
Yeah, we had just gotten back together. I had broken up with him, and then he came back the last 2 nights, and everything was perfect. And then got into an argument, and I ended up getting scared, and I think that I overreacted. Or not overreacted necessarily, but reacted, and I just didn't know exactly what might happen. Yeah, we were right before anything happened. We were going to walk the dogs down to this park over by the Paramount, which has the beach volleyball and basketball court and all that. We're gonna walk them over there and let my dog Ranger play soccer. That was my plan for the day, and then go.
How old are you?
To the movie. Or to go to a movie tonight in Miami Beach. My dogs are 8 years old. 8 years old?
Oh, okay. They're both of them?
Yes.
Oh. You've had them all 8 years? Since they were babies?
Yes.
Oh. What breed are they?
Mini Aussies.
Mini Aussies? I love those.
Too.
Super smart.
Yeah.
You guys lived in Austin before here, right? Between the first and second week of January, you guys moved to Miami. Did you guys stop anywhere before coming to Miami, or did you move somewhere else between Austin and Miami, or you went straight to Miami?
We drove the U-Haul from Austin to Miami. Took us 2 days, or I didn't drive one bit. He went the whole way. So like a day and a half, 2 days. No, we just stopped a bunch of places on the way.
Does he have any family?
He does. He has.
Yeah.
He has his mom and grandma. He's closest to.
Mom and grandma?
Mm-hmm.
Where, here in Miami or?
They live in Dallas. I think his grandma may still be in Nigeria because they visit a lot, but I think that they're back in Dallas. Okay. He has a brother that lives in, I think, Houston. I don't know where his sister lives.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head their phone number? Or?
None of theirs, no.
No?
No.
Do you have it on your phone number, on your phone? Or?
I think that I would have his mom on my phone for sure, and then maybe his grandma.
Oh, okay. What's his mom's name?
You know, he's told me. I think I'm terrible right now. I really don't tell him.
That's like remembering.
And I met her multiple times, and I've been to her house, and I still couldn't tell you. That's pretty bad.
I mean, how many times have you seen her?
I think 4 times.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's spread apart, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't imagine to like remember somebody's name that easy. So I'm really bad at remember names too. So forget it. How about his brother? You know his brother's name or no?
He is very like not, I guess, like too thorough with talking about. I mean, that's not really probably like the word, but not like too thorough. I feel like I calmed down a little bit once you told me like they're just like talking to him. Okay, so I can talk again. Is there like, she's not really like that thorough or something. He doesn't really talk as much about his family as I do mine. I talk about my family all the time.
Okay. Where's your family at?
In Austin.
You're all in Austin?
All in Austin, yeah.
You have a big family, small family?
I am the most. I'm the closest with my immediate family. My mom, my dad, and my little sister.
Okay.
So not really that big of a family.
Oh, okay. What's your mom's name?
Deborah.
Deborah. And your dad's?
Kim.
Kim.
Mm-hmm.
What are their last names?
Clenney.
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 And your sister?
Morgan.
Say the last name. Do you ever need us to take a break? You know, because I know it's rough, you know, with everything going on, but when you take a break, you let me know, okay?
Yeah. Thank you guys for giving me water and tissues.
No, definitely. Okay, so do you guys work here in Miami, or do you guys have your own business?
I do social media, so I'm an influencer, I guess is what.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, so I'm an influencer. And he does stocks and crypto.
What do you focus on, like Instagram or social media apps?
Instagram, OnlyFans.
Oh, okay.
It's just, yeah. It pays the bills.
What's your Instagram?
At Courtney Taylor.
Huh?
At Courtney Taylor. Taylor spelled T-A-I-L-L-R.
T-A-I-L-L-R. L-O-R.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it that he does?
Stocks and crypto.
Stocks and crypto.
He just has stocks and does crypto.
Yeah, so he's pretty good with numbers and all of that. Yeah. And he's done that since you've known him, or?
I mean, as far as I know, he's done it since he was 19, and he's 27.
Okay.
So he's pretty damn good at it. That's, I guess, compared to other people that do it.
Yeah. And how long were you guys planning on being in Miami, or before going to London? Or?
I don't think London was ever really going to happen. I don't think I would ever do that. But yeah. We were going to move into a house.
Mm-hmm.
So, have an apartment, and then we were like, maybe just move here for a year. And then once we got here, we were like, no, this is dope.
Yeah.
So, we have the dog picked out. It's a golden retriever. We're going to name Mello. So we were going to get a house. So we could have a backyard. Because I have 2 dogs, and then we're going to have 3. So we're planning on staying here for a while.
Okay.
I just hope we get the opportunity to do that. Sorry.
Once again, you don't have to apologize.
Hopefully I'm over freaking out and like I'll be able to see him or whatever. But I don't see it.
Yeah.
I will keep it together.
Okay. So how about before we go into like the details of what happened today, okay, I have to swear you in and read you a couple other paperwork. It's just normal process for everybody, with victims, witnesses, everybody. Okay, so
well, I got a chance to talk to Christian today.
To who?
Christian.
Who's Christian? Oh,
the victim.
They haven't told me his name yet.
I don't know if I'm the victim.
No.
He's definitely the victim. What'd you say?
No, he didn't know his name, so he was confused. I was the one that went to the scene.
I just assume everybody knows everything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Not always.
Will I get a chance to talk to him?
We'll see once we're done with everything, talking and with the scene and seeing what's the update with him, and then we'll definitely get you an answer later. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, this is an investigation into what we call it, a domestic dispute, which occurred at 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue, apartment 2201. In reference to case number,
yeah, sorry. It's going to be 22-0403-00-23743.
The City of Miami Police incident number. Okay. This statement is being taken in the City of Miami Police Department, the investigation office, which is located at 400 Northwest 2nd Avenue, Miami-Dade County, Florida. Okay. Okay. Do you raise your hand, your right hand? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, put your hand down. Real quick, have you taken any alcohol or medication or narcotics today?
No.
No?
I have just like medicine that I do, but nothing that was mind altering.
Oh, okay. Like what?
I actually don't know what it's called. It's a new medication just for.
What's the medication for? If you don't mind me asking. What is your level of education? Was it the last grade, or did you graduate?
From college.
From college? Okay. What college was that?
ACC and Santa Monica Community College.
Santa Monica. Okay. How long of school did you do there? Approximately.
It's like at each one, well, ACC about 1.5 years, I think. Santa Monica like a semester or 2.
Okay.
It was never for me.
Okay. Do you have you been diagnosed with any mental disability or anything like that? No? Okay. Alright, I'm going to move over to this one. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer or for advice before we ask any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Would I be able to talk to my father? Because he's pretty much acts as my attorney with, like, I mean, not like for stuff like this. Obviously, I've never been in this kind of a situation.
Is he an attorney?
No. He's just.
Well, we'll give you a chance.
We know what to do.
We'll give you a chance to talk to your father later. Okay.
I mean, before I just feel like I don't know. I mean, I think it'll be fine. I think Christian will be fine, and I will be fine. So I mean, there's no need. But I just would like to talk to somebody.
No worries. I'm gonna be able to give you some time to talk to your dad or with anybody that you need to talk to. Okay.
And I want to go home and see my dogs, and I want to go to the hospital. Will I be able to do that tonight?
We took care of the dogs. We found someone. I believe your mom mentioned that's taken care of them before when you traveled. So
love and thoughts.
Yeah. So we got able to get a hold of them, and they're actually gonna be taken over there, just so you know. So they're taken care of. They're in good hands. They're probably actually already there now. Okay. So we took care of those. Because I know they were seeing they were going back and forth. They seemed a little, you know. I know how dogs are. We're all dog lovers here. All three of us, you know, we also have dogs. So that's like family, and we took care of them. Just so you know.
Yeah, the female officer that was over there was talking to my mom and trying to get the one that was able. Thank God.
They're in good hands.
Thank you. I want to talk to my mom for an hour on the phone, and I want to go sit at the hospital. Am I going to be able to do that?
So far right now, I can't give you an answer. Okay, we just have to go through everything. Because remember, this just happened, so I can't really give you a straight answer. If I do, I would be lying to you, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to lie to you.
Okay.
Okay. Just as well as I don't want you to lie to me, I don't want to lie to you. We want to be able to understand everything that went down today. Okay, as truthful as we can be. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
Yeah. If I don't, what happens? I mean, yeah.
It's your choice. It's your right. But at the end of the day, we just want to figure out what happened. Okay? We just want to hear your side of the story and what occurred, so we can piece this together and come to an understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, we weren't there. You know, you were, so there's no better person to tell than you.
And it took so long. I don't know what I honestly, it was such a blur. I was on the phone with my mom. I don't know.
For me, right over here.
Yeah, you can reread it. Take your time, reread it again. Same thing you read.
This is why I would like to call my dad and say, can I just do this, or should I have to get a lawyer? Because I realized, like, how very serious this is. Like, I was sitting there in a freaking puddle of my boyfriend's blood, begging him to, like, please not, like, fucking give up on me. Like, man, like, this shit is fucking serious. You know, I mean, I don't think I'm necessarily in trouble, but, like, I just would like to. Can I just talk to him? I mean, this happened, and the whole situation happened, and I haven't talked to anybody who means anything to me.
No, I understand. Right now.
Okay, well, you know what? What?
No.
I've never been in this kind of situation.
You can talk to him later.
But before I talk to you guys, why can't I talk to him beforehand?
Well, because I would like to understand what's going on.
I know, but like if I say, hey, is it cool if I sign a constitutional rights waiver when my boyfriend has
like not a lawyer.
Yeah, if you're an adult, if you were a minor,
he would be the one who would. He handles my lawyer too.
If you were under 18, then yeah, I would provide you a phone call to your father. But you're over 18, so
I don't feel like it. I don't want to tell my parents.
Yeah, I get you. I feel the same way with my parents. You know, I still go to them too for questions that they've dealt with in the past.
Okay.
You know?
My dad handles I'm so freaking out right now a little bit. It's like I want to go to the hospital and I want to just call my fucking mom. And I know that I do not get that right. I know it. But here's the thing, is that this is constitutional rights waiver. My dad handles my lawyer. I'm not going to take a court-appointed lawyer. My dad handles my lawyer. I would not be calling my lawyer. So my dad is the first person who I'd call, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been in a situation like this where somebody's in a hospital.
Yeah.
I've never been in this kind of situation. That's why, I don't want to do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I mean, it's your decision at the end of the day. But
what happens if not?
If not, then that's it. We don't talk about what happened to him. We just have to take the stories that we've been told from the people next door and previous situations and try and narrow it down to what happened today.
You get a much better picture, a much better idea coming from you who was there today than us trying to piece it together from other people as well in there, you know. There's no better story to get than yours who was there. So which is why we prefer it from you. But you know, like you said, it's your decision if you want to or not. But for us to obviously proceed and make a better decision for all of us, it's getting your story, you know. You were there. You know, you were
my boyfriend is not dead, is he?
Well, he can't talk to us right now. Either way, he's in the hospital.
Jack is just homicide.
Yeah, so I don't know.
That's like the Dexter vibe. All of these things are like.
To you on scene. It's Sunday, so Sunday domestic violence scenes don't work. So we handle their calls anytime we get into the domestic violence calls. We handle it for them, and so that's why we were raised from the beginning.
Can I go and come back?
No, unfortunately, no, I can't. It's steps, you know. Once we handle this, and we'll go to the next step. And
is there a chance I'm going to go home tonight?
I don't have a definite answer for you.
Okay, well, I'll just.
Okay. So the time is.
I need to.
8 p.m.
There's blood on my.
Start from the start. You guys are supposed to take out your dogs to the park, right? And then what happens after that?
Like I said, a little bit blur.
Yeah.
I was doing laundry and watching a Christina Randall or listening to a Christina Randall video. And tried to call my mom. She didn't answer the first time. And then he came back with a Subway sandwich. Before he left, he recited exactly what I wanted. And I said, I'll text what I want to you. And he said, I know what you want. And I said, no, you don't. And he recited it to me before he left. And he got it perfectly right.
Okay.
And then he left. I guess he went to go bike over there. That's just what he said. I don't know if he walked or biked, but he told me he's gonna bike first, please.
Like a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came back, and I said something about like, oh, are you gonna like reshare your location with me? Like, did you share it? And he said, yeah, I shared it. And I was like, oh, when did you do that? And he goes, the other day, like when you were done with me. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough. Like, reshare it. And then he told, I mean, it kind of like turned into like a little like argument or something. And then he told me to reshare mine, and I was like, okay, yeah, I will. And then I didn't do it immediately. He asked me about it again. And I don't know what I was thinking, but it just said something about, well, what if I'm somewhere you don't want me to be?
Okay.
Which I wouldn't have been. I love him. But it's like, you know, maybe you don't want to know where I am. I guess maybe it'll just like hurt him because he was pressing me. And he ended up pinning me against the wall. And then, I mean, I said like choking me on the floor. It's just like, they were looking at my neck and I was like, I mean, I'm not saying like choking me like, you know, whatever. But I mean, he had my like neck, like, and this happened twice before, where I couldn't breathe and I was on the floor. Yeah. I could not breathe. And I don't think that he was trying to kill me, but I was scared. And all 3 times I have been scared. So yeah, I'm on the floor, and he had me pinned, and lets me up. I'm on the, get my mom on the phone, and I'm just trying to really remember. I got my mom on the phone, and I remember she was standing like against the couch. Like we were obviously it was a big deal at this point. So this happened like over by the door and somehow moved like over in the living room. He was standing by the couch facing toward the kitchen, and I was in the kitchen. And then he just like, I could see like all the whites in his eyes, and he was like coming at me. And so I grabbed one of these knives. My mom got me for Christmas. I grabbed one of them, and I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just like, I mean, I grab and be like, don't come anywhere closer to me. Because, earlier, that was happening 2 other times, I couldn't fucking breathe. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. And it's very scary. And I just think, like, just like this kind of thing where I was saying, like, do you know if he's okay? If he's choking me and he's angry enough, he might, like, this is different, I think. But if he's, like, choking me or, like, pinning me or something and I can't breathe, he might go too long. So I grab a knife and I said, don't come anywhere closer to me. I had absolutely no intention of using it. I'm on the phone with my mom, and he's coming at me like he's going to grab either the phone or like the knife or something. And so I was just like, I was like, don't come any closer. Coming at me, and I drew it. And I meant for it to go.
How far away was he?
Well, I was by my fridge, and he was like by the edge of one of the chairs of the sofa.
Okay.
Like
comparing to what
10 feet. I'm trying to think in my head. I'm trying to make the.
Was he closer than I am?
No, but he was further.
Well, like the length of his room?
No, further than that.
Okay.
Oh well, if I said yeah, you're right. It was more than 10 feet. Then it was definitely further than this.
Okay, I mean, it's closer. It looks a lot smaller than it is here.
It was further than this.
Okay. So then, you were by the fridge and he was by the couch? You were by the fridge and he was by the couch?
Yes, I was in front of the fridge. He was by the couch.
Yes. And then
behind my island.
And then what kind of movements did he make at the moment? He was going to walk
running
up?
At me.
Running? Okay.
Well, charging, aggressively walking, something.
What was he doing? Like, was he doing something with his hands, or?
when he had his hands up. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Was he yelling at you at the time?
Yes.
Yeah, what was he saying?
Well, so to put my hand up, so I really need to like think. Yeah, I remember one of the things, but I don't think it's relevant.
No, go ahead, tell me. It might be relevant. It might help me understand a little more.
He said, why don't you go find one of the fucking guys in G-Wagons? Because I had said something about that when I broke up with him like a week ago. Out of anger. I didn't say it because I want that, because I love him. But that was just one of the things that you said.
Was that at the moment that he was charging you, or earlier in one of the arguments?
It was before he choked me. Yes, it was before he choked me. Okay. Or whatever.
So he gets...
So no, not right then. I couldn't tell you exactly what he said right then.
Okay. So...
But I swear to God, I was scared. I mean, after like what had just... I was scared, and I was on the phone with my mom, and it was still happening. Yeah. I was scared.
So you told me that he had you against the wall at one point, right? With his hands over your neck? Mm-hmm. And how did you end up from the wall to the ground?
Let me go. Let me go, and then I started swinging on him because I had been against the wall. Okay. I started trying to hit him. Yeah. And then he put me on the ground.
He dropped you to the ground. What did he do? Did he lift you up, or did he grab your hair? Did he just kind of rotate you onto the ground?
I really couldn't even tell you.
He pushed you.
If I could have been given all these questions, before, I could be like, maybe let me think about it. Or when I'm trying to remember a whole situation of where I was very upset about something, which I've learned this in therapy and whatever. It's write down all the details so you don't forget. Just write it all out clearly so that it makes sense to you and makes sense to somebody else. But I haven't had a chance to have a pen and paper or my phone to write down exactly what happened, and I haven't really even fully thought about it. Yeah. So honestly, my answer is I don't remember.
That's fine. So he has you on the ground. You end up on the ground, and he has his hands over your neck. Correct? Yeah. Yes. Okay. And then is he saying something to you at the time when he's on the ground on top of you, or?
He was saying something like gritting his teeth. I don't remember what it was.
Like what?
He was saying something like gritting his teeth, with the white of his eyes, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. And then he at one point he stops, right? Sorry. And what, you get up? You go to the bedroom, or what do you do?
I get my phone from the kitchen. When I got my phone from the kitchen, I called my mom. I was talking to her, and then he was following me around the apartment and acting we shouldn't be together.
You guys have a history of domestic violence?
Yeah.
You say you've been together how long, sorry?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
2.5 to 2 years.
So how many incidents you think you've had?
I don't know, but we shouldn't be together.
We say one or two, or just too many to...
Oh my God. Oh my God. I haven't touched my ankle. It's what?
We're good.
I just want to take a shower, God. Okay. No. We can.
I'll get you a text.
I'm not trying to interrupt the...
No. You keep on.
this is absolutely the most insane shit that I think I've ever been involved in.
I think anybody that goes through this
without
would be
a doubt.
just insane.
What'd you say?
I think that if anybody goes through this type of situation, it would be pretty insane for them.
Okay. You said domestic violence.
Have you made a report before?
No.
You've never made a report?
Oh, I did in Dallas actually about a year ago, and he was detained.
And what happened there?
He had pushed me in the lobby, but it wasn't like a big deal, and they made it a huge deal. And he ended up getting taken to the hospital or jail or something.
Yeah.
Which I don't think it was necessary, but yeah, he had been. And then also I've been arrested for as well in Vegas in August. So he and I each had one.
Okay. What happened in Vegas?
We just got in an argument in the hotel room, and what I guess made them arrest me was that I said I had thrown a glass at him.
Oh.
Like a glass of, like a drink.
Like you splashed.
Which I think until that point it was like fine, I guess. Like I didn't, whatever, but they asked like, did you throw something at him? Because I guess they went upstairs and they said, did you throw a drink at him? And I said, yes, I did. Because what's the point? Why? I guess it's whatever. So, yeah. They went up and they said, I guess they asked me about it, and I said yes. And they said, okay, that's DV or battery or something, not assault or something like that. And so I got arrested and I was held for 12 hours. That wasn't fun. But yeah, those are the two incidences for. I don't know what the incident for him was like.
About how many incidents have you guys had here in Miami since January?
What do you mean?
Like how many times has the police been called to your apartment, or you called to the police since January?
Okay. Police have been called once because I called them because my boyfriend was threatening suicide.
Okay.
I'm sure there are records of that or whatever. I don't know how.
Why was he threatening suicide?
I don't remember exactly what the situation was, but he was he had taken a knife. He grabbed it in front of my face, and then I got scared, and he was kind of waving it at me, but it wasn't for me. And then he took it into the extra room and slammed the door. And he has a history of self-harm, so I was kind of just like, okay, well, let me go in there and chase him, regardless of whether or not what's going on. And I tried to open the door, and he wouldn't open the door. So I got really scared that he was doing something in there that I couldn't control, so I called the cops. And he wasn't very happy with me about that, but I was really scared.
Did he say anything that he was going to do to himself, or?
And he threatened it many, many times, but I don't remember if he did it right then.
Does he suffer from anything?
So that's what he's told me.
Yeah. And then the time they called police?
Okay, and then this, I mean, the police were called because of us, actually because of us, twice. I mean, if I'm being correct. It was that time when I called, and then this time when it was obviously absolutely necessary.
Okay.
I was the one who called 911. Because I was literally asking him, what is our address, because I could not think straight. Maybe, what is our address?
Today?
Yeah, it was today. Okay, so it was that one. But the cops have been up there one other time yesterday for absolutely no reason. Absolutely none. They harassed, not the police, but security guards from office, like young security guards. Came up for no reason. bothered him, bothered me. I was about to go to the pool. I said, they said, do you want us to keep him out of here? And I said, I mean, yeah, but y'all have been letting him up all week when he hasn't had a key. Yeah. But, I mean, no. Do you want us to call the cops? No. It's fine. Like, I didn't want him to get arrested. Like, there's no reason for that. And so, whatever. So I said no. And then he, I guess he just wanted to call the police or something, because right after that he goes, well, we saw you shove him, which he was referring to downstairs in the elevator. My boyfriend had followed me into the elevator, and I didn't want him to come in. So I go, stop following me, and I did this. And we were like, I mean, Christian will attest to a lot of stuff. Yeah. But that just didn't happen. So it was like he moved from Christian to me. It seemed like he just wanted to cause trouble. Yeah. So the police were involved yesterday when there shouldn't have been anything. And then I think there was like 1 or 2 times where I don't think the police were called, but maybe security, well, if you're talking about police, that's definitely the only times I can remember. Okay. Security have been called for noise complaint, for sure.
Because of arguments, or? And what do you guys usually argue about? Or is it always a different issue?
I don't even know. I mean, no, kind of, ish. But I don't even know.
Okay. Do you mind telling us about those arguments or no?
I don't think there's a point. I cannot remember everything, so I don't want to remember part of it.
Okay. Would you say it's jealousy related?
For sure, for some of it, yeah.
So you think you can tell us the story one more time, just so I can make sure that I didn't miss anything?
Didn't you write everything down?
No, he's writing it down for me. But I just want to make sure that you can explain to us one more time the story.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can see how I am. Okay. Well, he went to go get me Subway. We wake up. We've broken up. I broke up with him about a week ago. My mom came into town. She was in town because of it. And I told her, like, what am I saying? Anyway, she came into town because of this. She was there for about 6 days. My boyfriend was freaking squatting in my elevator, like, little room. But I didn't want to kick him out because he said he wanted to be close to me. I'm like, okay. I eventually feel like, okay, I got this under control. You can go home. Then she goes home. That crap with the security guard who I guess just had an agenda. That happened yesterday. Or was it the day before yesterday? Honestly, I really don't. I can't think of it. It's the day before yesterday or yesterday. So...
Which security guard is this? Do you know his name?
I don't remember his name. I could point him out in the lineup in 1 second. So after that fact, I was like, wow, you just tried to cause a problem for no reason. I thought it was his fault. I was like, why are you doing this? Like, just because, like I said, that we're over, blah, blah, blah. And he was trying to talk to me, and I just didn't want to talk to him. I really let him have it over the phone. And I let him come back and spend the night, and then he explained the whole thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's definitely 2 nights ago. Yeah. He explained the whole thing, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let's agree. We will never, like, touch each other again out of anger, and he will never gaslight me again. Those were the 2, like, main things. And this was a very, like, late night. So the last couple days have been, he was just great. He was happy to be back in the apartment. I was happy to have him back in the apartment because I missed him. And been waking up telling me, good morning, I love you, touching me. Like, it's just, I felt very, very loved when I woke up this morning. That's why I'm so, like, heartbroken. It's just like, why? Why? Like, I should have just left the apartment. Come to think of it. Okay, so anyway, he went to go get me Subway, or he went to go get himself Subway, then got me Subway, he rode his bike, or I guess, whatever, walked, something, came back, and then, I was trying to look for his location, like, while he was gone, not because I was wondering where he was, like, sketchy.
Yeah.
But just, like, trying to see how far he was, because I was...
He was on his way back? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. So, I couldn't see it, and he said that he would change it the night before, I think, I don't know. And he was he asked me if I would change mine back, and I said something along the lines of, What? Oh, I said something. I'm staring at your yellow paper because it's in front of me. I cannot read one thing, so I don't know if you think like I'm...
No, you're good.
Okay, so the Subway thing, he comes back. I asked him about his location. Said he'll change it. Asked me about mine. I said something mean or unnecessary about, even though I wasn't anywhere, saying something like, oh, well, you wouldn't want to know, something like that. And he ended up getting upset, and that's kind of like where it went from there. I mean, it hit the wall. I don't remember exactly where it went from there. I was on the floor. Let me go. I called my mom.
So he had you against the wall. He was holding by the neck, right?
Yes.
And then he let you go. You start swinging at him, and then he ends up putting you on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. And then,
oh yeah, when I was up against the wall. I mean, when he had me like this, I was just trying to get it off.
Yeah, you're trying to get it in.
But it wasn't. I didn't feel.
You felt the pressure.
It wasn't a long time.
Yeah.
It wasn't a long time, and it wasn't extremely hard. It was kind of just like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay. And then he put you on the ground after that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said something that you don't remember what he said.
Gritting his teeth.
Okay. And then he let you go.
Yes.
Okay. Then you got up, and then what happened?
I went into the kitchen. I picked up my phone from my charger.
Okay.
Called my mom. Actually, at that point, I walked into the living room. She was sitting on the couch. I didn't say this before. I walked into the living room. I called my mom. You could see I was calling my mom.
Okay.
That made him angry. I went in his living room, took us on the couch. He came in there and tried to get the phone out of my hand, so I went back into the kitchen. And at that point, I was sitting there, and I grabbed the knife, which...
Did he ever get the phone out of your hands, or
no?
No.
No. He just came over to me and was trying to get it, and then I went to the kitchen and grabbed the knife. I don't think that this was... I don't know. I really don't know if this is justified at all. I actually don't know.
Well, that's what
I really don't know, because I know I was scared, but I really don't know.
So you got the knife?
Because I grabbed a knife. I grabbed a knife, and I said, like, pretty much just, like, don't get any closer to me. And then, came with me, said something, came with me. And then I just threw it. And I really
How exactly did you throw it? Did you just throw it like that?
How many times?
No, how exactly did you throw it? Like you threw it like this, or kind of like you flung it at him overhead, or how did that?
Oh, I just flung it.
You just flung it over your head, or from like
this?
Okay. So from like beside your head?
Holding it, yeah. So not like, okay, like I'm holding it like this. This is not the knife, the
blade to it?
Right, the blade. I for dang sure did not stab him. That would be insane. I mean, I didn't even think that this would touch him. But I mean, I thought that I would scare him by just grabbing it. I thought I would scare him by just grabbing it, but that didn't work. So, anyway, comes at me, and then I just flung it. Okay. And I was kind of just trying to fling it past
when you threw it, when you flung it, how close was he at that time?
I mean, I said 10 feet, but if this is 10 feet, it was definitely more than 10 feet.
Okay.
I mean, if somebody goes into my apartment, they can see how far it was.
Yeah.
But I did not want it to actually injure him.
Mm-hmm.
That
and what did he do?
What
did he do after you flung the knife at him? Did he walk around, or did he fall right then and there, or what happened?
He fell down.
He fell down?
Yeah.
He didn't walk around or anything like that, or still try and chase you, or what?
No, because it hit him.
Because it hit him?
You know where the knife is?
I think it's right here.
Okay. And what did you do after he fell?
I ran over to him and grabbed him, and it was just like a blur, but I ran over to him and I grabbed him, and I just said, "Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do?" I'm like the worst person to be around. What do I do? And he said, call somebody, and I was on the phone with my mom.
He said that?
He said just call somebody, and I was like, okay, I'm on the phone with my mom. I said, Mom, what do I do? She said, call 911. I think I called 911. I actually don't remember. Mm-hmm. That's obviously the easiest thing y'all can look up. I really don't remember. Why did I end up taking it closer to the door? I don't remember. I think that he walked closer to the door because we ended up closer over there. I think, he fell down close to the couch.
Yeah.
There's probably blood all over that white couch. I bet you anything is everywhere. We somehow ended up over by the extra bathroom in our little laundry closet.
Yeah.
And there was he was just bleeding a lot. And I was holding him, and he said, put pressure on it. Because I'm just thinking, I was like, he kept trying to lay down. He kept trying to lay down. And it looked like he was losing, and oh my God, God forbid I fucking lose Christian. I'm so okay with us breaking up at some point, or now, or obviously, whatever, I don't give a shit. But God forbid anything happens in, God forbid. I just he just kept trying to lay down, and I was like, please fucking Christian, please don't do this, please don't fucking do this to me. And he kept sounding like he couldn't talk or something. He was just closing his eyes, wake up, open your eyes. I was talking to him about his mom and his grandma. And it just felt like everybody would, every second was a freaking minute.
Yeah.
Because I was like, he was the one who told me to put pressure. I'm just a freaking idiot. So I'm trying to keep him upright because he keeps trying to lay down. I'm thinking blood flow, right? You don't want to lay down if you're losing blood. That's what I would think. And he's saying just put pressure on it. So I don't remember what I got, but I got something, and I just put it on it. And I was holding him, and he kept trying to lay down. He's a freaking big man, so I was trying to hold him up and push it into him.
Was the knife stuck on him, or somebody pulled it out?
No, and I thought about this while you guys were outside. I was thinking, why did it start bleeding so much? Because if it just hit him, I'm thinking maybe it just, I don't know, if it was really deep or not. I don't know if it just hit him and then came out, or if he grabbed it. Because I almost got a little irritated with him while y'all were out there, because I was like, I swear, this is freaking rule number 1. If you watch Game of Thrones or anything else, you're gonna, anything.
Yeah.
You have something in you. Typically, you don't pull it out, right? I mean, y'all would know better than I do. Okay. So I kind of got a little irritated, because I was just assuming he pulled it out. But I don't know, maybe it just fell out.
Okay. Do you have
Any other questions? Yeah. What's you know your weight and height?
5'8", 150.
How about Christians?
6'1", 210.
210, so you're a little heavier, significantly heavier.
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as your DV history, how many times has he ever put his hand on you before? How many times would take a guess in the 2 years you've been together?
Maybe like 5 times.
5 times. Besides putting his hands around your neck, I believe he says this is the 3rd time he's done it. As far as the neck around and the hands around your neck.
No. I mean, it's hit me in the head before. I don't remember when that was.
Close fist or how?
I'll just leave that out because I remember there was a time when he hit me really hard in the head and I was kind of discombobulated, but I can't even remember when it was. It might have just been like when we were drunk, but I know it happened, so I'll just leave that out because I can't give you exact facts.
Okay.
And I don't want to lie about anything. The last time was in Tulum. He grabbed me by my hair or something. We were both drinking. But there was a bench in front of our bed. And he threw me against the bench, and I hit the bench. My head at the bench. And I fell on the floor. There was another time my mom was on the phone, and he threw me into the wall in the bathroom. But, I mean, I am certainly a crazy person too. I mean, not crazy.
Aggressive.
I'm very aggressive and just really particularly just feels like in the relationship, I guess.
And choking, how many times have you tried choking?
3.
Whose name is on the lease?
Mine.
Yours? Just yours?
Yes.
Do you guys have an ID? Because it was kind of a message that, so you couldn't just find any ID. Do you guys have any ID?
Are you talking about the
apartment?
Yes, at the apartment.
Yeah.
Like where would we find his ID and yours?
Well, I saw one of the police officers with a passport, so I don't know if it was mine or his. They were looking for both of our IDs.
Okay.
And I told them that mine would be in a tan purse or a brown purse that was on the ground. And one of them came out of the house with a passport, so I think that it was mine. But yeah, I have a couple of forms of ID inside the apartment.
What about him? Where's his IDs? Or where does he keep them?
He should have them in a bag.
Does he carry a wallet or like a fanny pack or anything?
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he keeps his. Well, it could be in his black bag might be in there that he had on today, because he usually doesn't leave the apartment without his ID.
Like
he had that on.
Like a side bag?
Yeah, it's like one of the off-white things. It's like a black bag with a yellow strap, and that's what he was wearing when he went to Subway, so I'm assuming it was in there.
Okay.
Will I be able to use the restroom?
Yeah, well, in a minute we're gonna get somebody to come over and escort you to the restroom.
Am I going home?
We gotta see everything with the scene and everything, and then we'll give you a better answer. Okay?
Yeah, it's gonna be a while watching to photograph for that and everything.
When will I be able to talk to one of my parents?
Where is your?
Because
Where's your phone?
Where's my phone?
Yeah.
It was inside the apartment.
Inside the apartment, like on the counter? Did you leave it on the counter or kitchen counter?
It was on, I think the entryway table.
What does your phone look like? What type of phone is it?
It's an iPhone. I think the case had come up.
You know the color?
Space gray or rose gold. I honestly don't remember what color it is.
What about his? Which iPhone do you have?
The newest.
The newest one?
Yeah.
The 13.
I think she has a 12.
And who do you have your phone company?
I don't remember what color his phone is, but he has a red case.
Who do you have your phone company? AT&T, T-Mobile?
Verizon. But I know my family's numbers by heart, so I could call them without.
What's your phone number?
516-745-3582.
Okay, what's your social?
When will I be able to change out of these bloody clothes? I was holding him while he was bleeding. Yeah. I mean, my toes.
Yeah. We're gonna see if we can find something for you, and then we're gonna see if we can find something for you, and then bring it over. Okay?
Find something for me?
Yeah. From your house.
Like change over.
Oh, I just want to change in my own clothes. Let's take a shower and change in my own clothes.
Just give us a minute so we can get everything in order, and then we'll come back with you some news. Okay?
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and fast forward through this a little bit. And just a reminder to hit the like button if you guys have not hit the like button yet. And you are not in chat and you're just hanging out and you can hear my voice, just take a moment to hit the like button. We are looking back at the Courtney Clenney has a hearing coming up.
I took them
for her
to
plea.
the Peace and Love.
Peace Love Pause.
Yeah. Where she answered and I told her it was an emergency.
Were they still covered in blood?
Not so much because it ran a little bit, but I told her she's going to wash them and she has food there. Yeah.
So again, just a reminder, we are Courtney's plea. She took a plea, but we don't know the details of that yet.
Yeah. She just sent me a picture of. They stayed there before.
Oh my God, is that what she sent you that from today?
No, that's from today. That's from the other day because you left them there.
Oh, okay, yeah. They take really good care of them. Thank you so much. You have no idea how appreciative I am of that.
You want to go to the bathroom?
I was really scared. Yes, I do. I'm just picking my nails. I have nothing else to do anymore. Just picking my nails off.
So that was the dog. She was worried about her dogs. All right, so I'm going to fast forward through this, obviously, because there's nothing going on. But again, just want to let you guys know that her hearing for her plea is coming up on Monday. So today and tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, we're going to be just kind of looking back at everything, all the hearings that have happened over the last couple years. Obviously, this is her the night of that Christian passed away, that she stabbed him. She says that she threw the knife, she flung the knife 10 feet away, and it caught him in the chest. That's her story. All right, and let's see if we can hit the like button. We're up to 270 likes, so thank you guys, appreciate that. All right, here's just her, and we can fast forward through all of this. All right, here comes somebody. Let's check this out.
Is there an update on Christian?
The other detective's working on it right now.
Is he okay?
We're gonna check. We're trying to reach the officer at the hospital. We have an officer and a detective there, so we're gonna try to reach them and see what updates we have. As soon as we get them, we'll let you know. Okay. All right. So we have to obviously go inside the house, the apartment, photograph everything, document everything, pick up any evidence. like the knife, you know. So there's two ways we can do that. We can get a search warrant, which, you know, it's basically an authorization from the judge to give us permission to go into the house. Or we can do a consent form. A consent form is a much faster process where you give us permission, and, you know, it'll honestly kill time by good 3 hours. So, again, we're not going to take anything else not related to the scene. You know, we're here for whatever happened today, just to document that, photograph that, and that'll be pretty much it. Okay, this is what a consent form looks like. You can take the time to read it. I filled in your name and what we will be doing, and then if you agree with it, you can sign and date it. And like I said, it'll just help speed up the process as well. Okay. We're also speaking to your mom. One of the other detectives, there's a few of us.
What did you say?
One of the other detectives, the one that helps the dogs, she's speaking to your mom as well too, so we're updating her so she's aware.
Okay.
Today's date is 04/03/2022, and the timer right now is 9:12 p.m. Let me just put it here next time. So if you want to read it, I don't know if you want to read it, go through it. It's basically what I said. You know, we're going to go into our apartment 2201. We're going to photograph and document the apartment, collect any evidence in regards to the incident, okay, which occurred today. Use your name, and obviously that's pretty much all we're going to be doing there. Okay, so we'll be doing that, and again, it's going to make everything a lot faster. Okay. So just give us a few, and we'll come give you an update, and if you need the rest or anything, just let me know. We're recording either way, so you can just call us, or we're not going to do it.
The recording either way?
Yeah, we have a recorder, so we have a tape recorder and audio recorder.
I've been praying a lot in here.
I brought this with me now, but we do have the cameras as well.
Yeah, I've been really going through it a little bit, and I'm on it. Can I tell you a concern of mine?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's a very big concern because I made it very clear I was in like a pool of
yeah, we saw. I was able to.
And I was holding him, so it's everywhere. I mean, like there's still wet blood on my ankle. So when I mean, it's like a long time in here without anything. So I'm like crossing my legs. Is that gonna like make any difference in?
No.
I mean, just like taking photos of my hands and whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna come photograph.
I just don't want to like soak anything that like.
No, they're gonna come photograph you, and they're gonna give you like a hazmat suit. They're gonna give you that temporarily. So they'll be coming out within, I would say, the next 10 minutes, and they'll be giving you and they'll get over there close to you. Okay. Just give me a few minutes, and as soon as we get an update, we'll come back in here. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Take pictures, okay? And they're gonna give you a suit so they can take that bloody clothes, okay?
Okay, where am I gonna be going?
No, you're not gonna go anywhere. This is they have to process everything. Okay? After that, you can wash your hands.
Okay. Is there any updates on how Kristen is doing?
The sergeant is in the hospital right now. When he comes back, you have an update, okay?
Your name? No. You need a light right now?
No. He's gonna take some pictures of you, okay? If you can stand for us.
Hello?
You can stand there, no problem.
If you can't, just have your hands to yourself.
And I haven't heard from the state yet
Okay, and turn to your right, please.
I think it's an error between
And she asked him, yeah.
like the attachment and how that's the other person with. Like the first one that requested. And then they probably requesting the
Turn it one more time to your right.
that they did also.
So they started the back?
No, just facing the wall. Turn one more time to your right. Thank you. Face me. See your hands in your eyes. Maybe lift up your sleeves. Try to lift up your sleeves. No, you're have your hand, keep them like this. Not in the living room.
Yeah, because one of them was a number, the other one was a white person. I'm not sure if the driver
hoping somebody that was like holding so peacefully.
Have it on the
That's fine, I think.
let me see your thing. Injuries sustained to you?
I mean, there's bruises all over the place, I think.
Yeah, so I'll photograph everything. Your legs are even just having figures.
Are you looking for injuries, or are you looking
just general photos right now, and then afterwards I'll photograph your injuries.
Okay.
Can you roll up the sleeve to hand?
Yes.
Thank you. You can turn to your left. And, well, turn to your left. Yeah, facing your left. Face the wall and then see if I can.
No, it's just like in my other account, like.
Yeah.
Same time. It's hard to restart to my leg.
Yeah, this one.
Is this good enough? I feel like I'm doing something wrong.
No, you're okay. Face me if you can. Facing it. Thank you. You can turn to your right. Turn to the other side.
Do you have any injuries?
I mean, I have bruises all over the place, I think, but I'm probably just covered in blood, honestly.
Okay. Do you have any bruises in your arms? Do you have any bruises on your arms, on your neck?
Don't have any. I mean, you already got that. Usually there's just bruises like on my arms or my legs.
Let me get the one.
Yeah, on your arm, right here.
Yeah, that.
You put your arm down so you can get, and you can turn that way so you can get the on your arm. You can look that way, And you can get it on the other one too. And the front part of it?
Face it.
Is that from today? Or from earlier? Just start right here?
All over the place.
Okay, I'm going to put a scale to it, okay? Okay. It's just a paper scale. You can look that way so we don't get more. Here, move your arm just one more time.
This is what I have, like, on my, like,
okay, keep turning just so we can see if you have any more. You don't have anything on your neck?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. And then, here.
Where I need some, I don't have it.
You don't have any on your face from past? No, nothing. Okay.
No. I have. I'm usually like I have bruises most of the time, like all over like my legs and my butt and whatever. So I mean that would be where it is now.
You're just going to swab it, okay, for DNA? It's just a cotton swab and water. Okay. Here's your neck. Can you write this down? We're going to give you something to change it a little bit. You can just...
Okay, then you can face me. We're going to swab just the area of your neck, okay?
21, 22, neck. Shoulder.
Anybody have the time? Or would you let me know?
10:46. No, is it 9:46?
Okay, this is for your left arm.
No, right.
Oh, my left hand. Right arm. I apologize.
21:48, right arm. Okay. Right arm.
11:34. 11:34.
Left arm.
Same thing too.
21:48, left arm. Top of left hand.
Okay, let me see your left hand. Just put it on. Thank you.
21:49. Top of right hand.
Two there.
that a bruise?
Yeah, it's injured.
You need a place to open it? Palm of left hand. Blood sample. 2159. What is it?
Left foot.
Left foot. You're gonna photograph her hand grenade. Focus on her hand to show that she's missing some nails.
Well, I have to make a comment on that. I was in here for a very long time alone, and when someone went to the restroom with her, I quit picking them up. I was missing a lot already. I was thinking about 3, but they just come off so easily. There are a few in here because I popped a couple more off. I just don't want.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not anything.
Okay.
Yeah, just.
It's over. It says on 34 minutes, 114. What's 34 you're level on?
Your flip is on your right one. Do you have the card?
Can you take one back first? But do it out. Show the full arm. Okay. No, show the face. And you're gonna place it on your back. Focus on your back.
To verify, is it 1226?
1126.
Yes, on the driver, 1226. That's all right. Well, it's on 52 minutes.
Do you have any on this hand? Any on this arm?
I don't think so.
Put it over there.
Several times. This is the time it's not happening. Is that all? Can I sit down?
We're also going to collect the clothing, I believe.
Change. I'm gonna put you in the other room that is not recording, so you can change and put the clean clothes, okay?
Okay.
And then I'll take you after to watch it.
When I change up there, is this doing any photos of them or no?
Just advise the detective, and if they arise, then we will.
Okay, so you're gonna change this up? Yeah, then you can go. First, you can take this off. I'm gonna put your jacket in here first, and then your cardigan, and then everything will be changing on the other.
Thank you. Let's take it to the other room because this room is recorded. They need this.
No, you just leave it there. We're gonna come back to this one. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, so clearly they've given her change of clothes. So she's taken her clothes off and they gave her that. And I'm just going to fast forward a little bit. Nothing really happens. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. I don't know. Thanks for asking.
So, yeah, what a fucking nightmare. So you're living in a nightmare right now.
Yes.
You know?
Like I said.
So just
Why are they switching to you?
because they don't have a picture of your boyfriend. So they want to make sure that they have a photo, I think, from your social media. So they're gonna, because they don't have his ID, they don't have anything, so they need to know who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they just want you to identify him. Okay. Yeah. And I said I don't have a problem with that. I mean this is not a who stabbed Christian case. This is, we know what happened. Well, we know part of what happened.
I will feel so much better once they just say he's stable.
Yeah.
And I've been asking. I've been asking so much.
That's what we're waiting for. Okay.
I mean, I feel like at the end, if he's not, that's a lot worse for me. But if he's not, that's just a lot worse for everybody.
Yeah. Of course.
Thanks. I need as much as I can get, honestly.
So they've asked for an update, and I asked them for an update as well. So they're checking to see what's going on, because they're.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I will do with myself if he's not okay.
No matter what.
I clearly can't be together.
No matter what happens, no matter where this falls, right? It's out of our control, right? You did what you could. Oh, so anyway.
This is not polite, is it?
Yeah, I think this is her lawyer. I'm pretty sure this guy is her lawyer, or the family lawyer. Let me pull myself up a little bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is her lawyer. I don't think this is a cop anymore, or law enforcement. I think this is her lawyer.
There's no appropriate etiquette here. But anyway, so this room is recorded, okay? So let's just, I don't want to talk about, even if it is recording right now, what we talk about is confidential. They can never use it, but I prefer that we just not talk about the case. But it's just talking about in general. No matter what his condition is, it's out of our control, right? We have no control. What's done is done. We can't undo it. We need to move forward. And my concern is you. Okay? I will be talking, obviously, to your family. Like I said, I still feel, confident that you're going home. I don't know about tonight, but just because again, the investigation is ongoing. They can hold you technically for a while. And I know your parents, while they're conducting the investigation, they can hold you, okay? But listen, your dogs are fine. I'm on it. We're going to get you home as quickly as we can, all right? I know, and straightforward with you, there are some concerns about your mental health to make sure that you're okay, because this is very traumatic. So there may be some steps taken there. Yep, come on in to make sure that you're okay. And that's it. But we're getting you home, okay?
Okay.
So, have you met the sergeant?
I have.
Okay. Come on in. So this will now be recorded. Okay. But if at any moment I feel that they should stop recording, I will tell them that. Because obviously I'm here to protect you. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Courtney, it's 10:45 p.m. right now. Okay. Let's start off with. So I have a picture. Let me know if this is Christian or not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's Christian. Okay. Yeah. So we have to inform you that Christian did not make it. Okay. Unfortunately, the doctors did what they could. And
Christian is dead.
Yes.
Oh my God. This is not real, right? Okay. There's no fucking way. Christian died? Okay. Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
Sure. Yeah. Relax. You'll be fine.
No.
Calm down. Calm down. Take deep breaths. Just take deep breaths. You're gonna be okay?
I need to hug my mom.
I'll talk to your parents and get them over here.
I cannot be left alone in like a room by myself.
You won't be.
After this. No, that's not true. That's not real, right?
It is real.
Christian is dead.
Yes. They're not gonna lie.
I know, I just can't believe it.
I'll talk to your parents. I'm gonna get your parents here ASAP.
We spoke to your parents and they're trying to do everything possible to get here as soon as possible as well.
To what?
To get your parents, for them to come over here. So they're doing everything possible right now to find a way to get down here.
Take deep breaths.
I've been crying so much. And I just can't even cry right now.
Just take deep breaths. It's a shock. Just relax. Try to relax.
Okay.
We're gonna get you somebody here. Okay.
Holy shit. No.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine.
my God. I wanted to be at the hospital. If anything happened to him, I just wanted to be at the hospital. I begged, can I please go to the hospital? I mean, obviously, they put me in cuffs at my house, but, like, I begged, can I please go to the hospital? Oh, my God, our friends, oh, my God. Mom. Me?
Still want to
I'm going to wake up tomorrow and it's going to be the same thing. Okay, that's the last time I ever talked to him. It's the last time anybody ever talks to him. Ever. The last thing he ate was fucking Subway.
Quinn, we can't undo what's already happened, so just this is going to be a process.
What I was saying to that other room, I said, God forbid, when, like, from far away, what if I had accidentally hit a little bit lower and he died? That's what I said. You remember? I said, God forbid. Then a few minutes later.
So we can't change what's occurred and get them before. So just step by step. So you'll get through this, all right? And I will. I think the detective spoke to your mom. She's trying to get a flight to get you some support because we just met an hour ago. We're going to get you some support, okay?
Once that's done and we're done photographing, we're able to take anything out.
Yeah, no, I'm just worried about.
What time are you supposed to take your meds?
Nighttime.
Nighttime? Anytime at nighttime?
So you've been taking it before bed?
Mm-hmm.
You know the name of it, just in case?
It starts with an S.
She just started on it.
It's
Right. Take a deep breath.
I cannot be in here. I need to be with my family.
We're gonna get it.
Do you know where you keep your medications at?
On top of my sink. It's like an orange bottle with the
of the bathroom?
The blue cap, yeah.
Sink in the kitchen or bathroom?
In the bathroom.
We'll get this for you as soon as possible. It should be done. Eventually we'll have a photograph of that particular area first, and get it as soon as possible.
I swear I was holding him for so effing long. And the security lady was standing right there, and I was like, why are they taking so effing long? And I was sitting there and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. happens now. And I do have another question. Damn, that's not fair for his mom and shooting to come and see him. And his birthday is in 8 days. Who has been called for him?
Well, nobody has yet. We're still trying to find his family's information.
Do you have a contact number for him? Maybe it's in your phone?
It might be recorded.
His phone?
You know his password, right?
Definitely, I do know his password, yes.
What's his password? You know, it might be easier for us to get in there.
Password is 0412.
We'll give you guys a minute. Okay?
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Let us know if you need anything else. Is there anything we can take you now? You want, in the water enough? Would you like something else to drink, like a soda instead, or something to eat?
Eat would be good. Actually, you know what? I think it'll be good for a while.
We'll be right outside you, okay?
Okay, what I really need is to hit a vape badly. I'm deeply addicted to it, and it's for stress. Okay.
Thanks. No reporting, right? Yeah, they're still reporting.
You want we can go to the next room so you guys don't talk?
Yeah, if you don't, come on.
And that's it. I think that's all it is. So that does it for her interview. So, okay, so that was the day of. I'm just making myself a little bit bigger here. Or the night of, I should say. So that's April 3rd. She clearly was distraught after being told that her actions took the life of Christian. And then they don't hold her. They don't detain her. She actually goes to Hawaii. So this was April 3rd. She goes to Hawaii to, I think she goes to a rehab, and she is arrested. Huh? Which one? All right, so I'm going to play this this news clip, but then Aaron also sent me an article that I'm going to read in a second. So let's watch this, and then I'll get over to this. This article.
On the Big Island. A woman was taken into custody by the U.S. Marshals. Big Island police say 26-year-old Courtney Clenney was arrested for murder in the second degree as part of an ongoing investigation out of Florida. According to the Miami Herald, Clenney is accused of stabbing her boyfriend to death back in April. She's in Hawaii police custody, where she has a court hearing scheduled for tomorrow. Authorities are seeking to have her extradited back to Florida.
All right. So let me find this article that all right, so this was from May 12th. All right, May 12th of 2022. So Rolling Stone interviewed people who knew the couple. They say Clenney, better known on social media, Courtney Taylor, blah, blah, blah. According to friends, Clenney often abused alcohol, which sometimes made her violent. The reality is we did see a lot of DV, and it was on her end. An unnamed friend who knew the couple when they lived in Austin told Rolling Stone. Let's see. Miami-Dade medical examiner told Rolling Stone Obumseli's death was ruled a homicide. Police have not arrested anyone. So remember, this was May. This was back in May. Clenney's attorney, Frank Prieto, alleged that his client stabbed Obumseli after he tried to choke her. And she was covered in blood from trying to revive him before calling 911. But Obumseli's family demands justice. They believe it was an unprovoked attack. And let's see. The couple's friend said Clenney was typically the aggressor. A friend who knew them in Austin would often see her pulling him aside at gatherings to argue. Another friend who is a social media influencer recalled seeing Clenney pushing her boyfriend on multiple occasions, often starting an altercation over him allegedly looking at other women. So remember that Colorado? Oh, you know what? Here, let me come over here. Yeah. Aaron updated this, so we can come back over here. So this is now an updated graphic. Thank you, Aaron, for updating that. So remember that video we watched at the top of the stream? I think it was like the second. Well, first it was the Las Vegas one where she threw a glass, right? She said, oh, I guess I threw a glass. I have a tendency to do that, right? She literally said, I tend to do that. And then the Colorado one where whoever is just sitting there recording them, and she goes off on him, and it was all about him looking or texting with three other women, and he's like, yeah, you, and you. And then in the elevator, she's hitting him. So she definitely is the aggressor, for sure. We saw that 3 times. 3 times we've seen that. Well, 2 times we've seen it in action. 1 time we've heard it out of her mouth. He was always trying to be patient, and he was like, she's only like that when she's drinking, always making an excuse, and we would be like, it's not cool. You can't just be getting the crap beat out of you, the unnamed Austin friend told Rolling Stone. So at the time of this, she was due in Texas for driving under the influence on September 16th of 2020. She was also being sued by a woman in Texas in a separate incident after a car crash. So Clenney's attorney admitted to Rolling Stone that she was physically violent, but he claimed that witnesses have accused Obumseli of being the same behind closed doors. However, the Austin friend rejected that allegation against Obumseli. She recalled Clenney denying to her that Obumseli was hurting her in private. So there's a little bit of more backstory. All right, so we watched that. We got a full day for you guys, so don't go anywhere. All right, so here is a hearing. We're going to now get into some hearings. This is a hearing from November 17th. Now remember, she's arrested August 10th, 2022. She takes a plea, and then that hearing is going to be August 10th of 2026. Isn't it interesting how things happen? I just thought that's like so intriguing to me that it worked out that way. All right, so this is a hearing, and they are going to be talking about this body cam. They're going to be talking about the police interview in this hearing. So let's watch this.
Courtney's plea for help again.
It's all under my name.
Okay, just to have judge again. This is so clear. She's trying to get a restraining order. She testifies as to had he been violent in the past. She says yes, and the officers kind of just they brush right past that instead of saying, "Hey, why don't you tell us about that abuse?" She does say that's not her thing, but she knows she wants him gone. 2 days, less than 48 hours before the incident.
It's all under my name. I pay the whole expense. He has never paid for anything. I'm a friend. He has never paid for a friend. I broke up with him. He said my mom came out. So I told him to break up with him, and he sat in my elevator inside. He's so confronted. And I was like, just stop.
We get down here to the lobby area. Her boyfriend comes charging.
Again, what's important, Judge, in that video, I know you've seen it. independent witnesses talking about Obumseli charging at Courtney to the point that they had to intervene, which is consistent, again, with what happened on April 3rd, where she says to the detective, he was charging at me, running at me, coming at me. I could see the whites of his eyes. Not an isolated incident of abuse by Obumseli on Courtney. No problem. Judge, you recall the end of that video, crystal clear. I want a restraining order against Obumseli. Judge, important, again, mischaracterization, misleading by the state in this case. This is the video of the officer in Las Vegas where Courtney gets arrested for domestic abuse by throwing a glass towards Mr. Obumseli that she admitted to the officer. What the state doesn't tell you is at the beginning of the body-worn camera is that this security officer tells them, hey, my people went upstairs and there's clumps of hair on the floor. There was a struggle. And again, Courtney protected Obumseli, didn't say anything until she realized, wait, I'm getting arrested. Officer, I didn't tell you everything that happened. Well, you could, I'll supplement my report, but you're going to jail. That's what happened. Courtney was abused that day by Obumseli. The video, I'm sure Your Honor saw it, the condition of Mr. Obumseli on that video in the morning. And you could see how Courtney's interaction was with the detective. Like that. The state failed to provide Your Honor this information.
The female calls while she's calling security. She's basically saying, like, get your hands off me. You get up there, they both at one point commit to physical altercation inside the room. The room upstairs is assassin. Okay. I think there's an alleged hair pulling of her. Alleged hair pulling? Hair pulling, right? The guy is saying that didn't happen. So, I just walked by and he's like thrown up into a trash can, so I have no idea what their deal is.
Again, that officer says both people admitted to getting physical. Courtney ends up going to jail for that. This is the end of the video where she talks about it. I'm not telling you everything.
Consider battery of domestic violence is a mandatory arrest.
Okay, there's a lot that I didn't say because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Again, protecting her abuser so that he doesn't get in trouble. The text messages, the state has tried to make a case about what these text messages show. Again, these are text messages. They're lacking in context, they're lacking in tone, they're lacking in expression. If this is the state's case, it definitely doesn't meet the standard of proof, evidence, presumption, great, nor substantial likelihood. Again, what's important about these text messages are, after there's some discussion about some incidents, what always happens is Courtney says to Obumseli, go ahead and tell them what happened because then I will say what really happened. I'm not afraid. She was not afraid to say what would happen if he called the police. And those are what these text messages show. Clearly, Judge, we're not denying this was a toxic relationship. Mr. Clenney knew it. Miss Clenney knew it. Everybody knew it except for Courtney and Mr. Obumseli. He says, I'm not saying anything because tell them your side and I'll tell them what happened. And he never says anything because he's afraid of the truth because the truth would hurt. The state tries to say that Courtney is acting, I think that what the state's trying to prove by some of the text messages was like, that she's acting in ill will by her use of certain things. Again, these are text messages without context. She mentions too, without getting into the details, but in her interview, I know Your Honor's looked at it, she talks about Christian, I believe, was holding a knife to himself in the bathroom, he committing self-harm.
I don't remember exactly what the situation was, but he had taken a knife, he grabbed it from my face, and then I got scared, and he kept waving at me, but it wasn't for me, and then he took it to the extra room and shut the door, and he had the history of self-harm, so I kind of said, okay, well, I'm going to take it, regardless of whether or not what's going on. And I tried to open the door, and he wouldn't open the door, so I got really scared that he was doing something, and I couldn't control myself cuffed. And he wasn't very happy with me about that, but I was really scared.
Did you tell him what he was going to do to himself?
And he tried to do many things, but I don't know where he was right then.
So you know,
bipolar.
We know, again, the nature of the relationship. It's described by Courtney, and in the context of this, we know that Courtney, when she describes this attack, clearly had no other choice but to defend herself. She talks about seeing the whites of his eyes and her level of fear.
We became like a different college. Like we were obviously doing something to so this kind of like over by the door, and someone would take over and like we were standing by the couch, getting more position, and I was in the kitchen. And then he started all right inside, and it was like coming at me, and so I grabbed one of these knives, like I'm coming for Christmas, I grabbed one, and I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just like, I was like, don't come anywhere closer to me. Because I mean, earlier, that happened so many times I couldn't fucking breathe. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. And it's very scary. And I just think, like, just like that, thing, like, you know he's okay. If he's choking and he's angry enough, he might like, I mean, this is different, I think. But if he's like choking me or like hitting me or something, I can't breathe, he might go long. So I grabbed my knife, I said, don't come anywhere close to me. I have absolutely no intention of using it. I was calling my mom, and he's coming at me like he's going to grab me with the phone or the knife or something, and so I was just like, I was like, don't come any closer.
Now, what's important here, the state, talks about, I flung it. The detective in this case couldn't remember a lot of things. Your Honor can evaluate his testimony, but what's important, especially in this type of case, would be, hey, you know what? Let's talk about how you flung that knife. Did you throw it? Did you wind up? He never goes to have her describe it. Really fails to have her go through, because that would have been something that probably should have been done. Show me again, how'd you throw the knife? He goes through this statement with her 3 times and never goes and does follow-up. But again, Your Honor has gone through the full statement. It is not inconsistent. The detective even said, I asked a couple of times because sometimes people remember more detail when you go through it again. And that's what her statement is. It's not inconsistent at all. Again, at the end when she says, he asked her if this is justified, which obviously is a legal conclusion, but at the end, which the state, again, leaves out, is when she says...
I do not think that this was... I don't know. I really don't know.
All right. So for some reason we only get, I think that clip was just really about the interview or interrogation. All right. So next we're going to get to another hearing from, actually that was out of order. Sorry guys, this is from September 7th. That other one was from November. My bad. I put that out of order. All right. This is a hearing from September 7th. So apologies for getting that out of order. All right, here is her. These are her parents. Her parents come into this. They come into this down the road. We'll get into that. But her parents play a role in this hearing. Or this whole case. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, okay. You got 85. Yeah.
No, that's an amended.
Yeah, for us, we sold way down.
The cameras are on you 24/7 right now. I said the cameras are on you 24/7, so just be mindful. That's all. Okay, and look up where I'm looking at right now. Be careful with your name. So what you saying?
I can't drink my coffee in peace.
Okay. Then when you drink, just do this.
Just run that. Understand.
We're about 1 minute early. Both sides ready to begin?
The state is ready.
All right, thank
Good
you.
morning.
We're on the record. All right, good morning, everyone. We're here on the matter of State of Florida versus Courtney Clenney, felony case number 2214137. Counsels, your appearances for the record, please.
Khalil Quinnan on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. Frank Prieto on behalf of Ms. Clenney.
And Sabrina Puglisi on behalf of Ms. Clenney, who is present before the court.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Scott Ponce on behalf of Miami Herald. Can you grant the leave to adjourn?
Yes. Thank you. All right, this matter is set for today on the defense's motion for entry of a protective order and request for injunctive relief. Both sides ready to proceed?
State is ready.
Yes, Judge, defense is ready.
Just a few questions before I hear arguments of counsel. The matter is set for evidentiary hearing. At the last setting, I had inquired whether or not there was going to be any amendments or any supplemental filings. The court is under the understanding that there have not been any updated nor revised pleadings. Is that right?
Judge, no, that's incorrect. On August 29th, the defense filed an omnibus reply to both Miami Herald and the state. I do have a courtesy copy for the court.
Right.
Well, here's a color copy.
Was that sent to the
It was e-filed.
Okay. And from the state?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Ponce?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
All right. So there has not been an amended declaration filed as of yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. What was that? Okay.
Your Honor?
Just 1 second, Mr. Prieto, I'll take a look at your reply.
Yeah, I was going to offer the color copy. It is a little bit easier to read when you get towards the affidavit.
Sure.
Sure. It is the same. It's got the stamp on it.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. I'd like an opportunity to review your reply.
I appreciate that, Judge. And next time I will make sure that Your Honor gets a copy with a binder with the relevant pleadings. I apologize. I thought you
It's
would have
okay,
received
no
it.
need to apologize. We'll take a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess.
I don't know how long it takes to transfer.
Back on the record. Thank you, please be seated. Right, we're back on the record. The court has had an opportunity, Mr. Diego, to review the defense's reply and the attachment as well. All right? And both sides are now ready to proceed.
The state is ready.
All right, Mr. Diego, it's the defense's burden. You may begin.
Yes, Judge, just to put this kind of in context, we're here on the defense's motion for protective order because of the influence that media can have on the fair and impartial administration of justice in this courtroom. In order to provide for the fair and impartial administration of justice for Ms. Clenney in this matter, we're requesting that Your Honor issue a protective order limiting the amount of discovery that would become subject to Chapter 119. We believe that the State Attorney's Office, beginning the day after Ms. Clenney's arrest, mobilized the media and utilized them as a tool. It's clear that the family of the decedent in this case also did the same. At a news conference the day after Ms. Clenney's arrest, put forth by the State Attorney's Office, where the victim's family was present, where the victim's attorney was present, and was given access to the State Attorney's news conference at the end after Ms. Rundle was done speaking. The most poignant part about that State Attorney news conference was the release of an elevator video that depicted a physical altercation between Ms. Clenney and Mr. Obumseli. In that video, which has been disseminated by millions now and edited, it's not, the State Attorney put it out there without any context. The beginning of that video shows Ms. Clenney trying to keep Mr. Obumseli from getting onto the elevator. It's important to note that that elevator also goes directly to that apartment. But why is that important here? The drip, drip, and drip of release of video in this case, or audio, pictures, pornography, is going to erode our client's right to a fair and impartial trial down the road, guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment and the Florida Constitution. Now that Rule 2.420 of the Rules of the Judicial Administration talk about the power that the court has, as outlined in my reply, and subject obviously to the Lewis test. We have to show that there's no other alternative other than seeking some type of closure, and in this case, a partial closure. The defense submits that we have met the burden by using the attached affidavit, which we submit to the court's evidence in this matter, and that is the affidavit of Michael Haas. But I'd like to go back. Before becoming a public record, well, let me back up. It's clear, once the state turns over discovery to the defense, it becomes subject to Chapter 119, which has its own built-in exceptions, one of them being protecting the interests of third parties. In some cases, the defendant's confessions are protected. So these things would be redacted, and we'd like to hear from the state how they would plan to redact those items. But as a threshold matter, under the Rules of Judicial Administration, Your Honor has the power and the discretion, as indicated by the appellate courts. It's in the sound discretion of the trial judge to grant or limit criminal discovery. And that's State v. Kuntzman 643, SO2D 1172, and that's a third DCA case out of 1994. The Rules of Judicial Administration allow Your Honor to issue protective orders for discovery. Clear, black and white letter of the law. It's done very often in federal cases, more so to protect government procedures and investigative techniques, but it is done very often more so in federal than it is done in state. Why is it so important here? the Miami Herald, in their response to my motion, put forth some numbers about how many website hits that were related to the article concerning the elevator. And they're like 4,000 here, 4,000 there, 2,000 here on their articles. Just on their articles. And no offense to the Miami Herald, but they're not this discovery, which will contain salacious materials. They want it all. To bump up the click, ka-ching, which is the money, the revenue that they're driving through the clicks to their site. That's the motivation here for the Herald, to intervene. It's not to protect the public, freedom of the press for the public. They need clicks. That, when we're countering the weight and the influence that this will have on Ms. Clenney's trial down the road, her right to a fair and impartial jury, which I submit to the court by the state already releasing that video, has already elongated the jury selection process by days. This continued drip of information coming through the discovery, which is listed, there's thousands of photos. They did a cell phone download of Ms. Clenney's phone, which is going to contain hundreds of the generation, hundreds, probably thousands of text messages. It's also going to contain content that she would use on her OnlyFans site, which has nothing to do with the events of August 3rd, 2022, I'm sorry, April 3rd, 2022, when Ms. Clenney had to defend herself. It's going to contain, this drop of discovery, I'm submitting a terabyte drive to the state, is going to contain personal text messages with her family, friends, third parties that have nothing to do with this case. And that's going to be subject to Chapter 119, and the media, through Ed Griffith and the State Attorney's Office, they're going to send links to the media. Here's your public records request link to this video, and it's going to contain saying that, oh, we think this video depicts the aggressive nature of Ms. Clenney, offering her own commentary, which, if you turn to the affidavit of Mr. Haas, sorry, Judge, if we can have a moment. Days before. This case needs to be tried in this courtroom with the protections that I know Your Honor will give us to a fair and impartial trial. Jury, and under the rules of judicial administration, a fair and impartial administration of justice. That's why we're here, Judge. The influence that the release of these irrelevant discovery materials will have on her constitutional right to a fair trial. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Plea? Anything further?
No, Judge. That's the affidavit is the only evidence.
This court rely on your motion in reply and the affidavit of Michael Haas. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And just for verification, this court's review of the affidavit of Michael Haas, it does not seem to address the geographic location of his research, correct?
That is correct, Judge.
Okay. Unlike the declaration submitted by the Miami Herald, which does address the specific Tri-County geographic location of their research.
That is correct, and Mr. Haas attempted to garner that information to verify the local hits associated with those Herald articles, but that information was not accessible to him due to limitations and parameters set on the website that is controlled by the Miami Herald.
Okay, thank you. Any response?
Yes, Judge.
Who would like to go first?
I do not mind it. I believe mine will probably be lengthier, so I don't mind.
If he's going to be lengthier, I'll be shorter. Your Honor, thanks for having us today. Scott Ponce on behalf of the Miami Herald. I actually want to talk about what the law requires. Now, I won't belabor the point because I think what Your Honor just said is very important, pointing out where these views have come from. But the right of access to this material isn't driven by how many clicks there are, how many ka-chings there are, how many drips there are. It's not a numbers-based analysis. There's no bright line that says it's had X amount of views maybe you restrict it. If you've had less than X, maybe you don't restrict it. Once the information is given, Mr. Prieto said this, and he's absolutely right, once the information is given or required to be given to the defendant, it becomes a public record. And the way it works, logistically, if that's the right way to say it, is a public records request is made upon the state attorney's office, and the state attorney's office then complies with the public records request, claims exemptions that it deems should be. That's asked, first, closure is necessary to prevent a serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice. And that's the basket in which the defendant has put all of her eggs. And what counsel is arguing is the threat to the administration of justice is that absent closure, the defendant's right to an impartial and fair trial as guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment will be violated. I think it's important to at least say for the record, and it's cited in our papers, and we've cited a couple decisions, we could have cited 10 more, about what it means to have a fair and impartial juror is someone who, even if they've heard about something, will agree to put aside any preconceived notions and agree to base their decision on the evidence that's submitted in court. That's what a fair and impartial juror is. So why did we come forward, Your Honor, with the numbers of readership, or number of clicks, as it were, of the articles and video in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties? About 10 years ago, just like Mr. Prieto argued, about 10 years ago we subscribed to my client's newspaper, but they don't. And we submit the numbers we submitted in Ms. Lippman's affidavit to show that even if this were a horse race about how many clicks there are, there's just not that many locally. There's not. And the notion that in a county, and again, the cases, we cite a lot of cases for this and a lot of block quotes in our paper, the notion that you're in a county as large as Miami-Dade County, that you're not going to be able to seat an impartial and fair juror is just ridiculous. It's just not true. And that kind of segues into the second prong of the Lewis test, because again, the Lewis test is the test we're governed by here. The second prong of the Lewis test says, no alternatives are available. I'm sorry, let's throw that there. No alternatives are available other than a change of venue, which would protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. And in the reply the defendant filed, I think it's about 4 lines, 2 sentences. Really skipped over it, and this is a very important prong. In every trial Your Honor has ever conducted as a trial judge in criminal court, in every trial Your Honor did when she was an attorney, before she was a judge, we use voir dire to weed out any juror who gives any suggestion that they can't be impartial for whatever reason. They're related to an attorney, they know the defendant. It's a coastline case and they love to go on cruises. You would do the same thing here, Your Honor, as you would do in every case that's been in this courtroom. You're going to see if anyone in the veneer gives any indication that he or she can't be impartial and base their verdict on the evidence that comes out in the courtroom. So on that basis alone, there's no reason, the plaintiff can't meet the test. And the third prong, Your Honor, is that closure would be effective in protecting the rights of the accused without being broader than necessary to accomplish this purpose. Defendant, and it's their evidentiary burden, there's been no indication to show the circulation or the views of any of these videos in Miami-Dade County. And indeed, if you look at some of the screenshots, it's a little hard for me to see, I don't have a color copy, but some of the screenshots are like from the Dallas News, from NBC Today show. I mean, they're not local. They're not local. And so, Your Honor, I won't belabor the point. I know the state wants to speak as well. Just the Lewis test has not been met here, and there's no basis for you to grant the relief that the defendant seeks. If Your Honor doesn't have any more questions, I will.
I do. I have one question.
Okay.
And what is your client's position and your position as to the defense's in the alternative request for partial disclosure?
Well, I don't know what that means. It sounds like being kind of pregnant. I mean, once the defendant gets the materials, they become public records. And the fact that the defendant is showing it to them in a meeting and then taking it back to their office and they're going to talk about it, I think the kind of toothpaste attitude, to use a little bit too many metaphors here, I think that once it's been seen, that's gone. I mean, it's hard for me, having obviously not seen this and not knowing what's there, it's hard for me to talk about what I don't know. I mean, the defendant made the decision, strategic or otherwise, to come in and ask Your Honor for a prophylactic, preemptive relief. Just stop everything from coming out. They could have waited and said, here are the 3 things that we think for whatever reason should not be gone out, and done it in a much more targeted, specific way, but that's not what they did. You know, we're here on day 2 these hearings, they came with what they came with. They didn't change their approach, I don't think, in the reply. It was their decision to come and request this kind of blanket preemptive relief, and it's just not appropriate. There's no grounds for it.
Thank you, Mr. Ponce.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May it please the court to open on behalf of the state. Mr. Ponce for the Herald has addressed a lot of this, so my remarks will be significantly reduced. First and foremost, just to address that point, the state made an argument about rightness and its written motion, and I did acknowledge that written in our papers that the defendant's motion was not right, but would inevitably be right. And part of the fundamental problem, and Mr. Ponce just addressed it in the defendant's motion, is that frankly they do not know what they do not know, and they are asking this court to issue a blanket order preventing the state from complying with state law as part of the executive branch. And that's my segue first to the defendant's reply, because the defendant is operating under rules of judicial administration about court documents. As is clear in their pleadings, for example, the legislature is not subject to public records requests because the legislature has not created laws that apply to them. Chapter 119 is what governs the state of Florida and its obligations to comply. And frankly, normally these issues are contested between the state and the Herald, where there are disputes as to what is or is not exempted. The problem here is that we are unusually in agreement where a blanket order is not appropriate, and my job as a prosecutor is to be a minister of justice and inform the court of that. The defendant's motion is not proper for various reasons. One, it's asking the court to sit in excess of the legislature and say Chapter 119 does not apply because we don't like it. And that's not appropriate. Secondly, and I made this argument about equitable relief, and I think it translates also about the quote-unquote drip, drip, drip. This case became newsworthy because of a particularly bloody video that was posted on the news. Instead of remaining silent, the defendant chose to release a public statement on April 8th and released it to local news. A month later, while there was still intrigue, the defendant released another statement to Rolling Stone and Fox News. A month after that, there were more statements. Frankly, it was Mr. Prieto who both informed the press and the state of Ms. Clenney's arrest. He, Mr. Prieto, sent myself and Ms. Hogue an email asking if we had issued an arrest warrant, which at that time was under seal, and frankly, I could have been held in contempt of court had I disclosed it to anyone. And he was the entity that made it known for the state and the press. Again, I have to note, I was in contact with the U.S. Marshals in Hawaii, and they had not called me yet, because Ms. Clenney was allowed to call her mother before, who relayed the message, I imagine, to Mr. Prieto of her arrest, before the state was even aware. It was because of Mr. Prieto and the defendant's conduct that frankly there is such scrutiny, and as a public office, we are obligated to answer to the public. As I noted in our papers, the surveillance video that was provided, as much as Mr. Prieto would choose to argue admissibility, I will not go down that rabbit hole. But the simple fact is, that is less than 0.25% of the total discovery in this case. And as Mr. Prieto mentioned about text messages, first it was the victim's phone that we've accessed, not the defendant's phone, and that's noted in the discovery exhibits. But there are 12,220 text messages between them alone. For us to sit over those 9,000 pages on a PDF and go line by line with Mr. Prieto to decide what to disclose to the press is not attainable. First, because frankly it would push the state to have to disclose what it will and will not seek to admit in court. Besides that, one, never made, but two, of particular scrutiny. And that's both criminal and non-criminal. And I can go on for days about other cases, but I won't. The simple fact is the defendant has failed to meet their burden. They're asking the court to, frankly, allow them to control the narrative. And that's without knowing what the discovery is. More than 90% of cases close out to plea resolutions, and God only knows what this case will ultimately resolve as. But the defendant doesn't even know what they're asking the court to seal. And because of that, the court must deny their motion. It is not right. It is not sufficiently narrowly tailored. And frankly, it's asking the court to do something that is not within the court's authority. And for those reasons, we ask that the court deny their motion on the merits.
Thank you. Any final words, Mr. Plea?
Yeah, Judge, I would like to pick up on counsel for the Herald saying, you know, that the toothpaste is out of the tube. That's exactly the problem that we have here. Once the toothpaste comes out of the tube, we can't get it back in. So what the state is arguing and what the Herald's arguing is saying, hey, just let it all become public record, and then, Mr. Prieto, you and your defense team filter through it and file your objections or motions to seal at that point. At that point, the cat's out of the bag, the toothpaste is out of the tube. We cannot. What will happen is the state will release this under Chapter 119. The media is going to gobble it up in a room full of reporters. Ooh, look what I found. Look at this. And by that time, the defense wouldn't have had an opportunity to have drafting motion, draft some type of protective order, bring it before your honor. That's why we're just trying to preempt the just dump of all these mostly, and I take issue with the state saying, we know exactly what is evidence in this case. The cell phones, Ms. Clenney produced her content on her cell phone. We know that that is out there. Mr. Obumseli's phone probably had some adult content on there as well. Photos, performances that have absolutely nothing to do with adjudging Ms. Clenney innocent of these charges. This is going to turn into a circus of media outlets publishing salacious material that has absolutely nothing to do with guilt or innocence in this case. We can't undo it once it's there. Once it's justice as they should be, it prevents the defense from doing the same thing, which I'm happy to do. Something needs to be put in place, Judge, to guarantee my client's right, but also the orderly administration of justice in this courtroom. Judge, I received, just to talk about the impact of releasing these later, there's no way her self-defense story holds up. She's a psycho that needs to be locked up. This is not the only one, but this is the attention that this garnered. Somebody felt the need to go and communicate with me directly because of this video. And there is no way that the state or the defense can tell you exactly where all these clips come from. What we know, the volume is extraordinary. Millions and millions, which in order to protect the fair administration of justice under the rules of judicial administration, when looking at future voir dire, I think a partial protective order is appropriate, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you both. Anything further from either side?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not by the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you both for your persuasive arguments. As I said before, this court has had the opportunity to review all motions filed, including the reply that was provided to the court today. I had an opportunity to review the case law that was cited in the intervener's response to the motion, as well as the declarations and the affidavits of both experts. Based on argument presented during this hearing, based on the written pleadings, the legal authority, and the declarations respectfully, the motion for a protective order and injunctive relief is denied. This court finds that although this court may have some discretion pursuant to the rules of judicial administration, this court is bound by legal authority, which is the Lewis test and the three-pronged test. Respectfully, I find that the defense has failed to establish by a preponderance of the evidence that all three prongs of the Lewis test has been established. My ruling is without prejudice. At this time, just for verification, the state has not provided initial discovery, correct?
We filed discovery exhibit, Judge, and I've consulted with our public records custodian, and the proffer of that evidence thus subjected to public records requests. As I mentioned, however, and I forgot to note it just because it wasn't on the merits of the defendant's motion, but not everything contained within discovery is subjected to public records requests. So, for example, a confession of a defendant is not subject to a public records request until the resolution of the case. That's explicit in Chapter 119. That's explicit for the purpose, as such counsel has noted, about protecting the defendant's right to a fair trial, because if we released a confession, theoretically, then the public would be tainted against that witness, or against that defendant. So private material, pornography, sexually explicit material, I imagine my office, because of my personal experience, will have significant objections to, and that's assuming we ever get to the point where the Miami Herald makes that request, which I doubt, frankly, they would. And I think, frankly, we'd be successful at that point in succeeding in the Lewis test, and that would be the state that would pursue that, not the defense. And that's true across the board. So we've provided an exhibit. We have proffered that to the defense. We're awaiting whatever digital medium they choose to provide us to give it to them. There is still a significant amount of evidence that we are waiting on, and warrants that are still pending on particular mediums, such as the defendant's cell phone, for example. And so I think we're just in the early stages at this point, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Judge, and not just, I'm providing Mr. Quinnen the defense's check for the 1 terabyte drive so they can get cracking on discovery.
Okay. We already have future sounding and trial dates.
We do.
We'll keep those dates. If there's anything else that needs to be placed on the calendar before then, please feel free to do so, and you can coordinate scheduling with my judicial assistant. Anything further?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, thank you both. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a 12 o'clock.
Oh.
All right, short recess.
All right. Yes, she took a plea, and the court has to accept that plea. And that's on Monday. That's going to be on Monday. We've heard a couple different times. We've heard 9 o'clock. We've heard 10:30. So it'll be in the morning. I'm hoping that it will be a couple hours at least, because I'm thinking about Colt Gray, right? I mean, it's basically, it was like a little mini trial. He accepted a plea. Actually, he pled not. Wait. No, he did accept the plea. So I'm just thinking that it was a non-negotiated plea. So he went from not guilty to non-negotiated plea. So she did not. She accepted a plea. So she was charged with second degree, but I don't know if that's going to, what did she ultimately plead up? Well, she didn't plead up to. She pled down to. So I'm hoping that we hear from at least like 911 first responders. Maybe the medical examiner. Maybe. I mean, at least I hope we hear from some people. And then, we'll hear victim impact statements, I'm sure. And I'm sure we'll hear, impact statements on her side, too. Maybe her parents will talk. I'm not sure. But an interesting factoid. All right. So a lot of you were talking about the 911 call. So 4:33 p.m., Christian returns home with the sandwiches, right? I think he went to Subway. I think that's what she said. He went to Subway. 4:43, she calls her mother, and that lasts about 6 minutes. So that's about 10 minutes. He gets home, and then about 10 minutes later, she calls her mom. Then she calls her mom again at 4:49. So basically, calls, and that lasts 7 minutes. So she's on the phone with her mom like 13 minutes. And that ends at 4:56. At 4:46, neighbors reported disturbance to building security. Security calls 911. So she calls her mom at 4:43. 911 is called at 4:46. That's only 3 minutes. It's only a 3-minute difference. Then she calls her mom again, like I said. Then at 4:57, okay, that's when she calls 911. So she hangs up with her mom at 4:46. Then she calls. Here, let me take a screenshot of this. Let me take a screenshot of this so you guys can see what I'm saying. So you can see what I'm talking about here. All right, so all right, here's what I'm talking about. So she's on the phone with her mom. All right, so 4:43, and you can see the citation. CBS News is reporting this. South Florida, NBC6. So these are, PLG. These are all reputable news outlets. So Christian gets home at 4:33. She calls mom at 4:43. And then neighbors report at 4:46. That's only 3 minutes after she calls her mom. And then she calls mom again at 4:49. So was she on the phone with her mom while they were having this fight? Or did they have this fight and she threw the knife and then she's like screaming, yelling. I'm sure she's freaking out. Then she talks to her mom. And then she hangs up with her mom at 4:56, and then the minute later she calls 911. Right? So. This is so similar to Blaze Taylor. He called his dad after Jade was on the bed, right? And his dad's like, call 911, call 911. I don't know. I would guess her mom is probably saying the same thing. Call 911. All right. So that's that little timeline. I think that's kind of important. All right. So now we're going to get to another hearing. This is from November 15th. All right. So let's get to this. This one's long. This is like 4.5 hours. So this is the meat of our day right here. This hearing coming up. Excuse me. All right. Another thing I wanted to read to you guys is that the state stepped away. I don't know if we're going to hear about that now in this trial. I don't think it's this trial or this hearing. I'm sorry. I'll get to that when we get to it. But the state did remove themselves from the case. And then the defense wanted it was the lead prosecutor, and the defense wanted all of the state to be removed, and they were like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. All right.
Copy for you. You see, I'm good. I know, but I'm good, sir. Thank you.
There's her parents again.
They're coming.
So her parents are always there supporting her.
I mean, I can.
I know you're the best, man.
Hey, I gotta buy you a drink now.
I don't know who that is talking. Is that the cameraman or is that the bailiff? Fast forward a little bit here. When does this actually start?
As well as my co-counsel Sabrina Puglisi.
Welcome everybody, and I know that there are probably family members who are out in the audience as well. So I know that this is probably an emotional day for everybody. A reminder that if you don't need to step out, that's absolutely fine. If you need anything from my bailiff, his name is Ollie, he can help you. Reminder to just remain respectful and courteous and quiet as the proceeding. So let's go ahead and get started. Court versus Clenney.
First and foremost, the defendant's argument to preclude the state from using the recorded statements, frankly, for the purposes of this setting at least, is untimely. It is a substantive motion as outlined by the case law. It requires competent substantial evidence for which the burden's on the defendant. Before the court, there isn't any, not even an affidavit to submit to the court. So the defendant would be unable to support its burden under the case law to meet the two-pronged test as I outlined previously to the court. Furthermore, as it pertains to that issue, there are 4 videos. I'm just going to mention the videos because I don't have them off the top of my head and I have to stop my argument to go mention them. The first video is in the lobby of a building in public, clear as day. I mean, the defense can't even on its face make an argument to that, assuming that they somehow meet the two-prong test. The second aspect as it pertains to the three following recordings, frankly, defense is
All right, the audio and the video does get better, you guys. Just hang in there. It does get better. They clean up their audio and video. Yeah, so it does get better in a minute or two. Just hang in there.
It is an audio recording by security from the outside of the building.
Really quickly, when we saw you right there, before I watched, I didn't see a video portion to any of them under Exhibit 11. Like, where are they?
Or agree with me, as my recommendation, there's no expectation of privacy there, period, bar none. So the defense would be impossible for the defense to show an expectation of privacy as it pertains to that. The 3 remaining ones, I would agree that they occurred in their apartment. Very brief snippets. You can see the apartment from the inside, either the TV or the clothing on the floor or something to that effect. So I don't disagree with that. And assuming the defense is able to make their showing the two-prong test, they would fail on the reasonable expectation of privacy. Explicitly, actually, the defense exhibit G, which while they characterize it as, quote, audio surveillance, I have for the court the incident report from the building that day, February 26, 2022, where the security guard said that she recorded the woman's voice. It's the last sentence on that. So it's a recording from the outside of the apartment. So certainly a recording from the outside of the apartment is different than a recording from the inside of the apartment. But the point is that if it's audible from the outside of the apartment, she does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy. And the very nature of her shouting and the building sending her emails about the arguments, police responding uncalled by her or anybody else because of the arguments, necessarily relates that a reasonable person shouting at the top of their lungs can expect that their neighbors will hear it and possibly record it. The fact that Christian recorded it is of no consequence. Whether she consented to it is of no consequence because
Specifically asked in video number 3.
3, 5, if I'm not mistaken, it's items 3, 5, and 7, because I believe the videos are odd numbers and the metadata are the even numbers on Exhibit 11.
Judge, with respect to the lobby video, we don't have an objection to that. But it's clear that there is no video. Your Honor's correct. There is no video on these other recordings because the recording device, which is the phone, is secreted on his person. So that's why there is no video, because it's on his person. With respect to the state's argument about the security could hear outside, that's a separate incident. That is not the day of these recordings. And this apartment, and this actually is important later on in our presentation. This apartment had an elevator that goes directly into the apartment. It's got basically its own floor, own entrance. This is not an apartment building that has multiple units separated by thin drywall. Okay, this apartment had its own floor, and the state cannot dispute that. The state also cannot dispute that this was a surreptitious recording, secreted on his person. Therefore, it's a clear violation of 934. It's an illegal wiretap. This is a two-party state. And the only thing the defense has to show is that there's an expectation of privacy and that society is willing to accept that. And that's in Canario, I think it's in Canario, I can't pronounce it, in Serrano, Sabres in Serrano, which is 473 Southern 2nd, 1272. And that is a Supreme Court case from 85. That case talks about, is there a reasonable expectation of privacy for the oral communication, which clearly it's an oral communication, and whether or not society is willing to accept it. What more would society be willing to accept than somebody, whether they're raising their voice, yelling, screaming, than their own apartment? That is clearly, we've met the burden and the standards that is elicited or is laid out in State versus Incarnati. Further, Judge, the recording, the big difference between the recording that the defense submitted to you with, I think it was G, is a recording by a security guard from the One Paraiso building. Pursuant to her job duties, she is investigating a disturbance. Anything she records during her duties is something that it would be, number one, it's not going to be hearsay because it would be a business record, right? Kept in the regular course of business. And so, I don't even, again, hearsay could be admissible in this type of hearing, so I won't even address that. But what is different is that was a call to security for a disturbance. Normally, there would not be anybody outside her door. There wouldn't be. So the reasonable expectation of privacy that Ms. Clenney had is obvious. And I think it's an expectation of privacy that society is clearly willing to accept in one's own apartment under the circumstances of this particular case.
So let me say this. First of all, I'm going to deny your request for not having this as a hearing because it's untimely. I'm going to go ahead and allow argument to the court so that I can make a ruling as to whether or not these recordings are going to be in evidence for the purposes of this apartment hearing only. I think that you can make arguments both ways as to the defense's allegations as well as the state. So I'm going to go ahead and hear arguments and make a ruling on it. Second, the recording that is taken by the security officer at the apartment building, are you both agreeing that that is a recording of the same incident that is being played under?
No, that was February 26th, Judge. Again, it took a little bit of digging because it was resaved as a different thing, so I didn't know what it was in reference to. Once I located it, I located the adjoining report, which again I have for counsel and for the court. And so it is not the same incident, but again, the premise of that argument, and frankly the fact that it's audible from the outside at this point, we can agree that it is not inaudible. We can hear Ms. Clenney screaming.
And was that also taken from inside of your apartment building?
So that distinction doesn't matter, Judge, because if it can be heard outside, it doesn't matter if Ms. Clenney is expecting someone to be outside her apartment or not.
That's not my point. My point was that were they inside the apartment when that
Yes.
was taken? So it could be heard outside the apartment?
Yes. So the defense's exhibit G is an audio recording from the outside of the apartment. It actually illustrates the state's point as to why Ms. Clenney would not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in audio sound waves that are beyond the reaches of her apartment. The detective can testify if necessary, but there were complaints from individuals 2 floors above and 2 floors below. So irrespective of the private floor, quote unquote, there were 3 months worth of Ms. Clenney screaming. And again, just as a reasonable matter, an individual does not have an expectation of privacy in their sound waves being too far and too loud for other people to hear. And again, it's audible that she is screaming in the videos.
Judge, just as a final matter, the way this building is laid out, and if necessary, I'm sure the detective can testify to this and all calls and Vegas. The only people that can access that apartment and the landing area outside of the elevator is with a key fob type thing that has to be inserted into the control panel of the elevator. That's it. That or an employee. So a reasonable person would know that nobody's coming to my foyer landing area outside the elevator. It's a disingenuous argument. It was a very private apartment complex.
I think that is true, generally speaking, and I think for the conversations that are recorded where she's not yelling at the top of her lungs. In fact, I had to turn it down when I was listening to the lowest point of my volume on my computer because she was yelling that loudly. I think that your point is belied by the fact that these conversations had occurred previously in her apartment and had been disturbances that neighbors had called in. If they had not been able to hear her and if they had not been able to hear her from other apartment buildings and they wouldn't have been called in, number one. And number two, the fact that it happened in February, so it's on notice of the fact that everybody can hear her screaming. They've already called security on her. They've already called police on her.
Well, Judge, I think they called the police on them. To be clear.
And that's true. And I'm not disputing the fact that there's an argument going on, but I think that also belies at least for that video. I agree with you for the ones that she's not screaming. I think that she does have an expectation of privacy there, but she's talking in normal voice. But the one where she's screaming at the top of her lungs, for the purposes of this hearing only, I'm going to rule that I'm going to allow it in, because I don't think that there is that subjective expectation of privacy, number one, and number two, I don't think that it's one that society would reasonably accept for the purposes of this. And again, it's just for this hearing, and we can readdress this at a later time. We're going to allow the recording of the lobby because it's in a public space. The ones where she's not going in me, I've written down a videos 1 and 2. The ones where she's not going and that she is in her bedroom, I'm going to exclude because I think that she does have an expectation of privacy.
So I have them listed, judges, items 1, 3, 5, and 7. Items 1 is in the lobby.
So I think 3 is not yelling, 5 and 7 are yelling.
So with regards to that, Judge, she actually is elevating her voice.
Okay. They're the only ones, I mean, I made a distinction, and that's what my name is going to be. I mean, when I have to turn my volume all the way down because the voices are that raised, I can see that there's a distinction between their expectation of privacy and the second video, which is not the lobby. I did not hear the raised voices.
So then, for the purposes of the record and the clerk, item in Exhibit 11, the court is admitting item 1 and 5, item 3 and 7 are not considered. The metadata of that obviously should be admitted just because of content. But so items 3 and 7 are not admitted.
I'm sorry, I thought she said 5 and 7.
I think the 7 was a continuation of 5.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, so.
If I
Okay, so it's just 3. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So next up for us, I think I have defense's motion to strike state's motion for pre-publication. Right, so yes, Mr. Greco, you can go ahead and give your argument as to that. I read both your motion as well as the state's response.
Sure, Judge, our motion was very detailed. I think that we can rely upon that with much argument. I would just say, obviously, we've been scheduling this for quite some time, Judge. And at no time did the government file their motion for pretrial detention, right? It says the plain language of the rule and the accompanying statutes indicates that this is close to first appearance, but then they latch on to the at any time before trial. But we've been putting the court and the state on notice of this hearing. And clearly it's an attempt to undercut the extremely high standard of Arthur, proof evident presumption rate. And we think that based on the delay in the state filing this, the delay in not only the arrest of Ms. Clenney, but the delay then in filing this is grounds for the court to strike.
Judge, I had a motion for pretrial detention ready when she was still in Hawaii. We decided not to because it would require us to put on evidence within 5 days, and it was done as a courtesy. The case law is clear. The defendant has not been granted any bail. We are in setting to set bail, where it would be proper. It is almost first appearance, but for the fact that it's obviously not just been in custody, but it's still a setting where a bail would be addressed. Notwithstanding that, the defendant's argument would lead subsection B of the pretrial detention rule superfluous. So it would basically make it so that that whole rule has no purpose if we're not filing here, at a later stage.
So I do agree with the state when you are reading Rule 3.32, the plain nature of the statute does say that they can file it at any time. I do believe that the case law that defense provided is distinguishable because there has been no bond set in this, and it's not a new motion to modify or revoke bond. It's been no bond set. So I'm going to deny the defense's motion to strike. Let's go ahead then and get to the substance of the argument hearing and the motion for pretrial detention. I'm assuming that you want to hear both together, but you guys can let me know if you have other ideas about that.
For judicial
Before we start, there's one objection we have, and it's to the state calling witnesses in this case. If you'll recall last week at our hearing on the 8th, the state asked if we had any witnesses to call. We talked about Ms. Clenney, the mother, and I said, Judge, vice versa, we would like to know if the state has any witnesses or exhibits so that we can prepare. We heard nothing from them. In fact, still, as of yesterday, when we filed our response, in the response, it actually says regarding the medical examiner, there's been no report or even a witness list advising he's going to testify. Yet this morning, we just were told a few minutes ago, not this morning, like here at the hearing, right before you came in, they're calling the detective and the medical examiner. We have not had any opportunity to prepare. They did not advise us of this. We just want to make sure the court is aware of that.
Yes, Judge. So both two witnesses, our lead detective as well as the medical examiner, have been listed in discovery. We have a right to call any of these witnesses, any of the listed witnesses in our initial discovery and witness list. The medical report, our medical examiner's report, was made available for copy inspection. That's not something we turn over. They have to request it through and then pay the fee to the medical examiner's office. So the fact that they had not done that, they were advised of how to do that, that's on them. That's not us. And so we're calling those two witnesses. They know who they are. Just because they're not prepared based off of, for whatever reason that they're saying, we made them available this information ahead of time.
Judge, for whatever reason, is that they failed to advise us. After Your Honor actually said, I believe at the hearing, you said, yes, everybody please exchange what witnesses you're calling. So I'm not saying that we weren't aware. Obviously, we're aware of these individuals. We have reports. That's really not the point here.
I think that as long as witnesses have been listed, then you're certainly on notice of those of the witnesses that can be called for the argument hearing. Typically, in an argument hearing, depositions haven't happened, discovery hasn't happened. It's very close to the beginning of discovery at all. So we're dealing with a portion of this case that is at the very beginning. So I'm going to allow them to call their witnesses as long as those witnesses have been listed in discovery, which they have. He's correct about that needs report to the something that has to be requested independently. So let's go ahead and begin. Put your objections noted.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, could we have some type of ruling from the court that in any future evidentiary hearings that the state will properly and timely disclose witnesses?
Well, I think that discovery only requires that they provide those witnesses as a witness list or any witnesses that they believe might be used at trial. So I don't know that they have any discovery obligation.
I guess it's just more of following the court's order, which your order was.
And I think that my order would have been, and then maybe I misspoke, is that any witness lists have to be listed. As long as they have listed a witness list, and you have listed the witness list, discovery obligation witness list, then I think that everybody's going to discovery obligations.
And Judge, because you mentioned it, I have to know the defense has not made any discovery exhibit list, but we are not raising that as an issue.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started.
Is this okay? I mean, it's a little crowded over here, but.
All cell phones need to be turned off. Step out. Step out.
It's me, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right. I don't think that there's any place else that we can really put that without
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to ever do that in my back. This is the court making an argument. Your Honor, today we're as the court does on pre-trial detention and our hearing setting at this setting. As the court is well aware, there are certain different burdens of proof. It is a joint hearing. I'm outlining here on the screen right now for the pre-trial detention. Our burden is only to show the defendant is charged with a dangerous crime. Dangerous crimes include both homicide and manslaughter. I'm only noting manslaughter because the defense has raised a possible lesser quote-unquote offense of manslaughter. So if they're conceding manslaughter, they're essentially conceding this ground. But the point is homicide, which includes manslaughter, are both dangerous crimes. The state's burden has shown that there is a substantial probability that the defendant committed the offense. The factual circumstances of the crime indicate a disregard for the safety of the community. You know, obviously, a homicide kind of illustrates that, and there are no conditions of release pursuant to Florida Statute 907 at 041 that can ensure both the safety of the community and her presence in the future. This is analogous to the standards of Arthur, but the distinction between the two are twofold. One is the state's burden is greater. The state has to prove the defendant's guilt as evidence of the presumption greater. However, this is counterbalanced by the weight of the evidence and the light of the evidence. Where in a pretrial detention setting, the evidence is not viewed in light most favorable to the state. In an argued hearing setting, it is. So all evidence is viewed in light most favorable to the state. The conclusions, the inferences, they are all drawn in light most favorable to the state. And I'm not, just mentioning that, as an inference. That is a direct quote from Arthur. It is a preposition that is set in the foundation of Arthur. As to the admissibility of evidence in both settings, hearsay is admissible, affidavits are admissible. As the court correctly noted, this is a proceeding that occurs early on in the discovery process. Availability of witnesses, compilation of evidence, much of it is reviewed, but not necessarily processed or by an individual that can theoretically testify to that, such as an expert. And I mentioned examples where a medical examiner doesn't testify, the state just admits the medical examiner to the court, for example. So the state has entered into evidence 32 exhibits that the court has had an opportunity to review. I'm not going to review all of them at this stage, and Detective Cristino and Dr. Hutchins will testify to much of the substance of evidence, but I do want to highlight to the court the date of incident. Much about this case, both from the state and the defense, will be similar fact evidence, but the date of incident is the crux of the situation. Mr. Obumseli was killed by a stab to the subclavian artery. He bled out as a result of that stab. Incidents from before can certainly cloud or create a perception of what led to it. And the dynamics to that certainly are at play, as the state is outlining in its motion. We're not avoiding that at all. But the date of incident, the circumstances under which the defendant killed Mr. Obumseli are particularly important. We extracted Mr. Obumseli's phone, and the day became, just woke up home. That was at 10 a.m. Christians in their living room, you can see it in the background, and he's just singing, lip singing. The defendant is dancing with their dogs. Christians just recording.
Hey, yo, maybe dancing like Austin. Just get the fuck away. Yeah. Hey.
The state will note in this video, the court can see the defendant's legs, and for example, the bruising that was photographed several days later and the defense will introduce on its own already exists. Christians is very clearly alive. So those bruises could not have been created in the quote-unquote struggle of the defense characterizes it where he was stabbed. It's just black and white. They existed before. And the court, through the other evidence, can compare the bruising, including the photographs that the state submitted,
to it of the defendant on the date of. But what matters is the incident. Christian leaves the apartment at 3:55. This is the state's exhibit, and it's all at the bottom, 14, channel 9. 3:55. He's on the phone, and by that I mean you'll see in the surveillance video, the court can see him holding his phone, not on the phone. He's walking his dog. The defendant called Christian repeatedly, almost at a frantic call. For the record, the times are 1955, but that's in universal coordinated time, so this is local time 3:55. She called him 3 times in quick succession. Twice he did not answer, and then once was for a 40-second call. 10 minutes later, the defendant gets on Instagram Live. And on Instagram Live, she has marks on her shoulders. She has bruises. And again, we have not avoided the fact that this was a mutually abusive relationship. The issue is whether the defendant's conduct in stabbing or killing Christian is justified. So the bruising that the defense is going to try to suggest was as a result of a struggle simply do not exist. So Mr. Obumseli returns at 4:32 and 44 seconds. He enters the apartment or exits their walkway, 22nd floor, at 4:33, which is at the exact same time the defendant is called Christian. It's a 13-second call. And then 10 minutes later, the defendant calls her mother. I redacted her phone number. Those were 2 calls at 4:43 and 4:49. And we know that the incident occurred in the first call because Mrs. Clenney admits it. So fewer than 10 minutes after Christian walks into the apartment, it goes from a simple walk, relatively calm, to him being stabbed. And the state notes that in Mrs. Clenney's statement, all Mrs. Clenney suggests is that she heard the defendant yelling that Christian was lying and for him to get out. And the state notes he's entitled to be there as a resident of that apartment. The defendant had no right to kick him out. But the simple fact is the defendant is making affirmative accusations. The defendant is making the attacks on Christian. The defendant waited 10 minutes to call, 10 minutes later, the defendant called the building security. It's an 18-second call. And then 4 minutes after that, she called him. We'll play the portion of the memorable call.
You need to stop doing on the line and stick the ass. You're not taking my arm. 3101. I'm taking my arm. What man? What is the address? What time? Not please, God, please. Come to my head. Man, there's a possible method. I like this girl for my society too. Is it a house of money or is it real? I'm so sorry. Man, can you hear me?
The defendant acknowledges her actions. She apologized. Police arrived within 5 minutes. I'm not going to air here the state exhibit 21 is still shot. It shows the defendant cradling Mr. Obumseli's body. The defendant is transported to Miami Police headquarters and interviewed, and she gives herself a statement. It's inconsistent throughout. It conflates the date as a whole. It suggests that Christian had gone to Subway and that this incident occurred as a result of the Subway. We know from the key fob record, we know from the video, we
He was not returned from subdividing. This argument happened earlier in the day. And it very might well has happened, as the defense suggested, but she's conflating both of them to justify a self-defense claim. She says, because I know I was afraid. Just for the record. That's it. What's very important is actually the arch of this statement. Is when Ms. Clenney was discussing how she got up after they were arguing over the phone and went to the kitchen and grabbed the knife. She paused. She stopped. She sat in her thought. The detective interrupted and asked her some questions, but she had to get out. She did not know whether this was justified at all. Based on the totality of the evidence, based on the medical examiner's testimony, the court will see that it was not justified at all. The defendant's statement is not correct. She could not have thrown a knife that would have landed at an angle, punctured 3 inches deep, and not lacerated, for example, Mr. Obumseli. That was physically impossible. Had she thrown the knife and it entered at a downward angle, she would have had to be above it, which of course she was not. No, the defendant stabbed Mr. Obumseli. It punctured his body 3 1/4 inches, and it pierced through the subclavian artery. The court has those medical examiner evidence and reviewed it, and you can see the guide at a downward to his right, the person looking at him left angle. She stabbed him cross body. And the state agrees with Ms. Clenney. This was not justified. And for those reasons, the state will ask the court hold it.
Good job. I'll defer to that so I have
State calls detective,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, detective. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Detective Yermain Brasino.
Detective, what do you do?
I'm assigned to the homicide unit.
And how long have you done that?
A little over a year.
Before that, do you have any law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Can you please tell the court your law enforcement experience?
I've been an officer in the city of Miami for about 9 years, 4 of which I was a detective in the robbery unit, and 1 now currently in homicide.
Do you know a person by the name of Courtney Clenney?
Yes.
Do you see Ms. Clenney in the courtroom today? Let's talk about how you came to know Ms. Clenney. And specifically, I want to focus you on April 3rd, 2022. Is that the date that you met Ms. Clenney?
Yes.
Did you know her from beforehand?
No.
Having discussed the April 3rd, 2022 day, let's walk through it. Under what context did you first meet Ms. Clenney?
It was at her apartment, just outside. She was detained at the moment.
Okay. And let's kind of walk through that. Why did you end up responding to her apartment that day?
I was notified that there was a stabbing and the victim had been taken to Ryder Trauma and succumbed to his injuries.
So at the time that you met her, you already knew Mr. Obumseli was passed?
Yes.
So let's pierce this out. First, you met her at her apartment. Where's her apartment?
Her apartment is at 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue.
Is that Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
So you mentioned you were notified because he had succumbed to his injury. Obviously, that you're a homicide detective. That's how you got involved.
Yes.
And why is it that you're the lead detective?
It was just my turn to take the next case.
So just as a premise, you didn't ask for the case. It was just
correct.
Okay. So you responded to the scene of the homicide. You met Ms. Clenney. What did you do?
Say that again.
What did you do?
We responded to the scene. We began to check the apartment and get in contact with the crime scene. And simultaneously, we had Ms. Clenney transported to the station.
Before we get into what happened at the station with Ms. Clenney, let's discuss the events of the day. Do you know approximately what time police was called out to the apartment?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would anything refresh your recollection?
No, not right now.
Okay. So you're aware that at some point police got called out to the apartment?
Yes.
You've reviewed the evidence, the body cameras, all the evidence in this case?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened when police officers arrived to the scene?
When police officers arrived, they were able to make contact inside the apartment. They saw Ms. Clenney cradling the victim. They were able to separate the two of them, provide aid to the victim while they waited for fire rescue to show up on scene.
And then what happened after fire rescue showed up on scene?
They were able to transport him to Jackson.
And do you remember approximately when Mr. Obumseli was pronounced deceased?
I would have to go back to my notes.
You can refer to your report. Let me know when your memories are fresh.
At 5:55 p.m.
So 5:55 p.m. he's pronounced deceased. You are dispatched as a homicide detective. We already mentioned how you responded to the scene, initial check of the crime scene, contacted the crime scene, and sent the defendant over to the police department. So far as everything, I guess, per protocol?
Yes.
Okay. When the defendant arrives to the police department, at some point do you end up interviewing her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just for context, did you read her Miranda rights?
I did.
Did she waive her Miranda rights?
Yes.
Was that audio and video be recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm directing the court to the recorded statement. So I'm not going to belabor the point. The court has reviewed the recorded statement. Would you synopsize the defendant's statement for the court?
So she told me that she was at the apartment. The victim had went down to go to Subway's. When he went to Subway's, they began to message each other, and through text messages they got into an argument over sharing each other's location. He then decides to come back to the apartment. Shortly after he comes back to the apartment, another argument ensues. At that point, the defendant says that the victim grabbed her by the neck, slammed her against the wall. She was able to break free. Then she was gonna call her mother, and he didn't want that to happen, so he grabbed her and put her onto the ground. She wasn't able to explain how exactly that happened. After that, she was able to break free once again, at which point she goes to the kitchen. She grabs on a knife, and then she states that the victim ran towards her, and that's when she flung the knife, or threw it, and it hit him in the shoulder.
What did anything besides that? Did Ms. Clenney say anything besides that in addition of substance, I guess, regarding this incident?
No.
So regarding the injuries, in this circumstance,
Yes.
I want you to tell the court, I guess, how you're evaluating the case. You know, where are you in your analysis of the facts thus far?
At that point, we were looking at it as a self-defense at first, but then later on, things started revealing that it wasn't what we thought.
So let's talk about that. So at the point in which you finish interviewing her, despite some of the inconsistencies in the statement, you are evaluating the case for a possible self-defense claim.
Correct.
Is that one of the reasons why you document how she looks in her injuries?
Yes.
Okay, so let's parse through that. Did you have crime scene take photographs of her?
Yes.
Okay, I'll direct the court just as general reference to the crime scene photos. Were there bruisings on her?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell the court where there was bruising?
She had some bruising over on her legs. She had some small bruising to her arms, and that was about it.
Okay. Do you have experience in seeing fresh bruises versus old bruises?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, in this context, right? Just as a human, have you seen bruises?
Objection, Judge. This could be lack of predicate for these future opinions. Judge, I believe that the state intends to try to elicit some kind of expert testimony from a detective regarding bruising. That's clearly the purview of an expert. And this, as far as we know, this detective has no medical training. He's not a doctor. He's a detective. So I object to him making any opinions as to when bruises were formed.
So there's a lot of parsing to that, and he's not issuing an opinion as to when a bruise was formed. He's issuing an opinion as to whether it's a new bruise or an old bruise. As human beings, we know what bruises look like in an older bruise versus a newer bruise. An older bruise is darker versus a newer bruise, which is lighter and coming into
I'll
color.
object to the counsel testifying as well, Judge. He's not an expert either.
I'm going to go ahead and, I'm not going to allow that particular line of answers, but.
Judge, can we approach sidebar very briefly? Judge, just as a separate preliminary matter, I believe the evidence was accepted by the court, and if it hasn't, I'm just moving all of the state's exhibits into evidence.
No objection. Other than what was previously noted in reserve.
And I'll just refer to them as their sub-exhibits, and I believe in evidence there's State's Exhibit 1, or 1A. Continuing, did you see bruising?
Yes.
Okay. And that bruising you mentioned it was on the arms and the legs.
Yes.
Did you see any bruising on her neck?
No.
Did you see any hand marks on her neck?
No.
Did you see any bruising coming in from her neck?
No.
Did you see any bruising consistent with her having been grabbed by the neck, quote unquote?
No.
Did you document the area of her neck.
Yes.
And are those, in, I guess, the photographs that were documented by crime scene?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to review Mr. Obumseli's cell phone extraction.
Yes.
As part of that extraction, did you see videos from the same day but earlier, before the murder?
Yes.
Okay. In those videos, did you see bruises on Miss Clenney?
Yes.
You also had an opportunity to review the Instagram Live video that she posted between Mr. Obumseli leaving the apartment and returning.
Yes.
Did you had that opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And in that video, did you see the bruising on her?
Yes.
Now let's speak specifically. Let's speak specifically about those bruises, right? Let's separate arms versus legs. The bruising on her arms, were you able to see them in the Instagram Live video?
Yes.
And again, that video was posted before this murder occurred.
Correct.
So those bruises were before the murder occurred.
Yes.
Let's talk about the legs. You saw bruising on her legs in the earlier posted video of her death.
Yes.
In that video, are those the same bruises you saw later that day?
Yes.
So, and then the metadata of those videos were like 10, 11 in the morning same day.
Yes.
So let's continue through this. You mentioned that Miss Clenney told you and showed you how she threw the knife, or flung, as you said, at Mr. Obumseli.
Yes.
Would you please recreate or reenact to the court the manner in which she claimed she threw this knife?
She said she put it over her shoulder, and then she just flung it forward.
And I'm just noting, if we've got to talk about the record, right? So you're saying that she got her arm back and threw it forward.
Yes.
And I guess just as a parallel, it's kind of like a football.
Yes. Correct.
It was not a fling using like a flick of the wrist.
Correct.
Okay. So after you interviewed, okay. Actually, before I move on from that, did she tell you the distance in which she flung the knife?
Yes.
Okay, what was the distance that she told you?
She said it was about 10 feet apart.
Did she point to the room?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that she said when she pointed to the room?
She said the distance was bigger than the room that we were in.
Okay. And so in that context, as if the room was 10 feet, it was longer than 10 feet?
Yes.
So she was at a distance of approximately 10 feet when she claimed she had flung this knife?
Yes.
And did at any point she say whether Mr. Obumseli was armed?
No.
No.
He wasn't armed.
Okay, so she did say, but he was not armed.
Correct.
So she acknowledges Mr. Obumseli was not armed in excess of 10 feet from her when she threw this knife at him.
Correct.
Right. So progressing from that, during the interview of the defendant, you became aware that she was on the phone with her mother during the incident.
Yes.
What did you do as a result of that?
As a result of finding out that she was on the phone?
Yeah, after knowing that she was on the phone with her mom, and then you finished the interview, what did you do?
I was able to get in contact with the mother over the phone.
Okay. Did you do an audio recorded interview of Miss Clenney's mother?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was anyone present besides you and your fellow detective on that call?
No.
Okay. At what point did you become aware that there was someone else on that call?
When the attorney arrived at the station, her father jumped spoke from on the same call, saying that the attorney was there and that they would like for the attorney to be present for any more questioning.
So during the length of your interview with her, you were not aware that she was with someone else in her person?
Correct.
As you were doing that interview, what did you ask Mrs. and I directed the court to the audio recorded statement that's in evidence, but again, will you please synopsize the contents of that call?
We spoke about the relationship between the victim and the defendant. And she explained to me that I believe it was about a week before the incident that the mother was there for 6 days because Christian wouldn't leave the house and he kept following her around. So she came down to Miami to see if the transition of him leaving the apartment would be a lot better than just them two trying to figure it out.
Sorry about that, you guys. I was just grabbing some food. I'm not sure what's up with this audio or this video. It's not the best. They keep losing that's why. They keep losing power, it seems like. So, I am back from lunch.
Nothing more than that.
Correct.
Mrs. Clinton didn't say anything about outlet hurts or any indication that the defendant was injured in any way.
Correct.
Did Mrs. Clenney tell you the circumstances of the incident, how she knows the incident occurred, or under what circumstances?
On the day of?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. At any point did she tell you she knows what happened?
No.
So, having moved on from that, earlier we talked about how you were evaluating the case for possible self-defense.
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of, on the date of the incident, what did you do as a result of where you were at?
I don't understand.
In a nutshell, after you interviewed the defendant, you interviewed the victim, or rather you interviewed the defendant, you interviewed the defendant's mother, crime scene, photographed the scene.
Yes.
They documented her, you collected all pieces of evidence. What else happened that night?
Nothing else. We finished with the scene and the defendant was let go.
Okay. Is that normal protocol?
Yes.
Okay, why is that normal protocol?
At the time, we didn't have enough to say what actually did occur, and we still needed to continue the investigation.
Had a decision been made as to the defendant's criminal culpability at that point?
Well, at first, I was leaning more towards a self-defense.
No, we discussed that. My question was, did you close the case and say it was self-defense, or was it still open?
No, it was still open.
Okay.
Yes.
So the investigation was still open, it was still pending. Okay, so what are the next steps you took in your open investigation?
Oh, okay. Well, we did several warrants for everybody's cell phones, the victim and the defendant's cell phone. We did warrants for social media, and I believe a couple of other warrants as well.
As a result of some of these warrants, did you end up briefing the state attorney's office about the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. As pursuant to that briefing, were there subpoenas that were sought?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to go through things that are in evidence, but did you obtain police reports and body camera from Las Vegas?
Yes.
We're going to talk about this. I'm just going through everything. We mentioned warrants. You said on the phone. Which phones are you speaking about?
I'm speaking about the victim's cell phone and the defendant's cell phone.
Okay. Were you able to get the extraction from the victim's cell phone?
Yes.
Were you able to get the extraction from the defendant's cell phone?
Not yet.
Is that still pending and being attempted?
Yes.
From the extraction, were you able to obtain data and information?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll cross that bridge in a little bit. Pursuant to subpoenas, were you able to obtain surveillance footage and incident reports from one party? So
condominium?
Yes.
Did you also obtain lease documents?
Yes.
As part of those documents, were you able to obtain the fog records?
Yes.
You mentioned warrants on social media. Was that the Instagram warrant?
Yes.
And is that how we know the precise time in which Ms. Clenney was live?
Yes.
Did at some point you obtain the call detail records of Ms. Clenney?
Yes.
Or the defendant, sorry. Even though I lost myself on that. At some point, did you obtain the criminal history of the defendant?
Yes.
At some point, did you obtain, pursuant to subpoenas as we were discussing, financial records belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
Now let's go back again. Date of incident, crime scene process. At any point, did you obtain a diagram of the apartment?
Yes.
Was that diagram to scale and measured and documented?
Yes.
Just noting for the court, Exhibit 19. Will you please describe to the court the crime scene? Again, the court has the photos, but just outline it for it.
Okay. The crime scene is an apartment located on the 22nd floor of the One Paraíso building. It's a 3-bedroom apartment with a single kitchen and living room. You want me to explain also where the scene was located? Or?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. So let's parse that through, and actually let's take steps in this. When crime scene enters an apartment, we tell the court the various photographs that they take, such as the initial scene, the measurements, and so on.
So before anything is done, we take all photographs from the first floor of the building to show what building we're going to. The elevator, the floor of the elevator that it stops on, the number that's fixed to the front of the apartment, the front door, and then all wide-angled and far away photos of every room in the apartment. And then initially they started taking photos, closer shots of any blood or weapons or anything that has to do with the incident.
Will you please describe to the court I'm going to separate them into 3.
Yeah.
There's the 3 different blood scenes.
Yeah.
Will you please explain to the court what that means?
So the first one that we find is where we initially found the victim, which is the first puddle of blood. The second one was more towards the living room. And then the third one was, it was more between blood spatter and droplets that were moved around not moved around, but showed that the victim was walked around the apartment.
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's piece through that. So there were 2 pools of blood, which is 1 and 2 that we just discussed, and then the third where there was droplets and spatter.
Yes.
You described this one. I'm just noting it for the record. The first one, the first pool of blood is where the defendant was located, holding the victim. The second one you said was further back, and it was just a pool of blood.
Yes.
Did you see blood transfer on the wall?
Yes.
Okay. What does that blood transfer mean?
Well, it can mean numerous things. But the one on the wall was it means that it's blood spatter, meaning.
No, I'm talking about the transfer. So the second pool of blood, if you recall, there was, again, I'm just noting the exhibit that's in evidence. There was blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember now.
And it was kind of filled. It wasn't spatter or drop. Do you recall that?
Not so much.
That's fine. Then we'll move on if you don't remember. So let's talk about the blood spatter and the droplets.
There's a lack of predicate.
spatter is...
So we were last left off on the spatter and droplets. Do you know what spatter is? Like, just, can you describe that?
Yes, spatter is more of a way that the blood kind of like just, if you stab somebody or you...
I'm not asking for objection.
If you swing any type of liquid, it makes a certain movement that it shows that the blood was traveling at a certain direction.
So how is that different from a droplet?
A droplet is it's
Objection. I'm not asking for conclusions, Judge.
I would say, let's just
Sure.
stick with what it is to solve in the apartment and try to see what that's to at least to solve this.
Okay. Did you see droplets throughout the house?
Yes.
What does that mean, sir?
Means that there was blood following straight down at a straight angle.
Okay. And where did you see these droplets?
In the living room, heading towards the bedroom, the master bedroom.
Just going back about the flinging of the knife. Do you have any information that the defendant knows how to throw a knife or is some kind of expert in throwing a knife?
No.
At any point in time, did Mr. Obumseli go to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Was an autopsy performed on him?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the contents of that autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss that autopsy. Who was the medical examiner that performed it?
Dr. Hutchins.
Okay. As a result of that autopsy, did he determine a manner of death?
Yes.
What was that manner of death?
By stabbing.
Okay. Did he rule the death any particular manner?
No. Oh, I mean, yes. Homicide.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware that it was impossible to have thrown the knife, or at least that was the opinion?
Objection.
I'm just asking.
Can you repeat the question?
At any point in time, did you become aware that the throwing of a knife could not have caused that injury?
Yes.
Approximately when? Like, where were you in your investigation?
I was later on in the investigation.
So let's talk about some of the other evidence that you obtained. So we discussed Las Vegas. Did you get a chance to receive those reports and review them?
Yes.
Okay. Just directing the court to the Las Vegas reports. Did at any point in time did you review the body camera?
Yes.
Not to belabor the point, but will you please synopsize to the court what was in those reports and in the body camera?
In the reports that explained that the victim and the defendants were staying in a hotel room in Las Vegas. They got into an argument. Through that argument, the defendant threw a bottle of water at the victim while he was laying on the couch. And security was called to the apartment due to the argument.
Did you review the defendant's statement?
Yes.
To Las Vegas?
Yes.
In that statement, what did she say?
She says that she likes to throw things and that she guesses that she was the one that threw the bottle at him.
Did she acknowledge throwing items at Mr. Obumseli before?
Yes.
What were those items?
Plates and other items.
Was Mr. Obumseli interviewed?
Yes.
As part of that interview, did there come a time where the officer asked Mr. Obumseli a bunch of questions as to whether the defendant was violent with him prior to that?
I can't remember that right now.
Sure. I'll just direct the court to the video. Following the defendant's admission, was she arrested on that case?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the the cell phone extraction. Did you get a chance to review Mr. Obumseli's cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Will you please tell the court, what a cell phone extraction is?
It's pretty much just an extraction of all the data, messages, photos, videos, and even sometimes social media, saved posts can be extracted from the phone.
When you received the extraction from his phone, did you get an opportunity to review the photographs?
Yes.
Did you get an opportunity to review the videos?
Yes.
Did you get an opportunity to review the text messages between the defendant and Mr. Obumseli?
Yes.
I want to discuss with you regarding your review of those, and I'm going to bear with me because I'm just going to be very specific in directing you. You have all the records, just so we're clear.
Yes.
When they're produced, do they produce in a PDF? How do they come out?
They're produced in a PDF.
Do you recall how many text messages there were?
It was over 12,000. I believe it was 12,220. Something like that. Yes.
Do you remember from when to when those messages were?
Yes. Those messages go back as far as 2020.
Okay. Do you remember when? November, December, January?
I can't remember the month.
So from 2020 to April 3rd, yes, the complete messages into 12,000 or so.
Yes.
Let's discuss the messages from, again, just going to be very delicate. October 9th through the 11th, which is in evidence as Exhibit 4. Did you get a chance to review those?
Yes.
Will you tell the court, again, just a synopsis because the court has them, what is covered in the messages in State's Exhibit 4?
Mind if I review my notes really quick?
Yeah, if you need to refer to anything to refresh your recollection, go ahead and then let me know when you're ready.
All right.
What was discussed on the October 9th through the 11th messages?
So, based off of the messages, there was an argument that occurred again. Mr. Christian writes to the defendant that she stabbed him, and he wants to get into the room, that he needs help, and she pretty much just told him go get first aid, and pretty much just brushed them off.
Later on in those messages, does he confront her about hitting him with a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Does he confront her about her spitting on him?
Yes.
Was it in the context of all of these messages where he also confronts her about stabbing?
Yes.
Did the defendant respond to these accusations from Mr. Obumseli?
Yes.
What did she say in response? You can review your notes, yeah.
Yeah, she pretty much just tells him to go get first aid, and then for several hours she just didn't answer anymore till the next day.
At any point does she apologize for her action?
Yes, the following day.
And does she do it in the context of acknowledging the accusations?
Yes.
In those messages, were there any affirmative allegations by her to Mr. Obumseli?
Yeah, she pretty much told him that she apologizes, that she shouldn't have treated him that way. She shouldn't.
Let me cut you off. You didn't understand my question. My question was, did she make accusations about Mr. Obumseli? So, for example, he sent her a message about you stabbed me.
Yes.
Did she reply saying, well, that was because you were choking me?
I can't remember right now.
Okay. Did she make any accusations towards him at all in those messages?
She did, but I can't remember the specific accusations.
I'll direct the court to that evidence. Let's talk about January 30th to February 1st. Did you review messages from that incident?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell the court what that incident is about? That's Exhibit 5 for the record.
On those messages, the defendant was trying to reach out to the victim, and he pretty much just said, "Yes, Courtney." At that point, she didn't like the way that he wrote to her, and just started becoming very angry and asking him about why he said, "Yes, Courtney."
Were there audio messages associated with that?
Yes.
At any point in time, did he communicate to her that he had made a mistake because he was doing something?
Yes.
Okay, what was it that he communicated to her?
He explained to her that he was just trying to answer quick because he was watching the overtime on a football game.
Okay. Do you know what overtime he's speaking about?
I believe it was the Bengals versus the Chiefs.
Okay. And so you're referring to the overtime of that?
Yes.
So at any point in time, was there, I guess, did the messages continue, or was there a break in time between those messages?
There was a break.
Okay. At the end of the, I guess, argument over the tone of the messages and the next message, what is the next message that occurs in that break in time?
May I go back?
Sure. What was the first conversation after?
So the first one that I recall, it was the defendant telling him, "I hope this gives you time to think about what you've done." And then she tells him, "Enjoy the hospital." And then after a little while, he messages her, "I lost a lot of blood. Can you come? I need you." And then she asks him, "Are you having fun?" And this is all between him writing her that he's losing a lot of blood and at the hospital.
Okay. Were you able to find out what happened in that time period?
Yes, she ended up cutting him with a knife.
Okay. Now, how did you figure that out?
It was all in the messages that he wrote, and she responded back to him.
Were there also photographs from that date and time?
Yes.
And how is it that you figure out the date and time that a photograph is taken from the device?
So through the properties of the photo, it will show you when the photo was created, and it was at the same time and date as these messages were sent to him.
And just so we're clear, the messages had, or the photographs also had location information?
Yes.
Do you remember where the location of that was?
It was on the east side of the 195.
Okay. Was that, is there a street that's there?
Yes, that's called the Julia Tuttle, but it leads up to the hospital. It was just it was pinpointing right at the hospital, Mount Sinai.
Okay. The state's directing the court to Exhibit 6. So in those photographs, you said it shows that his lip was sliced.
Yes.
And that the location of those photographs were at a hospital.
Correct.
Were you able to locate images of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Directing the court to Exhibit 7. Will you just describe the court to what those injuries were?
It was a large laceration that goes from the lip to the bottom of the chin.
Okay. And what is a laceration?
Say that again?
What is a laceration?
Laceration it's a cut.
Okay. So there was a large cut from the chin to the lip, and there were stitches, you said?
Correct.
Did he appear to have any other injuries in that stitches photo?
Yeah, he had another small laceration here to the left, I believe the left of the face.
And for the record, you're pointing
to the, closer to the chin, to the cheek. As well as we noticed that on the photo with the stitches, he had 2 black eyes, or what you would call raccoon eyes.
Okay. So there was dark discoloration on his,
Yes.
his face, by his eyes.
Correct.
And then at any point in time close to these incidents, was there another selfie of the defendant for comparison?
Yes.
Or not the defendant, excuse me, of the victim. States Exhibit 8 for the record. Were there more incidents documented in text messages?
Yes.
Okay, let's discuss February 27th and 28th.
Okay.
What was documented in the text messages there directing the court's Exhibit 9?
Can you go back really quick?
Sure, you can look at your notes. All right, sir. What was discussed in the February 27th and 28th text message?
So during that time, the victim, he wrote a very large message to the defendant. He pretty much started explaining is love gonna kill him. Through that message, he explained how the defendant has stabbed him several times, hit him with the phone, with other items, calls him the N-word on several occasions, and in regards to hurt him, he says that he has tried his best to work through it, and that after he goes through, after he starts his seeing a counselor, a psychiatrist, that he's gonna leave her. But then he also went into explaining that if she was still willing to work through it, that he would still want to work through it.
Following this, did the victim begin documenting audio and video recording incidents between him and the defendant?
Yes.
Were there any of these documented incidents before this text message? This lengthy text message? By that I mean secret recordings, right? He started secretly recording her.
Yes.
Prior to this text message, did he secretly record her?
Yes.
Okay. He did?
Yeah.
Okay, when did he secretly record her before this?
I can't remember the dates.
Okay. After this date, for certain, he did.
Actually, let me review real quick.
Sure, go ahead. If you need to review your notes to refresh your book.
I don't have those with me right now.
So you said you don't have them, as in, does that mean that you're not sure if he recorded her before?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not sure if he recorded her before February 27th, 28th, but you're certain that he did afterwards?
Yes.
Just directing the court to State's Exhibit 11 and the court's prior rulings. Sir, you're aware of a series of videos that the state has entered into evidence that was discussed here earlier?
Yes.
I'm not going to kind of publish those and air those because the court has already had them, but would you just generally describe those 3 videos?
So on one of the videos, Okay.
And the one that I had, and let's get to just a few, about 5 minutes, and we'll let everybody take a break.
So, Detective, as we're talking about, State's Exhibit 11 includes 3 videos and the metadata of 4 videos.
Yes.
Those 3 and another one. Again, the court has State's Exhibit 11, but for purposes of our record, will you just describe generally the 3 videos that were entered in State's Exhibit 11?
So one of the videos, they're in the lobby, and the victim had just explained to her, like, why are you hitting me? You can't be hitting me like that. And then she lowers her voice and tells them, shut the fuck up, bitch. And then he continues to ask her, why are you doing this? Like, calm down. And that was the end of that video. The other video, she was having some sort of tantrum in the apartment and yelling to the top of her lungs. And at one point she calls out names using the N-word towards the victim. And she also even tells him, come here, let me slap you. And then also continues into telling him, find my phone, get me alcohol.
During those recordings, did she also express, I guess, a jealousy of anybody?
Yes.
Okay, will you please explain?
She, according to the video, he acknowledged somebody in the lobby or just in front of the building when he went out to I believe it was to walk his dog. And he didn't tell her that he acknowledged somebody downstairs. And then that's when she just went into this continuous screaming for several minutes.
Now that we've discussed that context, I want to talk about building-specific incidents at One Paraiso and how they documented these incidents. Did you receive a lengthy amount of records from them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many pages?
Too many pages.
Too many pages. Okay, fair enough. As part of that, did these reports contain with them photos, videos, audios?
Yes.
These photos and videos, will you describe them to the court how they looked on these reports?
No, I can't remember too much about the
sure
those records.
Were these videos and photos and audio recordings, were they original or were they like pictures of videos and things like that?
If I can remember correctly, they were original from the actual video.
Okay. And are you referring to a February 21st incident?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that's State's Exhibit 10. I'm directing the court too. But will you please describe it for the court again for our record purposes?
So at one point, the defendant walks downstairs or takes the elevator downstairs. Shortly after, the victim goes downstairs as well. Several minutes later after that, the victim comes back to the elevator. It opens, it closes. I guess he went to go back to look for the defendant. Eventually they come back. She enters when she's trying to click on the on her floor, but she can't because she doesn't have the key fob. So the victim comes in. He's trying to put on the key fob, and she goes into. She begins to attack him, pull his hair. She at one point tries to swing at him with a closed fist. So he ends up kind of like holding her down so he can use the key fob and go back upstairs to their respective floor.
Let's parse that through. You mentioned earlier about having received the key fob and directing the court to Exhibit 13. How many key fobs did that apartment have?
2.
Okay. Do you recall which one was Christian's?
Yes.
Okay. Which one was Christian?
Christian's is the one that ends in it's 01027.
And then and that's the serial number.
Yes.
Okay. What was Courtney's key fob?
It was 01058.
Okay. How can you tell which one's key fob was whose?
So the defendant's key fob has been inactive because she lost it, and it's been inactive since as of I believe it was March.
So February 21st, she still had it.
Yes.
And how do you know that she lost it? Was that a message?
It was in some of the messages.
Okay. So both Christian and Courtney had key fob.
Yes.
And so she lost it. You said March 20?
Yes.
Or rather, March of 2022. Jesus, I'm losing myself.
March of 2022.
So February 21st, 2022, she still had the fob.
Correct.
Let's walk through that video. When she enters the elevator right before Christian does, is she holding the door or is she trying to close the door?
She's trying to close the door.
Okay. At any point, does she put her hand over the door?
Just before he made it.
Okay. So she had her hand over the door right before he entered?
Yeah, right before he entered, she put her hand through the door, or on the side of the door, so it can stay open as he walks in.
Okay, and you did go to this apartment?
Yes.
So that door has the sensor?
Correct.
In the video, you said that you can see her tapping the screen.
Yes.
Did you, again, having been at the apartment, you saw how that system is set up?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay, so her tapping the buttons, would that have achieved anything?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because you need to scan the key fob first in order to be able to go to your floor.
Okay. So then you said that Christian walked into the elevator and kind of told her to stop banging.
Yes.
What did he do then?
He was trying to tell her to stop, and she begins to swing at him and try and pulling his hair. So then he kind of like pushes her to the side to try and use the key fob. She continues to jump on him to attack him some more. So at which point he kind of like just holds her down, like bends her over and holds her down so he can finally hit the key fob and click on the right floor.
At any point in time, did Christian exercise, I guess, affirmative violence towards the defendant?
No. He's just more trying to like keep her away from hitting him while he gets upstairs.
Now, date of incident, you received the surveillance video too from the building?
Yes.
Besides capturing Christian leaving, returning, and so on, did the surveillance video from the building capture anything?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Besides capturing Christian leaving and then returning, did the surveillance video capture anything about this incident, any violence or anything else?
No.
1 second. possible self-defense? Sure. At some point in time, we mentioned how the initial impression, date of incident, was that it was a possible self-defense. And for the last 45 minutes or so, we've been discussing all the subsequent investigative steps.
Yes.
Did these subsequent investigative steps change your outlook of this case?
Yes.
Okay. How did it change?
It changed the fact that I learned that Christian was always the one trying to calm the situation down. Based off of the messages and everything, he was always the one that ends up getting hurt. And the defendant is just the one that's always unable to control herself and hurt him.
As a result, did you apply for an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Was that?
Yes.
Directing the court to State's Exhibit 1. As a result of that arrest warrant, were efforts taken to locate Miss Clenney? Excuse me.
Yes.
Who assisted in locating Miss Clenney?
The marshals.
Okay. Why were the United States Marshals asked to locate Miss Clenney?
Because she was out of our jurisdiction.
Okay. Where was she?
In Hawaii.
Okay. Do you remember where in Hawaii?
Hilo, Hawaii.
Okay. Did as a result of her arrest, did you travel?
Yes.
To Hawaii?
Yes.
How long did it take you to travel?
It took me about 24 hours to get there.
Okay. How many flights?
3.
And actually, before we go too far down a drift, when you received the One Bariso lease records, did you receive a letter documenting the defendant's move out?
Say that again?
Did you, within that packet, was there documentation about the defendant moving out of the apartment?
Yes, they were in the process of
Okay. Did the records document that she moved out April 28th?
I don't remember.
I'll just direct the court to the exhibit for the record 28th. So the defendant had moved out of Miami, was located in Hawaii. Because she was in Hawaii, actually, let me back that up. Do you know how she was located in Hawaii?
No, not really.
So she was located in Hawaii, was apprehended in Hawaii and extradited to Miami. Did you, I guess, as a result of this investigation, were there subpoenas that were prepared obtaining the defendant's financial records?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss those financial records. Have you reviewed them?
Yes.
Okay. Directing the court to the financial records, which I believe are State's Exhibits 29, 30, and 31. Did you at any point in time get a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Approximately how much, and then State's Exhibit 32 is Bank of America records. Did you get a chance to review those?
Yes.
During that time, immediately before the murder, approximately how much money did the defendant have in her bank account?
I believe she had just over $2 million.
Okay. Again, just to direct the court to the exhibits, but roughly. At any point in time after the homicide of Christian, did the defendant make transfers of that money?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell the court.
She made 2 separate money transfers over to her father's.
Okay. And that was 9 days ago?
Yes.
Did she make any other transfers after that, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Besides those large wire transfers, we discussed briefly earlier, we discussed the defendant's criminal history.
Yes.
Will you please tell the court history directing the court to Exhibit 20?
Well, she has the battery out of Las Vegas, and then she has DUIs out of Texas, and then I believe also out of California.
Did the defendant, so let's talk this through, right? So she has a 2015 DUI from Texas, and then you said it's something from California.
Yes.
Was the California case, did she pick up that case while the DUI was pending, the first one?
Yes.
And then you said she had a second DUI in Texas, and then for the record, it's September 16th in 25. Did she pick up the domestic violence battery on Christian in Las Vegas while that case was pending?
Yes.
Do you know if 2020 DUI is still pending in Texas?
I believe so.
And do you know if the defendant has a warrant for that case?
Yes.
One second. And just to finish up, the wire transfers from from the defendant's account to her father, did that essentially deplete her bank account?
Mostly, yeah. She just left some money for herself.
Stay at home for the question.
Write your first and last name. Thank you.
Looks like they're taking their break now, so we can fast forward through this. So again, if you guys are just joining us and not familiar, Courtney Clenney, these are pretrial hearings that we're watching, interview, body cam, interrogation, all that stuff, as we get ready for her plea hearing on Monday. She has entered a plea. The court has to accept it. So just because she has entered a plea does not necessarily mean that the court will accept it. And the family of Christians is okay with this. We have it in our description, but some of you were asking. So in a statement, the family's attorney said, on behalf of the Obumseli family, I am pleased to announce that Defendant Courtney Clenney, the state, and the Obumseli family have reached a resolution that would avoid an unnecessary trial. The resolution will be made public at a sentencing hearing on August 10th at 10 a.m. Pleading guilty and accepting full responsibility will begin the process of bringing closure to a very tragic, life-changing event for the Obumseli family. So they seem to be okay with it. Now, she was charged with second degree, and we've been kind of talking, a lot of us in chat have been talking, like, what would this plea look like? And I don't think you accept the charge. I could be completely wrong about this, but this is where we need Florida PI Sam. I don't think you would accept the charge that you're charged with, because why not just roll the dice and go to trial? Because you could always be found not guilty. If you're found guilty, that is what it is. So if you accept that charge, it doesn't make sense. You would accept a lower charge, because otherwise you would just go to trial and again roll the dice and hope that you are found not guilty, or you're charged or you're found guilty of the lesser included, because they always include, or not always, but 99.9% of the time they add lesser included. So what would the lesser included be? It would be involuntary, I think. Involuntary manslaughter, I think, would be the next one down. So that's why I'm leaning towards that's what she landed on. So we'll find out on Monday. So also, let's take a moment and hit the like button. If you guys have not already, please do so. We're at 444 likes. So if your lucky number is 4s, we are at 444. So just take a moment. If you are not in chat and you're just hanging out and are working, please take a moment. If you can hear my voice, please take a moment and hit the like button. And appreciate that, you guys. So, all right, so we're going to go back. We still have We have the rest of this hearing. This hearing is from, I had it written down. I have it pinned too. November 15th of 2022. And then after this, we have a bond hearing, and then we'll be done for the day. So we still have a couple more hours. And then tomorrow, we're going to pick back up with 2024, 2025, and 2026. So definitely join us for that as well. All right, so let's continue on with this bond hearing from November of 2022.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, let me just start. We've met before, right?
Yes.
And the first time we met was at the City of Miami Homicide Bureau, correct?
Yes.
I showed up there.
Yes.
And we had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And after our conversations and after I spent some time with you and with Courtney, I believe I gave you my phone number, correct?
Yes.
You have my contact information, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I also communicated with a Detective Jerez, who was part of your team that night, correct?
Yes.
At what time do you recall did Detective Jerez let you know that there's an attorney who's representing Ms. Clenney?
It was later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon?
Yeah.
And did she notify you by text or by phone call?
When we spoke in the station.
So she notified you orally?
Yeah.
Verbally?
Yeah.
What time did you start the interview with Ms. Clenney?
I want to say like 6 or 7, possibly.
And I think the interview would have been video recorded, correct?
Yes.
And in that video recording, it has a timestamp, correct?
Yes.
So the best evidence for that would be the timestamp on the video, right?
Correct.
I don't want to hold you to a time unless you know 100%.
I don't know 100%.
Okay. Would that be noted in one of your reports?
Yes.
Now, when you started your interview of Ms. Clenney, you already knew that Mr. Obumseli was deceased, correct?
Yes.
You did not tell her that, correct?
I did not.
About how many times would you say she asked about how he was doing throughout the course of that interview?
Several times.
Several, more than 3, more than 5, less than 10?
About 3 or 4 times.
And what did you tell her every time that she was asking about how he's doing?
That he was just at the hospital and they're still working on him.
And so that's not the truth. That was a lie, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've produced a report in this case, correct? I think it's abbreviated 310 or 301?
Yes.
And what kind of report is that?
That's just a brief report on the investigation.
Okay. And so you have not prepared a final homicide report then, correct?
A supplement? No.
No. And are you working on that?
Yes.
And when will that be available for disclosure?
When I, hopefully soon.
Okay. And the contents of that report are going to be consistent with what you're saying here today, correct?
Yes.
And there's not going to be anything added or anything different, correct?
No.
Prior to conducting the interview with Ms. Clenney, did you conduct any background investigation, speak to any other potential witnesses or anything like that prior to conducting her interview?
No.
Did you arrive at the apartment? Was that your initial arrival point, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to view the condition of the apartment at that time, or did you go back later?
I briefly looked at the apartment, the condition first, and then I went back later on and looked at it again.
Okay. And did you speak to any of the first responding officers prior to conducting your interview with Ms. Clenney?
Very shortly.
Did they mention to you that she was in a state of panic at the time?
Yes.
When they first showed up?
Yes.
She was covered in blood, right?
Yes.
Which was consistent with, I think, what you said. You reviewed some body-worn camera. That would be consistent with her cradling Mr. Obumseli in the living room area, correct?
Yes.
And did the other responding officers? Well, let me ask you this: what was her mental state at the time that you first spoke to her?
When I spoke to her, she was more calm than when she was at the building. But she was still a bit shaken up due to what occurred.
Which that would be kind of a normal human reaction, right?
Yes.
Now, also, I believe in the body-worn camera. Let me ask you: have you reviewed all the body-worn camera of all the responding officers that evening?
Not all of them. Most.
Okay. And a lot of them, Courtney's expressing her concern for Christian, right?
Yes.
And she's in a state of panic. What would you call it? Okay. Again, and her dogs are running around the apartment barking. It's a very hectic scene, right?
Yes.
You heard or you saw, I think when you were testifying, direct a clip of part of Ms. Clenney's statement, correct?
Yes.
And she describes the attack on her by Mr. Obumseli, correct?
Yes.
There's nobody else in that apartment at the time, correct?
Correct.
There's absolutely no eyewitnesses to what occurred in the apartment on April 3rd, 22, correct?
Correct.
So your investigation, it focuses around what happened after, basically, right?
Yeah.
Now, the part of the interview that we saw, that was actually the third time that you asked her to kind of recount her. And the first time, do you recall what she said the first time?
It was about the same as the one played on the video.
Okay. So, I mean, there was an argument, right?
Yes.
And your subsequent investigation showed the text messages and some calls and I'm talking about April 3rd, 2022. We'll get to the other stuff later. Mm-hmm. But on April 3rd, 2022, you had the video of them in the morning. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
Right? You have some text messages and some calls that occur right before that.
Yeah.
Right before around 4:30 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And And then we know things go bad, right? After. We know that because some neighbors called the police, right?
Yes.
They heard screaming and yelling.
Yes.
Right? We know that your investigation also revealed that Courtney was actually on the phone with her mom, right? Deborah Clenney. And she was actually on the phone with her at the time that Christian received the wound, correct?
When he received the wound?
Yeah.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so when Courtney's recounting what happened, she talks about a physical struggle with Obumseli, right?
Yes.
How big, meaning how tall is Mr. Obumseli?
He's taller than her.
Is he 6'2"?
Yeah. Low 6.
Low 6'1",
6'2", something like that.
How much does he weigh?
I want to say about 200 pounds. Or,
okay. And how tall is Courtney Clenney?
She's about 5'8".
And how much did she weigh at the time?
About 140, 150.
Okay, so Obumseli outweighs her by about 60, 70 pounds and is much taller, right?
Yes.
Now, she describes his attack on several occasions. I think the third time, right, she mentions that he got in a crouching position, or he was crouching, and then he came at her, right?
I don't remember that.
No? That's not her statement?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying she could see the whites of his eyes?
No.
Did you review her statement before coming here to testify today?
Objection, counsel testifying. Also arguing.
I reviewed part of it.
Part of it, not the whole thing. So, again, but you're saying her testimony from the first time you asked her to recount what occurred was similar to the third time, right?
Correct.
In the arrest, did you author this arrest warrant? And I'm holding it up. It's been admitted into evidence, and Judge, procedurally, I would move to submit, try to move into evidence all defense exhibits which were previously provided to the court. I believe
I'm no judge.
Defense Exhibit A, I believe, was the arrest warrant.
I don't have any evidence from the defense.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. I misunderstood something. Can we approach that part?
To ask you about this. Detective, I think I was about to ask you about this, the affidavit in support of the arrest warrant.
Yes.
Did you author that?
I did not.
You didn't author
No.
the arrest warrant in this matter?
No.
Did you sign it?
I did.
Well, you're the affidavit, right? You're the one swearing to this document?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you go through it?
Yes.
Line by line?
Line by line.
Did you understand what was contained in this document?
Yes.
Let's go through the mischaracterizations of the evidence that are contained in this. I believe the first one in this affidavit, you talk about, and this is going to be, and please let me know if you need to see this. This is Defense Exhibit A. I think the government also introduced the arrest warrant. And this is on page 4 of 6. This is the second full paragraph. You stated, in her explanation to the police regarding the content of the phone calls that day, D. Clenney, which is Deborah, did not say she discussed the incident with the defendant. However, investigators know D. Clenney did communicate with the defendant about the incident because investigators saw a text message from mom on the defendant's phone reported at 5:25 p.m. that mentioned self-defense and advised her not to say anything to investigators without an attorney. In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant D. Clenney, In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant D. Clenney, recorded statement also admits any claim that the defendant said she was being attacked by the victim during the call. Do you stand by those words?
Can you read the last sentence one more time?
Yeah, I was going to object in this characterization because he said admits versus omits, which is what the warrant says.
In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant, D. Clenney's recorded statement also omits any claim that the defendant said she was being attacked by the victim during the call.
Correct.
Okay. You stand by those words?
Yes.
Okay. In your phone call to Deborah Clenney, did you ask her, hey, was Courtney attacked?
No.
Okay. So when you say she omitted it, you never asked the question, did you?
Correct.
You also, in this paragraph that I read, you indicated that D. Clenney, meaning Courtney's mom, did not communicate, or the investigator, that Deborah Clenney did not say she discussed the incident with the defendant, meaning the attack, right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't ask her about that, did you? Did you say, hey, did Courtney tell you about the attack?
No.
No, you didn't ask her that, right? So any omission is because she didn't volunteer it, correct?
Correct.
Now, while you're, I guess this paragraph says, while you're interviewing her, I guess you saw a text message kind of pop up on Courtney's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to view that?
That's the answer that we already covered.
A text message popped up on the phone, and I guess you're saying it mentioned self-defense?
Yes.
Did you see the entire text message?
I did not.
One moment. So your inclusion of that portion that says something about self-defense, it kind of makes it sound like that's something nefarious or somebody's being coached, right? The way you wrote it? These are your words that you adopted, right? It kind of makes it sound like there's a cover-up, right?
Yes.
And you put these words in here without seeing the full and complete text message, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the screen here, I think it's the Defense Exhibit C, right? This is the complete text message. At 4:04 p.m., which would be Texas time, so that would be 5:04 p.m., okay, Miami time. Please tell me what's happening. This is from Deborah to Courtney, my sunshine. Please tell me what's happening. You have to call me, exclamation point. Even though it was self-defense, don't say anything with the police without getting a lawyer first. Call me, please. It's very important. Even though it was self-defense, you cannot say anything without an attorney, exclamation point. Innocent people get in trouble all the time. Right? That's the complete message. And this is a mother, right, that's in another state. Right?
Objection, counsel testifying, no question pending, both to everything that we just said and now.
Sure. Do you know where Miss Clenney was? Meaning Deborah Clenney on the date of April 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And where was she?
Texas.
And where was Courtney?
In Miami.
Okay. So, what seems clear to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that Miss Deborah Clenney was unable to contact her daughter at least between 5:04 p.m. Miami time, and then even going into the late night of 10:46 p.m. There's no responses, right, by Courtney?
Correct.
So this could be a very concerned mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Deborah was on the phone with Courtney listening to the argument that night, right?
Yes.
And I believe she told you that when you interviewed Miss Clenney, Deborah Clenney, that she could hear Christian yelling.
I believe so.
Again, you weren't in the apartment that night, were you?
No.
Now, you testified previously that her first and third recitation of her statement of what happened that night about the attack was consistent, correct?
Yes.
This is page 4 of 6 of the arrest warrant whose language you adopted. Actually, you know what? Let me stop you there. If you didn't write this, who wrote this?
State attorney.
Which state attorney?
Khalil.
Mr. Quinnen?
Yes.
Now, in this paragraph, which is the third full paragraph, again, page 4 of 6, you say, although the defendant admitted to having caused the victim's injury in her post-Miranda recorded statement, she also provided several inconsistent accounts about the incident. Now, you just testified that at least the 2 of the 3 are consistent, right?
Mostly.
So this could be perceived to be a little bit misleading then, correct?
No.
You had crime scene, or somebody had crime scene respond to the homicide bureau, correct?
Yes.
And I think I may have been there when they came to photograph her.
I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Yeah,
it's neither here.
But,
But, sorry, I'll move on. So they came. So crime scene did come out to the homicide bureau and they photographed Miss Clenney's physical condition, correct?
Yes.
And that is done to document any injuries, right?
Yes.
You don't take the photographs yourself, do you?
No.
These crime scene technicians are specially trained, correct?
Yes.
And they have like rulers that they can take out to measure things when they're taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your warrant, well, in the warrant that you signed, again, the last full paragraph, the defendant's physical body was documented on the date of the incident, and there were no injuries to her person to corroborate this account. Now, do you recall that being included in the warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and that's, for the record and for your honor, it's page 406. Now, on the screen, which is Defense Exhibit H, these are crime scene photos, are they not?
Yes.
And these are taken by your department, correct?
Yes.
And these was then provided to the state and then provided to the defense, right?
Yes.
Okay, on the left side of the screen, there seems to be a bruise on the inside of her right arm. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Could that bruise be consistent with a physical altercation?
At some point, yeah.
Proper opinion. Is that next?
Do you see a bruise, a visible bruise on Courtney's that's the right arm? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And on the right side of the screen, it looks like it could be an abrasion. I don't know, there's a mark there that we circled on the right shoulder. Do you see that mark?
Yes.
Okay. Could that mark be consistent with some kind of physical altercation?
Yes.
We also have crime scene photos. Again, the inside of the right arm. This is I think the closer up view of what we saw a second ago. And in this picture, there's a ruler, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
And if you need to get up from with your honor's permission, if the witness needs to get down, thank you, Judge. And they measure that just so there's some type of kind of comparison, or if they need to describe the extent of an injury, right?
Yes.
And they take that out for something that they think is important to document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Then we go on the again, another crime scene photo, lower right leg that we've taken the liberty of circling. There seems to be some discoloration there, correct?
Yes.
And that could be bruising, maybe not. You're not an expert, right?
Correct.
So these pictures actually do show signs of physical injury, right?
Yes.
Judge, can we approach that bar?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective, on direct, you testified that the medical examiner said that basically throwing a knife from that distance in that manner couldn't have caused that wound. Is that basically a summary of what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a knife expert?
No.
Is the medical examiner a knife expert?
I don't know.
Now, in the when the state was up here asking you a question that this has to be a stabbing, he motioned in a very almost a 90 degree motion, downward stabbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, is what the government, the state attorney, was that gesture, is that accurate and consistent with what the medical examiner's report says?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Detective, did you review the report from the medical examiner?
Okay. So, objection and proper impeachment. Also, it's going to be considered.
You did review the medical examiner. Detective, you did review the medical examiner's report, correct?
Yes.
And his report indicates that it is a slight downward angle, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct that you didn't see any bruising or marks around Courtney's neck, correct?
Correct.
In her statement to you, she did mention that he grabbed her by the neck or had her up against the wall by the neck.
Yes.
And have you ever seen a particular situation where somebody could have their forearm up to somebody's neck?
Yes.
And that wouldn't necessarily cause bruising, would it?
Objection, Judge, that's a speculation. Yeah.
And Ms. Clenney indicated also that at some point he threw her down to the ground, correct?
Yes.
Before? And I think she said on her shoulder?
She wasn't able to explain to me how he put her on the ground.
Right, I think she said something like, and then I was on the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay, which somebody who's just experienced a traumatic experience that Courtney experienced, that wouldn't necessarily mean that she has an accurate memory, correct?
Objection. Speculation.
Detective, have you ever been in a fight before?
Objection.
You answer? Okay. Yes.
And was it a traumatic experience?
I mean,
do you remember every detail about that fight?
Well, I grew up doing martial arts, so yes.
In Courtney's statement at gunpoint, she said she was able to break free, correct?
Yes.
Or she was able to get up, right?
She wasn't able. She was able to. She explained that he wasn't on top of her anymore, but she was able to get out. But she couldn't explain exactly how.
And you testified again after looking at the crime scene, after speaking to Miss Clenney that night, after you spoke with me, you were looking at this case as a case of self-defense, correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you try to canvass the area to find other witnesses?
We attempted to contact other members of the building in the same hallway as well.
And were you able to locate the witness that said he saw Christian hitting Courtney in the head prior to April 3rd, 2022?
I could not find him.
But you heard about that witness, correct?
Yes.
It was reported to you by somebody else, right?
Yes.
And I believe that account was told to you that that person wasn't sure if it was a closed fist or an open hand, correct?
Yes.
But so you do have some evidence, right, throughout the course of your investigation that, at a minimum, Obumseli also hit Courtney at least once that you're aware of.
From what I was told, yeah.
Did you also interview any witnesses, neighbors in this case?
I attempted, but they refused to talk or be involved.
Oh boy, we just had a huge lightning strike. Scared poor Super Ball. Super Ball is scared. It's okay. All right, we just had a huge lightning strike, you guys. So hopefully we'll stay online. If we go down, you'll know why. We just had a huge lightning strike. Like you know when you see the light and it flashes, or I'm sorry, thunder happens like within a heartbeat. Everybody's freaked out. All right, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, we got a. It's not a big one, but it's a significant. There's another rumble of thunder. All right, so if we lose our internet, you'll know why. Gulp.
When you say they refused to be involved, what do you mean?
Like they didn't want to talk to me or give any type of statement.
And that was all the neighbors in the building?
Not in the building, but actually, hold on. I did speak to two gentlemen.
Okay, you did speak to two witnesses, right?
Yes.
One whose initials are JS and another one's initials who are EB, correct?
I can't remember right now.
Detective, so I don't want to necessarily put their names on the record now, but one of the witnesses, JS, I guess. So the first person you interviewed, do you remember the first gentleman you interviewed? I don't want to play your whole interview. I have some excerpts that I'll play later for the court so we can move through this. But in substance, would you agree that that individual basically said he had seen incidents of, I think, Christian Obumseli chasing or running around Courtney's car trying to gain entry? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that same individual also, in that same interview, said basically, look, I know a victim of domestic violence when I see one, and Courtney was a victim of domestic violence, right?
Objection improper.
Correct. I mean,
If that person's opinion is improper, the way the person is improper as well.
that interview, in your interview of that individual, he opined, and it was his opinion, right, that Courtney was a victim of domestic violence. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, you interviewed another gentleman. I think it was just right after that.
Yeah.
And that individual recounted the scene at the dog park, correct?
Yes.
And in that recounting of that scene, right, he talked about Christian grabbing her aggressively in the tricep area, correct? And he also told you that he stayed around and stayed in case something, quote unquote, went down, correct?
Yes.
Because he was concerned.
Yes.
And I think he also mentioned that Christian had his hands up her face, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, I want to go back to the phone interview that you had with Ms. Clenney, Deborah Clenney. Remember that?
Yes.
And actually, you never got us allowed me to come in, right?
Yes.
And that terminated your call with Ms. Clenney, right?
Yeah. I mean, we were pretty much almost done with the call.
Okay. And in that, you never called Ms. Clenney to follow up and do another interview to get more details?
No.
You never called her husband Kim to maybe follow up because you said he was on the line? You never followed up with him, right?
No.
You didn't call me and say, hey, can you talk to Deborah Clenney and have her make a statement to me?
No.
But what she did tell you was she overheard Courtney saying, stay back, right? Stay back.
Yes.
And then we know, based upon your cell phone analysis, right, that Courtney called 911 herself, right?
Yes.
And we heard it. She's there panicking, trying to get help, right?
Yes.
And again, when the first responder showed up, she was cradling Mr. Obumseli in her arms, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also served. Well, let me ask you this: Did Courtney, during your interview, she was remorseful, right?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Right? She seemed remorseful and genuine with you, correct?
Yes.
Objection calls for ability of the witness in this record.
You said you executed some warrants in this case, one of which was financial documents, right?
Yes.
And those financial documents were of Courtney?
It was a subpoena, and yes, it was of Courtney.
Okay, and you got a response, right?
Yes.
And, did you serve a subpoena on Obumseli's bank accounts?
No.
Why not?
No reason.
Do you know how he was supporting himself?
Objection, relevance.
Did your investigation reveal that he was a cryptocurrency trader?
Yes.
Judge can hold on to inquiry here.
You did serve a subpoena, though, on the building, One Paraiso, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the documents you returned, you obtained a lease agreement, correct?
Yes.
And whose name is on that lease agreement for the apartment where this incident took place?
The defendant.
Courtney's name?
Yes.
Is Obumseli's name anywhere on that lease agreement?
No.
As part of you serving subpoenas on the bank accounts and financial records of Courtney, did you see the payments being made for rent?
I can't remember.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Obumseli ever paid rent?
Okay, Judge, relevance.
I can explain the relevance, Judge. Did you find any evidence that Mr. Obumseli ever paid rent?
No.
Now, part of your investigation also revealed that the week prior to April 3rd, 2022, Ms. Clenney had to fly in from Texas to help Courtney get him out of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, he was thrown out of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And then he came back, right?
Yes.
So, during the time that he was out of the apartment when Ms. Clenney was there, do you know where he stayed?
No.
Did you interview any of the employees of the building that said he was living in a common area inside the building?
Objection, counsel. There's two questions within that one question. One of which is testifying.
Did your investigation reveal at any point that Mr. Obumseli was staying in common areas within the One Paraiso building?
Yes.
Now you discussed the manner in which you get up to the apartment in the elevator. Is it fair to say that you have to have a key fob in order to get into a specific apartment?
Yes.
And that particular fob is programmed only for that particular floor or apartment, correct?
Yes.
And the elevator, when it opens up directly into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
So once somebody gains access to the elevator, activates the fob, the next stop is the apartment,
yes.
Right? Now you testified about an elevator video, the infamous elevator video.
Same objection as judge.
You previously testified about the elevator. I understand now. You previously testified about the elevator incident where you say Miss Clenney was attacking Christian.
Yes.
Okay. You just have the video, right?
Yes.
What happened before they got in the elevator?
We don't know, or I don't really recall what happened before.
You don't know what happened before that elevator video, correct?
Yes.
Did you interview any witnesses that told you what happened before that incident in the elevator?
No.
So all you have is a video.
Yes.
No context to what occurred prior to Courtney getting on that elevator, correct?
Correct.
Now, she seemed pretty upset in that video, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Obumseli is able to gain access to the control panel to get the fob, correct?
To use the fob, yeah.
Right. And that fob would take him directly into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
So the only way to get Mr. Obumseli not to go to that apartment would be to not allow him to use the fob, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if Courtney wanted him in the apartment that evening?
Judge, that's speculation.
Again, that was about a month and a half prior to April 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you review body-worn camera footage of an incident that took place at the One Paraiso condominium on April 1st, 2022?
I did, but I don't remember what was on it.
Would that video, if you can recall, would that video have depicted some officers responding to a domestic dispute?
Yes.
And in that video, do you recall Courtney explicitly saying, "I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli"?
Yes.
You didn't put that into any of your reports, did you?
Not yet.
Now, Detective, in April of 2022, you had been with the homicide unit for less than 1 year, correct?
Yes.
Prior to that, what was your assignment?
I was in robbery.
And prior to being a robbery, sorry, I cut you off. I didn't hear your response. You were a robbery detective and you were going to say something else.
No, that was just it.
Prior to being assigned to the robbery unit, where were you?
I was in the problem-solving team. I was in the problem-solving team in overtime.
What? I'm not familiar. What is the problem
That's
solving?
just a unit that proactively works on ongoing issues within the community.
Okay. And prior to that, I'm going to guess you were on patrol street?
Yes.
Okay. In a marked unit?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of your experience while being a police officer, did you run into victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Objection, violence.
Are you familiar, let me ask you this, when you're in the police academy or as part of your ongoing training as a police officer, are you trained to notice signs of domestic violence?
Same objection. Also, improper opinion, I can keep going.
I'm asking if he's been trained or not. I understand. Have you been trained on detecting signs of domestic violence?
Yes.
Are you trained about what they call the cycle of violence?
Objection 702.
As part of your investigation, you indicated that you also subpoenaed or obtained police reports from Las Vegas, Nevada, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about that at length with the state attorney on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And in your subpoenaing of those records, in addition to the police report, also came a statement, a sworn statement, by one of the hotel security officers. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
And in that report, well, let me ask you this. Did you review the body-worn camera of that incident?
Yes.
And I believe the investigating officer was Detective, or I think Officer Velasco?
He was an officer. I don't remember the name though.
Okay. And this is the video, just so we can make sure we're talking about the same one. The video of the officer who first goes to see, I think speaks to Mr. Obumseli.
Yes.
And then talks to Courtney.
Yes.
But the first person he talks to is, I think, some member of the hotel security staff, correct?
Yes.
And when he approaches that individual gives him kind of a summary of what they have, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And what he says is security got called, right?
Yes.
Who called security?
I can't remember.
Well, was it Courtney or was it Christian?
Honestly, I can't remember.
Okay. If I told you it was Courtney, would you believe me?
Same objection as you.
So you don't recall?
I don't.
Okay. Well, we'll play it for you, or not for you, but we'll play it later.
Okay.
So do you recall that person telling you that his security people came into the hotel room and noticed clumps of Courtney's hair on the floor?
Yes.
Now, as a trained investigator, clumps of hair on the floor, would that indicate some kind of physical struggle to you?
Objection. Speculation.
You can answer the question.
Yes.
Now, in that interview, Courtney admits she threw a glass at Christian, right?
Yes.
The glass didn't hit him, did it?
I'm not sure.
Also in that video, Courtney tells the officer right before she's being arrested that she didn't tell him the whole story, right?
Yes.
because she didn't want Christian to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
So you testified as to the medical examiner. I think you indicated that in your interactions with him and reading his report, the manner of death was homicide, correct?
Yes.
By a single stab wound, right to the subclavian artery, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your training experience, even a homicide, right, can be justified, right?
Yes.
And initially, you didn't make any arrests because you were looking at this as self-defense, correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Now, you talked about blood spatter and droplets and pooling of blood, right? But you're not a blood spatter expert, correct?
No.
You were just recanting what's on the scene that you saw, right?
Yes.
And that the blood, as far as you're concerned, was consistent with somebody sustaining an injury and then walking around the apartment or running around the apartment, right? You don't have to look at the state. You can look at me when you answer the questions.
Okay.
He's asking the questions, the state will object, if they have an objection, I will rule it. I will rule it, and you can sustain it, and you don't
Objection. Several to the state's direct. I mean,
right now,
So is the blood that you saw at the scene, I'm not asking you for an expert opinion, but it's consistent with somebody walking or running around the apartment after sustaining an injury, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know, again, you weren't there when the injury occurred, right?
Correct.
You also mentioned in the Las Vegas video body cam, I think that Courtney said, "Oh yeah, I threw a plate at him or something, some other stuff." Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Hispanic?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an abuela?
Jack shit.
Do you have a grandmother? I'll move on. Do you know what a chancleta is, detective?
Judge, objection.
I'll move on, Judge. I'm sorry. Now you also said you pulled Ms. Clenney's entire criminal history, correct?
Yes.
And you said it was a California case? That was
Yes.
a DWI or DUI?
I think they call it DWI over there.
Right. And that was a case that the charges were dropped, right?
Right now I can't remember.
And the incident in Las Vegas, where she was arrested for battery, right? That case was also dropped, correct?
Yes.
You also testified that you did a cell phone extraction of Mr. Obumseli's phone, correct?
Yes.
And you were capable to do that because Ms. Clenney gave you the passcode for that phone, right?
Yes.
She was cooperative with you during your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I offered to be cooperative with you throughout the course of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
I'd call you every now and then just to follow up, right?
Yes.
Or I would text you, right?
Yes.
And I even said, hey, look, if something changes in your investigation, let me know, and we'll go to your office. Surrender her, right?
Yes.
Detective, you, in extracting that cell phone, you testified on direct about text messages, specifically text messages that took place on October 9th and 10th, I believe it was. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes.
And I believe those, basically, in summary, you said that those text messages indicate that there was a physical altercation and Courtney hit him in the head with a phone, correct?
Yes.
There was a physical struggle, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what happened that caused Ms. Clenney to take that drastic action?
May I review my notes real quick?
Sure.
No, I don't remember right now.
Okay. And I think it was, again, this is State's Exhibit 4. Is the text messages from October 9th, where he mentions that I think Christian says, "Oh, and stabbed me in my leg" or something to that effect.
Yes.
Right. In the follow-up text messages by Courtney responding to that, she never admits to stabbing him in the leg. Correct.
I would have to go back to the messages for that section.
You don't remember?
No, not right now.
Okay. I mean, that would be something important, right? That you would have noted if she would make an admission of stabbing him previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Christian would harm himself sometimes by cutting himself?
No.
You didn't know that? In your interview of Courtney, did she not disclose that to you?
Objection. Still not relevant. And we're attached to the report.
Can you say it again?
Did Miss Clenney, during the course of your interview with her, tell you that Christian would cut himself?
I remember that she said that he tried to hurt himself at one point, but I don't remember to what extent.
Okay. Now, the text messages on State's Exhibit 4, which I have up on the screen. Do you remember this text message, which came hours later, after Christian describes being hit with a phone? Do you remember Courtney's response at looks like 4:34 a.m., whatever time that was? I think this is in Las Vegas. Do you remember? If you decide to get, this is Courtney, if you decide to get security, call. I will let them know exactly what happened.
What's the question?
Do you recall?
If I remember that? Yeah.
No. So is it fair to say that these texts don't say exactly what happened?
No.
And it appears to me Courtney's not afraid of telling somebody exactly what happened, right? That's her text?
Correct.
Now, you also have text messages from January 30th, which you went through with the state that talk about where he actually goes to the hospital and receives stitches, right?
Yes.
And he's cut across, his chin and I think you said his cheek, correct?
Yes.
Now, and I think that was an argument over some text messages, right?
Yes.
Again, we don't know what happened in phone calls, perhaps, prior to the text messages.
No.
We don't know what conversations they may have had, correct?
No.
All we have is these texts, right?
Yes.
Again, this is where the state indicated that she said, "Oh, I hope you enjoy the hospital," something to that effect. I just hope you have time to cool down or think about your actions, right?
Oh, I don't know about cool down, but...
Well, hopefully, again, Courtney's text, hopefully this will give you time to think about your actions, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, cool down was, those were my words. I apologize. All right? Enjoy the hospital. Right? You don't know what prompted her prior to these texts to send these, do you?
I mean, enjoy the hospital. Nobody wants to enjoy the hospital.
Right, but you don't know what occurred, right?
No.
Okay. Now, again, in the follow-up message, right? Courtney tells Christian, tell them your side, then I'll tell, sorry, I'm getting older. Tell them your side, then I'll tell them what happened. Right? She texts that.
Yes.
Is somebody who's afraid of the truth coming out, would they send a text like that?
Objection, speculation.
I'll move on. And his answer is that I'm not saying anything.
Yes.
Right? I mean, people could not want to say anything for a bunch of reasons.
Objection,
right?
will testify.
One of which could be that Christian doesn't want the truth to come out, correct?
Objection, speculation. Counsel testifying.
Then I think her next test is an LMAO, right? And then followed by you should, meaning she's asking him to tell whoever what happened, right?
Objection, speculation, best evidence, counsel testifying.
Can you repeat it?
I'm saying after the LMAO, her text says you should, meaning you should tell somebody what happened, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the logical reading of this, right? I'm not making this up.
Objection, counsel testifying. I just want to ask the court to direct counsel to stick to the premise.
Did you subpoena? I think you indicated that the photograph of his stitches pinged that the GPS data associated with that picture put him at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Yes.
In that area, right?
One of the injuries points at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Okay. Did you pull the medical record? Did you serve a subpoena for the medical records from Mount Sinai Hospital?
I did not.
Do you know if the state executed a subpoena for those medical records?
I don't know.
Do we know for a fact that that's where he was treated at Mount Sinai?
I mean, it pings right on top of Mount Sinai, so, and he was in the bed, and the picture shows that he's in a medical bed.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out.
There's no other hospital there.
It could be an urgent care maybe in that area. Now, you mentioned in those photos that Christian has raccoon eyes.
Yes.
And what is that to you? Dark circles in his eyes?
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily mean he was punched in the eye, does it?
Well, compared to...
Objection, speculation.
Well, he already has a laceration to the bottom of the lip and injuries to his face, so it's consistent with getting hit multiple times and also slashed in the face.
All right, detective, you can't say one way or the other whether those dark circles are from a physical contact or maybe he hadn't slept for a long time, right?
Definitely not that he hasn't slept in a long time. They're definitely injuries.
Do you know that Christian and Courtney were up at all times of the night? I mean, they were living kind of a party lifestyle, wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
There was drugs involved, correct?
Yes.
There's some text messages talk about Christian using cocaine with Courtney?
Yes.
Detective, as part of crime scene responding to the apartment where this incident occurred, they also photographed certain items that had some type of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
And part of what they photographed were letters written from Christian to Courtney, correct?
Yes.
And in your assessment of those letters, would you say that those letters are an acknowledgement of his abuse of Courtney?
I can't remember.
Speculation, best evidence, evidence.
Did you see those photos?
I did.
Did you read them? Well,
I
did you
did.
read the wording contained in those photos?
I read them.
Okay. If you look up on the screen, Defendant's Exhibit E, looks like this letter was torn up at some point. Is this what I'm talking about? The photographs of the letters?
Yes.
And there's highlighted sections in there, correct?
Several objections from the overseer.
Provided this. All right, just. All right, just kind of recapping. So there were some letters that were photographed and retained as evidence by your department, correct?
Yes.
And as the lead homicide investigator in this case, I'm sure you reviewed that evidence, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall these letters?
Yes.
Okay. And so Defense Exhibit E is what the government provided to us, that you seized, the department seized. And part of the letters, although it's ripped, says that he's guilty of gaslighting her, right, and mentally abusing her, right? Those are the words contained in this document?
I can't remember, so I don't feel comfortable answering that.
Okay, that's fair enough. Were you able to determine that these letters were written by Obumseli to Courtney?
Again, I can't remember. I read them that one time, and then that was months ago.
I'll move on. The court has these. The witness indicated he has no memory, so I'll move on, Judge. I apologize. Now, you testified as well as to some recordings that were made by Obumseli, where Courtney can be heard screaming, right?
Yes.
And it's actually, we mentioned it as video, but it's a video file, but it's actually just audio, correct?
No, I think
except for one that's in the lobby.
I think they're all video.
Well, they're video files, but there's actually no video because the phone is secreted.
Well, if you watch carefully, at one point he does take out the phone, and then you can see the defendant on the floor screaming.
Okay, the point of it is, the bulk of it is just audio, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Now, the person who recorded that is who?
The victim.
Mr. Obumseli, right?
Yes.
He knows he's being recorded, right?
Yes.
If you know you're being recorded, you're going to say kind of, what you want to say, right?
Objection, calls for speculation.
That person has an advantage to know they're being recorded, correct?
Yes.
You don't know what happened before that recording took place.
No.
You don't know what happened after that recording took place.
No.
And that's true for the several recordings that are part of the evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
As part of the documentation that you pulled from the One Paraiso management company, you said you were provided incident reports, correct?
Say that again?
The One Paraiso subpoena returned a bunch of incident reports, correct?
Yes.
And you said there was like a lot of them, right?
Yes.
Those are not your words, those are mine, but there was a lot, right?
Yes.
Too many, I think you said.
Too many.
Right? which would show the history of some kind of domestic issues going on, correct?
Yes.
And one of those, again, was the body-worn camera from April 1st, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And where Courtney asked for a restraining order, correct?
Yes.
And in that same video, right, one of the officers asks her if he's been violent with her in the past, correct?
I can't remember.
Okay. Well, we'll move on. It's been admitted as an exhibit to the court. Now, you mentioned something about Christian's fob was 01027 and Courtney's fob was 01058. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, clearly, I think you testified that her fob became inactive in March of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know when she lost that fob, do you?
No.
Now, the day of the elevator video, you don't know if she had her fob on her, correct?
Correct.
She might have left it upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned you served subpoenas on Courtney's for her financial records on some banks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified it was $2 million.
Yeah, just
is it
over 2 million?
It's over 2 million. It's not over 1.3 million.
No, I remember the total between both wire transfers. It equaled over 2 million.
You sure?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you want to review anything before you say that that's your final answer?
No.
Okay. Now, the state talks about your efforts to locate Miss Clenney.
Yes.
Right? You remember testifying about those efforts?
Yes.
Right. You actually traveled to Hawaii, right? When you found out she was there?
Yes.
So you got a free trip to Hawaii?
Yes.
Paid for, the city of Miami paid for that, right?
Yes.
Judge.
So, before you decided to fly to Hawaii to effectuate the arrest of Ms. Clenney, did you lose your phone?
No.
So you had my contact information, correct?
Yes.
You never called me and said, "Hey, Frank, you know what? Things have, changed, and we want to surrender Ms. Clenney," right?
Objection relevant.
Say that again.
You never called me and said, "Hey, listen, things have changed. Bring in your client."
No.
No. Instead, you enlisted the U.S. Marshals to go get Courtney out of Hilo, Hawaii. And do you know where she was in Hilo, Hawaii?
She was in a rehab facility.
In a medical rehabilitation facility, right?
Objection. Testify.
She didn't flee to Hawaii, correct?
Objection. Actually, you know what? I will withdraw.
Yes. I mean, what was the question? Sorry.
Did you think she fled to Hawaii?
No.
She was there to get help, right?
Yes.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
When you were in Hawaii?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you thought your investigation was closed? You're under oath, detective.
If I thought that she was under...
Did you tell her that this case had been closed by you?
That I was closed?
Yes, sir.
No.
And again, just talking about the phase 2 issues, do you recall me staying in contact with you? Maybe every couple of weeks or 3 weeks to a month I would contact you, correct?
Yes.
Judge.
Now,
More counsel needs to ask a question and get an answer.
Now, in reviewing the financial records, right? You're just reviewing the documents, correct?
Yes.
Do you know why she transferred those monies into her father's account?
No.
Do you know how much she currently has in her accounts?
Right now, no.
Yes.
Right now, no.
At the when you got the subpoena returned, when was that?
I can't remember the exact date.
And what was the balance in her accounts?
I believe it was about $4,000.
Have no further questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, Judge. One very brief matter for the sidebar. As discussed, sidebar, the city providing the clerk an exhibit to just attach, which would include Exhibit 33, which is an Instagram live video. Detective, I want to pick up a little bit where Mr. Prieto left off, and he discussed with you about not contacting him when a decision to arrest was made. When was your arrest warrant signed, if you remember?
I don't remember the exact date.
Would the warrant refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a copy of it?
I do.
Give me 1 second. Do you have a copy of the warrant? Oh, you have one? Oh, thank you. Detective, I'm giving you the last page of the warrant. When was that warrant signed?
August 4th,
Okay.
2022.
You remember when the defendant was arrested?
Yeah, it was like a week later.
Okay. This warrant was obtained under seal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall why it was obtained under seal?
So no hints would be given to the defendant, and then they would flee again, flee anywhere else.
Okay, so you said flee again, or anywhere else.
Yes.
So I want to parse that out because Mr. Prieto asked you the question. Mr. Prieto, on cross-examination, asked you the question, did you believe the defendant fled to Hawaii? Your initial answer was yes. He then asked you again in a different way. You said no, and then he asked you about rehab. So I want to redirect you as to that conversation. Okay. In the context of the defendant being in a rehab facility, you don't have any reason to doubt that she was there for some kind of help?
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that it's simultaneously true that she could have fled there?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Was that a concern and why you did not contact Mr. Prieto?
Yes.
Okay. You've been in homicide and robbery units. You agree that those units are highly investigated?
Yes.
in the context of those investigative units, does the city of Miami do everything by themselves, or do they rely on the prosecutor's office?
We rely on prosecutors as well.
And that's true for review of search warrants, subpoenas, and particularly arrest warrants?
Yes.
Okay. So let's walk through that. In the nature of a homicide investigation, how many have you participated where there have been an arrest?
Currently,
I'm talking about participated, so if you assisted as robbery or anything else.
Oh, and robbery too?
Yeah, all homicide investigations that you've ever assisted on, how many have been arrested?
On homicide alone, about 6. That have 6 or 7 that have been about 8 with that have made an arrest, and then in robbery, probably over 100.
And how many of those is the defendant asked to surrender themselves? It's redirect. It's redirect.
None.
None. Is a homicide a dangerous crime?
Yes.
Okay. In dangerous crimes, how do police approach the apprehension of a subject in that case?
As safe as possible.
Why is that?
Because a lot of the times they know that they're going to spend the rest of their life in jail, so they'll take any action to not go to jail.
Mr. Prieto discussed with you regarding quote-unquote cooperating with the investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you mentioned that you obtained cell phones and did search warrants on those.
Yes.
For Ms. Clenney, how many phones did you obtain?
2.
Okay. How many warrants did you execute?
2.
At any point in time, was the defense counsel contacted about the passwords to search those devices?
No.
They were not? At no point in time, the defense has offered to or was contacted?
No.
In September of this year, the defense was not contacted for the thing. Did the defense ever provide a pen for the phone?
No.
Have you been able to enter her phone?
No.
What efforts have been expended in attempting to enter her phone?
We have taken the phone to the Secret Service, and they have attempted to do what is called a brute force to be able to get into the phone.
With regards to the cases that the defendant has, one of which was the Las Vegas case, Mr. Prieto asked you about the posture of that case, and more specifically, whether it's been dropped or prosecuted or outstanding. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The Las Vegas case, you said it was dropped.
Yes.
The victim in that case and the sole witness was the victim in this case?
Yes.
And that's now a deceased person?
Yes.
In the context of that letter, which you saw and the one time you reviewed it, was there any documentation of physical abuse by?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. In the letter that the defense showed on the screen,
yes,
that was torn in the middle, missing a chunk. Do you know what Christian Obumseli's writing looks like?
No.
Do you know if that was him that wrote that letter?
No.
It was certainly signed by a Christian Obumseli.
I can't remember if it was signed or not, but.
So you don't know if he wrote it?
I don't.
You don't know if the defendant wrote it?
No.
Okay. You don't know the context of that letter?
That I remember, no.
Okay. That letter itself did not document any incidents of physical abuse?
I don't remember.
Let's talk about some of the messages that Mr. Prieto discussed with you. He mentioned the October 9th, 10th, and 11th sequence of messages. And specifically, he showed the screen message where it says, "Tell them exactly what happened." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was that a threat?
Objection calls for speculation.
In what context was that message given?
Objection calls for speculation.
The message, "Tell them exactly what happened." What occurred immediately before that message and immediately after that message?
I would have to see the messages. I can't really remember right now, off the top of my head.
Sure, I'll just direct the court. The January 30th messages Mr. Prieto put on screen, the first message was said something to the effect about this will give you time to think about your actions, and then a second message shortly after it said enjoy the hospital.
Yes.
That was the first message. Think about your actions was the first message after that time break you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So there was the argument that was documented over the overtime of the football game.
Yes.
There was a break in time. I'm not trying to offer anything, so tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm just trying to understand your testimony. There was the argument, time break, and then the first message was tell them, think about your actions and enjoy the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. The defendant, like Mr. Prieto showed on screen, wrote LMAO. What does LMAO mean?
Laughing my ass off.
Okay, so the defendant was mocking the victim.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you read all of those messages, like beginning to end and all of them?
I did.
Okay, so in the context of processing those messages in those contexts,
Yes.
is the defendant mocking the victim?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can opine.
Yes.
Mr. Prieto asked you about your ability to identify victims of domestic violence. So I want to talk about that. Victims of domestic violence, do they often cover for their abusers?
Yes.
Mr. Prieto, you're going to ask you about the Las Vegas incident where Ms. Clenney at the end said, well, I didn't tell you everything. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it uncommon for a victim of an aggravated battery to not tell the hospital what caused it?
Objection, Judge.
Redirecting. When you saw the body camera of the Las Vegas incident, the officer, before kind of really anything, went straight to Mr. Obumseli and read him his Miranda rights, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it uncommon for males to be perceived as the aggressor in domestic violence incidents?
It's not uncommon.
As a police officer yourself, is that often who you perceive to be the subject or the culpable party?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the case here?
Yes.
Okay. Such as in Las Vegas, where there was further investigation revealed the defendant was the aggressor, is that what happened here?
Yes.
And let's talk about how you got there. The arrest warrant. You said you've worked on 8 homicide cases. How many have been arrests in homicide cases? How many of those arrests were yours?
7 of them.
Okay. And on those, how many did you apply for arrest warrants?
Maybe 6 of those.
Okay. In those contexts, is the state heavily involved in the writing of the arrest warrant?
Say that again?
Is the state heavily involved in the writing of an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Initially, for example, you perceived this to be a justifiable use of force before you got everything else.
Yes.
As part of your initial perception, is that the final call on that prosecution?
No.
Okay. What happens in a homicide investigation where you pursue an arrest warrant?
I have to sit with the state attorney's office and we have to go through everything that has been found in the case to come to a conclusion.
Are you directed by the state to pursue investigative steps?
Yes.
As part of being directed by the state attorney's office to pursue investigative steps, does that include subpoenas?
Yes.
Can you write a subpoena?
No.
Can you issue a subpoena?
No.
Who do you need to issue a subpoena?
I need the state attorney's office.
Let's talk about Ms. Clenney's, the defendant's statement to you. Mr. Prieto asked you, and essentially she outlined 3 iterations of the incident. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And he tried to focus in on the part of the warrant where it said that there was inconsistencies throughout. So I want to go through that. The defendant gives, iteration 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
In iteration, for example, 2, did she give more or less details than in iteration 1?
2, she gave more.
Okay. So even though she told you a story for statement 1, she told you a bigger, more sensational story, statement 2.
Objection, Judge.
I'm just...
Counsel's testifying facts on that.
Was the second statement because you said it was more details? Was it more or less sensational than statement 1?
More.
Okay. So, in that context, is her statement 1 consistent with her statement 2?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because she's adding more to the story.
Okay. Why does it matter that she's adding more to the story?
Because it helps us come to a better conclusion of what actually did occur, and it's filling in the gaps of the story.
And then statement 3 was that last recap where she takes a moment and talks to herself, right?
Yes.
So let's process through that. That one, that third statement, was she speaking faster or slower than her 2 prior statements?
I can't remember.
Okay. Was she kind of rushing through it, or... I mean, what I'm trying to figure out is, did she give more details on statement 3 than statement 2?
I want to say she was rushing through it because she was, I guess, getting annoyed that I kept asking her for the story again and again.
Why did you keep asking her for the story over and over again?
Because sometimes the more that we ask the story again, something clicks to mind, and they remember a new detail.
And so you weren't essentially trying to trip her up, you were just trying to get trigger in memory. Okay. That third iteration, was it the same as 1 and 2?
I can't really remember too well.
I guess my point is, in every iteration, she told the story that she was grabbed by the neck, pushed against the wall, and then down. Got up, got a knife, and stabbed Christian.
Yes.
Or threw a knife at Christian.
Yes.
But each one of the 3 accounts were different.
Yes.
How we got there, I guess, was different.
Yeah.
The manner in which the defendant described in her statement being grabbed at the neck, forced against the wall, thrust to the ground, as Mr. Prieto was testifying, did you see any injuries on her that would corroborate any of it?
No.
We talked about the Instagram video ourselves, and Mr. Prieto showed a abrasion on her right shoulder, almost by the bra strap, and press like a circle on her wrists and her arms.
Yes.
In reviewing the Instagram video, did you see those bruises?
Yes.
So they predated the stabbing?
Yes.
There were these neighbors that Mr. Prieto discussed, and they provided a statement that you interviewed. One talked about running around a car, and one talked about an incident at a dog park. Do you recall speaking with Mr. Prieto about those?
Yes.
So let's talk about it. The person that's talked about running around the car, did that person tell you they saw what led to and what happened after that incident?
No.
Okay. Did that person understand the context at all, or tell you what the context at all was of that?
He assumed that he was trying to pull it out of the car.
Okay. But he didn't tell you beginning, middle, end?
No.
Dog park incident. That individual, did he tell you beginning, middle, end in the context of the incident?
No.
So I asked you those questions in the lead up to the surveillance video from February 21st. An individual that would see part of that video, that would be an individual who would say Christian is striking Courtney.
Yes.
Without seeing the defendant walk into the elevator, holding the door, and then attacking him beforehand, they are lacking context?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the search of the apartment, documents with the victims' names were obtained. And I'm bringing that up in the context of Mr. Prieto talking about the lease and who was on the lease. Are you aware that Mr. Obumseli is listed as a permitted occupant of that apartment?
Objection, reading.
I'm asking if he's aware that that is. You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. Is he a permitted person to enter?
Would I be able to look at the...
Yeah, you can look at your, if you have the lease. You guys remember refresh?
Yes.
Was he a permitted person in that apartment?
Christian Obumseli.
Was he?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the documents obtained as part of the crime scene documents from the scene, at any point in time did Miami Police locate an electric bill?
Sorry, say that one more
At
time.
any point in time did City of Miami locate an electric bill in the name of Christian Obumseli?
I can't remember.
Okay. If it did, it would be in the crime scene photos?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through, did you locate clothing belonging to a male?
Yes.
Did you locate his belongings?
Yes.
Mr. Pareto was discussing with you the defendant having, quote unquote, kicked him out. As a fellow tenant of that unit, would she have been legally?
Objection, Judge calls for legal conclusion.
Did she let him back in April 1st?
Yes.
Did she let him back in April 2nd?
Yes.
Did she let him back in April 3rd?
Yes.
Mr. Pareto asked about or discussed with you body-worn camera from an April 1st incident, so I want to talk to you about that. Have you reviewed that body camera?
I did, but I don't remember too much from it.
That's fair. Do you recall a conversation about a restraining order?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the defendant making a statement that she needed to get a restraining order before the victim got it?
I remember the restraining order part, but that's it.
Okay, I'll just direct the court to that. Do you recall a police officer asking the defendant whether she was under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll direct the court to that. Do you recall whether the police instructed her as to the circumstances in which of how to obtain a restraining order?
Yes.
And did the defendant state anything that would have justified the issuance of a restraining order?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did the defendant say anything that would have justified the restraining order?
I don't remember.
Objection, Judge calls for legal conclusion.
Mr. Pareto discussed with you regarding clumps of hair in the Las Vegas incident. So I want to walk through that with you. Do you know whether that was human hair or extensions?
I don't.
Do you know whether the defendant took them off herself or whether they were ripped off?
I don't.
Did, in the video, did the defendant's hair appear to be disheveled?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear to be yanked, like missing patches?
No.
So you don't know how the quote-unquote hair, clumps of hair got anywhere?
I don't.
Now, Mr. Pareto discussed with you about blood at the apartment and specifically said the words that the droplets of blood was consistent with running around the apartment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, so since Mr. Pareto asked that, I'm going to redirect you as to that conversation. We discussed ourselves 1, 2, and 3 bloods. 2 were clumps. 1 was where the 2 guest bedrooms interlock.
Yes.
And the defendant was found cradling the victim. The second was a little bit further into that.
Yes.
Right, okay. So then the droplets of blood, where was that?
It led from the second pool of blood to the master bedroom and bathroom.
Okay. Through the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So because that pool of blood that we discussed was number 2, where the defendant was found, or the defendant and the victim were found, that was the conclusion of the droplet? Was that the conclusion of the droplet trail?
I'm sorry, can you start over?
Since we know that the victim and defendant were found at that second pool that we discussed.
Yes.
Is your testimony that the droplets, because it was running around the apartment, that was the conclusion of the droplets of blood throughout the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And more specifically, the droplets of blood begin in the kitchen, go to the master bedroom, back through to that second pool?
Yes.
Okay. As it pertains to the calls, Mr. Prieto brought up how the defendant called 911. Do you remember that?
How, on which one?
How the defendant called 911 when Christian was stabbed?
Yes.
Okay. So, and we know that Mrs. Clenney, the defendant's mother, was on the phone with the defendant at the time of the stabbing, specifically the first call.
Yes.
Mr. Prieto made a very long conversation about how you didn't ask about the second call.
Judge.
But we'll get to that. So, as it pertains to the stabbing incident having occurred during the first call, that first call was for 6 minutes at 2:43. Was that
Yes.
right? Okay. So, Mr. Obumseli was stabbed somewhere between 2:43 and 2:49.
Yes.
Okay. The defendant's first call after the stabbing, do you recall who it was to?
To her mother.
Okay.
Her mother.
How long was that call?
I believe it was about 7 minutes.
Okay. And then after those 7 minutes passed, did she call 911 or did she call someone else before?
I can't remember.
Okay. I'll direct the court to the records. And then she called 911.
Yes.
So, in a nutshell, she waited 10 minutes before she called 911.
Yes.
Objection, Judge. It's facts, not in evidence.
I'm eliciting the fact to be in evidence. So let's discuss your conversation with Mrs. Clenney. And the court has the audio recording of it. But I want to kind of reverse do it. When we talked earlier, I asked you whether you knew anyone else was listening on the call, and you told me no.
Correct.
Did you find out whether someone else was listening on that call?
Yes.
Okay, who was that person?
Her father.
Okay. When the father interjected earlier, you said that the father interjected to say that Mr. Prieto was at the police station.
Yes.
Okay. That was essentially the first time where you became aware of the lawyer and everything else.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, this is, I'll object, this is outside the scope of my cross.
It's literally redirected. So, at that point, when you got up and left to go let Mr. Prieto into the police department, that ceased your interview with Mrs. Clenney.
Yes.
When you interview witnesses, do you interview them together or separately?
Separately.
Why do you do that?
So they don't share information with each other, and we can get two different understandings of their side of the story.
So, not having known that Mr. Clenney was on the other line of that phone, you don't know whether he was feeding her answers or not?
Correct.
Separate from that, now knowing that Mr. Clenney was listening in on the conversation, did you have any reason to further elicit any testimony from Mrs. Clenney?
No.
Now, let's talk about the two calls. Did you ask explicitly about the first call?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Clenney answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did she go on a tangent?
Objection on relevance.
Sure. While talking about the incident that happened April 3rd, at any point in time did she stop talking about the April 3rd incident and start talking about the week prior?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time after talking about how terrible the victim was, did she ever return to the date of incident?
No.
Okay. So, Ms. Clenney not only didn't discuss the second call, but then she redirected
Yes.
to a separate incident. Okay. Can the defense put on the text messages? The text messages that you showed from Mrs. Clenney?
The one
Can you put them on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you agree? And so on and so forth. So, what time was police called?
I don't remember that time right now.
Would you agree it was before 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all of these text messages were sent after stabbing?
Well, I can't really tell.
Well, the first message 4:04 p.m.
Yeah.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yes.
Okay, so do the messages kind of load reverse chronologically?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that these messages were sent after the stabbing?
Yes.
You've reviewed the body camera in the case, yes?
Yes.
When the officer that first arrives and renders aid, what does he do to Ms. Clenney?
He separates her from the victim.
Is she put in custody?
She's detained.
Yeah. Does she handcuff the base?
Yes.
Okay, so did she have access to her device?
No.
Okay. So when Mrs. Clenney sends this message, please tell me what is happening, asking the defendant what is happening, the defendant would be unable to reply.
Correct.
Okay. So Mrs. Clenney, not knowing what happened and demanding that the defendant call her, then said, even though it was self-defense, don't say anything with the police without getting a lawyer first. That's what's in Defense Exhibit G.
Yes.
But that wasn't the message that you saw, right?
No.
The message you saw was the last one?
Yes.
The last message says, before it cuts off here at the bottom, it is very important, ... Even though it was self-defense, you cannot say anything without an attorney, exclamation point. Innocent people get in trouble all the time, right?
Yes.
Is that offering the defendant self-defense?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
So I want to talk to you about why you didn't talk to Mrs. Clenney and Mr. Clenney any further. After your investigation, et cetera, then you briefed the state, and that's where we were at. At some point, did you realize that Mrs. Clenney's statement was kind of inconsistent with everything we talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Would her further statement have contributed anything either positively or negatively in your investigation?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because she might want to make up any more excuses or change something she says.
I'm asking because defense counsel crossed on the issue, and I'm asking him why he didn't do something in the investigation. So if counsel's going to make the lack of evidence argument, I can make that. Why didn't you interview Mrs. Clenney?
Because I didn't know if they were going to try and make up a new story or change anything from that date of incident.
What about Mr. Clenney? Is it the same answer, I suppose?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
Why not Mr. Clenney?
About the same answer.
Neither, on cross, Mr. Prieto asked you about where Mrs. Clenney and Mr. Clenney were in relation to the defendant. And if I recall correctly, you said that they were in Texas and she was here.
Yes.
Were they witnesses to this incident?
No.
So they do not know what happened inside that apartment?
Correct.
No further questions?
Yes. I'm not going to recross judges.
I actually have one question that I would want you to either go back to or do a lot of response. Can you go back again to the timing of the 911 protocol as it relates to
Detective, I'm gonna ask you to step down. Just to get through the screen.
And you have questions about this, Mr. Court?
Yes.
Does the court want me to go straight to the exhibit, or does my PowerPoint slide? I'll go straight to the exhibit.
Yeah, the exhibit, please.
Can I borrow my pencil?
Which one?
The one in the box. Detective, I'm showing you what's in evidence as stated to the 16.
It's Exhibit 1.
Well, sorry, exhibit 1 on the flash drive, exhibit 16, thank you, within the flash drive. Do you know what all of these columns mean? Okay, will you tell the court what these columns mean?
This is that's called. This phone call was changed from. This is the date and time of when it was made.
Okay. And this is not United Time?
Correct.
What time is that?
It's UTC.
Okay. In April, how many hours ahead of time is that?
4.
Okay. You mean ahead, so that it's 0 minus?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So this first column, 4/3/2022, 146, that actually, if I'm understanding correctly, is April 2nd, 2022, 9:46. So I want to direct you to the one that sticks out here is 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the first 911 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is the 17th and 18th slide I'm calling to. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What time is the 911?
2057, which would put it back to 427.
With 1657.
Yeah, 1657.
So immediately before that, the defendant dialed this number 76-472-8232.
Yes.
And that was an 18-second call.
Yes.
Do you know who that was with?
I do.
Okay. Do you know if that was known very recently?
It could be.
Right before that, there is 2 separate calls. We see here one is 437 and one is 393. And then the defendant's number called 512-417-3408. Who was that? Who was that number called? Okay. So, again, 2 calls. One is 393, one is 430. Let's talk about the first one. The first one was at 20:43. What time is that planned at? Okay, which is what? Okay. So then there was 6 minutes, and then the next call was again to the defendant's mother for 4:30. Okay. As an aside, do you have multiple calls on that once? So is that would that explain why there's kind of extra calls overlapping?
Yes.
Right before these 2 calls, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 calls from 512-745-3582 to 214-789-9531. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Whose number is 214-789-9531?
I believe that was the victim's call.
Okay. And then, so let's go from oldest to youngest. The first call in that chain is 1955. What time is that local time? 13? No, sorry. Okay. So 15 1555 is what time? Okay. And then this court so 1555 is 355 at what time? Is that the same time when Mr. Obumseli getting the elevator? Yes. So the defendant is calling the victim and he's not answering. The defendant does that one more time, exact same minute. Do you agree? Okay. And then again 6 minutes later. Okay. And then finally at 20:33, he does get another call. This one's answered. How can you tell that this one was answered? And then 5 or 3. Okay. Just for the record, I'm sorry for interrupting. What does it mean?
It means that I was called the police, but I don't know.
So, just to, I guess, put a pin in it and end it, how much time passed between the first call to mom and the defendant call to them? So 2043 to 2057.
11 minutes.
I think math isn't our best option. Would that be 14 minutes?
14 minutes.
Okay. I believe, I don't know if the court wanted me to inquire any more about that. Where did I fall?
So the 911 call, and just kind of, without converting the time, I'm going to use the time here, it's a little easier because math is not your strong suit or mine, okay? It says 2057, there was a call from 911, right? And right before that, there was a call to the 512-745-3582, correct?
Yes.
This column here is the number called, correct?
Yes.
And what is this column here, the CPN?
I can't remember right now.
Well, let me just phrase it this way. There's 2 calls prior to the call to 911 to 512-745-3582. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So those are calls to Ms. Clenney's mother, right?
Yes.
You have no idea when Mr. Obumseli received that statement, correct?
No.
Prior to the call to 911.
Correct.
You don't know if it was during the first phone call or the second phone call, do you?
Correct.
So that's complete speculation then for you to say that there was a time lapse of 14 minutes before she called 911, correct?
I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. The stabbing could have occurred exactly at 2057, according to these phone records, correct? Right before the 911 call, that's when the stabbing could have occurred, correct?
It could have.
You don't know either way, right? You have further questions.
I do have very brief redirection. Mr. Brate's a very skilled attorney and he asked a bunch of questions where you said correct.
Should I cut us off?
No, I'm redirecting him on the very
I
specific
know,
point.
the very sure.
So my question to you is this. You don't know obviously because you weren't there for the stabbing.
Correct.
The reason that you know that the stabbing occurred on the first call is because Mrs. Clenney said she was on her first call.
Objection, Judge. Thanks. It's legal.
Did Mrs. Clenney discussing the 2 calls only discuss the first call?
Yes.
And in the context of the first call, she said that the stabbing had occurred at that time. Specifically means.
Yeah, it is.
So we know definitively that according to Mrs. Clenney, the stabbing occurred between 2043 and 2049.
Yes.
So, worst case scenario is 14 minutes from 2043 to 2057. Best case scenario is 8 minutes.
Yes.
So the defendant, again, before calling 911, called her mother, contacted the building, and then called them.
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you both
As far as decisions
Yes.
So, Judge, I did reach out to the medical examiner. I spoke to him. I also spoke to your judicial assistant. She believes that you have availability for Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock. And Dr. Hutchins is also available for that time.
That's good for the defense judge. Oh, 1:30?
2 o'clock.
She said 2. Whatever the court wants, we're available, but I think your JA said 2. One o'clock, so we have plenty of time to finish. Is that okay?
Judge, I don't have an issue. Yeah, I think it's not on my calendar. Thursday?
But what sounding is it?
Is it a C zone?
It should be. We had C last week.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad.
No, so we should be.
I was like, if it's a season.
And before 12:30. Yeah.
The one that's by itself.
So the medical examiner can't be here until 2. And so, but I do know, I have no issue with taking, if the defense has witnesses on it, we can do those.
Oh, Judge, based on the information elicited about financial information, I would advise the court that we would be calling Kim Clenney just for phase 2. But we're happy to call him out of turn in order to try to accommodate the schedule, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's 17. 17 and 1 o'clock.
All right, that seems to be it. Everybody's like talking over everybody. Is this? Yeah, I think this is pretty much it. All right. All right. Seems like this hearing is over. All right, I've got another one for us. This is okay. That was from November 15th. I've got one. It's a bond hearing. This is from December 8th. So let's check this one out. All right, so this is a bond hearing, December 8th. All right.
Given corrections, representation on the record, Paulie Knox sitting in for ASA on Duncan as case F21-20983, the state announces a null cross. she does have 7 cases. The state will be dismissing one of them. That will be F21-21328. And then as to the remaining 6 cases, she would score 27.45 months state prison to an excess, 27.45 months to an excess of 35 years in state prison. And the offer she will be accepting is an adjudication, 2 years state prison, followed by 3 years reporting probation, special conditions of an anti-theft course, restitution in a grand total amount of $6,128.95 at no less than $175 a month, as well as stay-away orders on all cases. Judge, so I have a little cheat sheet for the restitution and stay-away orders. Additionally, as to F224990B as in Bravo and F229749, she will be sentenced as a habitual offender.
For 4990 and 9749?
Correct.
Judge, Ms. Casper just has informed me that she wants to make an additional counteroffer to the state. 18 months followed by 4 years including probation.
That's rejected.
Okay, so did you pass up your cheat sheet?
I have the cheat sheet. These are the restitution amounts, and the stay-away orders would be the same, and as well as the score sheet.
I'm getting the information ready. It's a lot.
And I'll go through it.
Can't find the transfer. 499.
490.
She's enhanced in 2 cases?
Correct. The 4990 and the 749.
Yeah, I don't have the enhancement on either one of them. But I'm sorry, I found it on the 749.
Let me double check.
What is the average?
The enhancement on the 4990, I found it on the 9749.
But this is here, is she aware that she is enhanced on those 2 cases?
Yes, Judge, she was actually enhanced as a the case that the state is dismissing, so these are actually less severe enhancements.
Right, so.
And I can have this printed and filed in court.
Okay, as long as she's aware that she's being
Yes.
enhanced, that's what matters. So George, these are all 7 cases, right?
I believe so, Judge. I hope I didn't miss one. I took out the 2-8, so she's not paying on that one. Raise your right hand. You swear from the evidence about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Melissa Castro, 6888.
Right, how far is it on?
9th grade.
Ms. Castro, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any history of mental illness?
No.
All right, so clearly this is a like an open court, right? So they're dealing with other people. So let me fast forward till we get to her. So there's her parents. Look at her parents. Her parents are Kim and Deborah. So Deborah is mom, Kim is father.
Up to 5 years in state prison, followed by 60 days in county jail.
And from what I was reading, dad is like in IT tech, and mom was like a home, taking care of the home. But she was managing and Courtney's social media and her OnlyFans page, and her modeling as well. I don't know when they come to her, I guess here maybe. So there's clearly multiple people. Maybe this is it. Yeah, Heidi. Yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. Let me go back to that. That's a really good point. Christian's parents were there too, or somebody that looked like it could be his brother. I mean, that looks like Christian. That's amazing. That's amazing how much they look. I mean, that looks like his brother.
Correct. 4990 and 749.
Yeah. Rewind that. Yeah. I wonder if that's right. That looks like that. Sounds like his twin brother. That's amazing.
Correct. 4990 and 749.
And I'm not sure if that's his mom. Those are his brother and sister. Or brother and sister-in-law. But my goodness, that looks like him. All right, let's get over here.
Judge, if he's disputing the cocaine case, I have another case I can rely on. That would be F18-20035, where this defendant was convicted of 1 count of burglary with an unoccupied conveyance, as well as 1 count of grand theft. Both felonies in the 3rd degree, and on April 16th, 2019, she was also sentenced to 366 days in state prison.
Ms. Castro, cases in the state that's listed, do you recognize those cases? Yes. Are you the defendant? Are you the defendant in those cases? Yes, Your Honor. And to your knowledge, or to the knowledge of your attorney, those cases been set aside in any way or have you been harmed by the government? No. All right, so again, I am finding that you're waiving your rights knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently, that you have to represent my competent creditors to the counsel and you say you're satisfied. I don't think I'm going to accept it plead guilty in all cases, find you guilty, adjudicate you, and send you to years in state prison, followed by the 3 years of probation with conditions right out.
The judge is dealing with other defendants right now.
Yes, that's the case F21-21390B as in Bravo, $750.
There's another.
F229.
Oh, it's got to be so difficult being in the same courtroom, you know.
95 cents.
Thank you, and I get a copy of that before files, and for all of this in your counselors,
That's fine.
Oh, she's got a notebook. Looks like she's going to take notes.
The cost of supervision, will Your Honor is Your Honor inclined to weigh in cost of supervision?
We're just trying to figure out when Courtney comes up. I think maybe just now. All right, this looks like your team.
Yes, Your Honor. Kathleen Helen on behalf of the state of Florida. Mr. Sean Adamhoff had to be in another courtroom on a different sentencing matter, but he is also a member of our team.
And good morning, Khalil, on behalf of the state of Florida.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Frank Ritt on behalf of Courtney Clenney, F22-14137.
And Sabrina Kabisi.
Judge Larry Hanford on behalf of the Sullivan family who's present before the court.
And I do see that there are a lot of folks that come into this case, and I have issued an order, and it is in writing, and I provided a copy to the state defense earlier today. I'm going to go ahead and provide you with those written copies, so I have a copy of the order in court. The order does deny
And Judge, Your Honor said order the state's motion for pretrial release. It's pretrial detention. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's also sounding today.
Judge, I apologize for running late this morning. I was for the court. I was stuck in federal court. I did have a brief moment to review Your Honor's order. I just wanted to point out, I think on page 4 of Your Honor's ruling, you indicated that the defendant had ample means to leave the jurisdiction. However, I think that was negated by the bank records from the testimony of Mr. Clenney. The court indicated she had millions of dollars at her disposal and the ability to make money outside the jurisdiction, but the testimony was that her contract had been canceled, she's not working, and all those monies were used for attorney's fees, the home purchase, and she basically is bereft of any kind of funds that would allow her to survive outside of the jurisdiction. And the issue, all those cases that Your Honor cited that she did not comport with orders of release for the Las Vegas misdemeanor, all these cases were dismissed. And we know, at least in this jurisdiction, it's commonplace that if an offender picks up a new charge, no bond, and if that charge is no action or dismissed, generally there's a return to the previous bond conditions. We're just wanted to point out some of the issues that we're having. We'll consult together as co-counsel and decide where we go from here. But obviously, we, for the record, will object to Your Honor's ruling and see where we go from here.
The only thing I also wanted to point out was Your Honor stated that you didn't feel comfortable having her released on house arrest to her parents in Texas. There is a potential alternative that we did look into. There is an inpatient treatment program in Boca. It's called Care and Mental Health. We've spoken with the administrator there. It is a 10-bed, 60-day inpatient program. They often work with courts on release conditions. She could be released on home confinement there with electronic monitoring, ensuring that she stays in this jurisdiction nearby. She's monitored by the Miami-Dade Community Corrections Department on home confinement and would, I think, hopefully alleviate some of the court's concerns. So I don't have the program here today to be able to speak to you, but I could arrange another date where we bring in the administrator to answer any questions or concerns the court has. But like I said, we did speak to them and they did say they were willing to accept her into the program.
Judge, I don't believe it requires response. There are no conditions that will ensure her presence and the safety of the community, and we disagree with any release to any inpatient treatment.
I don't think that any form of house arrest release, particularly to inpatient facility, is going to alleviate my own concerns about her ability to leave the jurisdiction. Whether it's millions or whether it's simply substantial funds that have not been liquidated, I do think that she's going to have to wait completely. So I understand what your concerns are. You can absolutely feel free to file any subsequent legal filings that you can file with this kind of
I believe we have sounding today.
Sounding today, so obviously I don't think everybody is ready. So would you like to just get these sounding filings?
I think that would be best, Your Honor, at least to give us a starting point.
All right. Then are both sides announcing not ready?
The state is not ready, Judge.
Defense. Are you ready to file?
Judge, we're not.
When you go ahead and give it your convenience, I'm going to give it a new sounding and trial dates. Actually, I'm just going to give it a status date in 60 days. I'm going to take it off the sounding and trial calendar. You guys let me know what you'd like to do with it, but right now, we'll just keep it in regular course.
2-6.
2-6. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the next lawyer for the next account.
Judge, just on behalf of the Obumseli family, just wanted to thank the court for its consideration and the time that you've given both sides in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. We know that there's support on both sides. So thank you. Anything further from anybody here? Is there anything further from anybody who's not related to this in the state? I'm going to go ahead and walk off. Mr. George, yes.
Motion to
bond calls did come in. I said also no further continuances for that same date in February that you already have one. So it was F-17. They're all F-17 cases. They're 5 years old.
Yeah, there's been a plea offer on the table, but there's been some outside things going on.
Well, it was really hard to hear the judge. I'm guessing that her bond was denied, right? It was so hard to hear the judge. Like, she has a mic, but she wasn't using it. So, but I know her bond was denied, so. All right, there's really nothing else going on. Can you back up? I guess that's it. All right. So that is that. All right, let me get us over here. All right, you guys, that's it for today. We've got, boy, I was way off in my timing. I thought this would be like a 10-hour day, but it's ending a little bit earlier, a couple hours earlier. My timing is way off, but I've played everything I want to play. Tomorrow we're going to look at. So this was basically all of 2022. So it was 2021, a little bit of 2021, and then mostly 2022. And then tomorrow we're going to pick up I couldn't find anything from 2023. I'll look again, but I couldn't find any hearings. Well, let me see. While we're here, I mean, I've got time. It's only 4 o'clock. Let me see if I couldn't find any hearings from 2023. Let's just see if I can find something from 2023. Is there anything from 2023? I mean, she must have had a hearing, but I can't find anything from 2023. Oh, you know, I don't think we listened to this. Let's see. I don't know if I played this or not. It's only 2 minutes, but let's see, where is it? Okay, yeah. I skipped over this, but it's 2 minutes. Let's check this out. Since it's only 4 o'clock, it's still kind of early. Let's check this out. They were kind of talking about this audio call. The detective was talking about this, where she's calling him like racial slurs and whatnot. Let's check this out.
Just months before she stabbed her boyfriend, OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney called him a string of racial slurs.
Yes, thank you. Coming from Georgia, thank you.
The newly released and disturbing audio was recorded by Christian Obumseli, who was later stabbed by Clenney and died as a result of his injuries.
I am so sorry. So shut up and let me slap you.
The recording captures an argument between the couple about someone Obumseli ran into while on a bike ride.
Get off of me! You literally talked to her without telling me! Courtney, I was on a bike ride and she passed me and I said, hi, you and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you to act and call me a
The audio of this argument was recorded just months before Obumseli was stabbed on April 3rd.
I'm so sorry.
In Clenney's 911 call, Obumseli can be heard saying he can't feel his arm and believes he's going to die.
I got a guy, I can't feel my arm. 3101. I can't feel my arm.
4 months after Obumseli died, Clenney was charged with second-degree murder in his death. Since then, body camera video of a separate domestic incident was released. It took place just days before Obumseli's death. At the time, Clenney told officers she wanted a restraining order against him.
All right, so what do you want to say? I want to be like, I want to be like exonerated, I guess, of like anything wrong. And I want him, okay, the police are here. I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli.
We don't issue those.
No, I'm serious. Can I do that? Where can I go to court? You have to go to downtown. How can I make myself first? Because I know him and he would do it. How can I make myself first?
Clenney maintains she stabbed Obumseli out of self-defense. Her attorney says the body camera video shows she was seeking help from a, quote, abusive and violent relationship, but that she was failed by the system. Prosecutors say the pair were involved in a combative relationship, but that Obumseli was the victim of domestic abuse. For the latest developments in this story and all things true crime, stay with Law and Crime Network.
All right, so that was a little bit more audio of their incredibly toxic relationship. Oof, unbelievable. All right, you guys. So tomorrow is going to be from 2024 on. So I've got hearings. Tomorrow's going to be nothing but hearings. Yep, nothing but hearings, and we're going to get to her parents get arrested. We're going to watch that body cam. There's this whole thing where the state basically recuses themselves, and the defense wants them to get rid of the entire state. So we'll hear about this, but it's during the investigation into separate computer crime charges against the parents, prosecutors accessed the shared iCloud account. So I'm pretty sure they took Christian's computer. I think that's what it was. They took his computer. Defense argued that the account contained attorney-client privilege communication, including a Team Courtney group chat and documents outlining defense strategies. So the judge ruled prosecutors had improperly accessed privileged communications. So Khalil Quinan, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, he withdrew, and the defense wanted the entire Miami-Dade State's Attorney's Office to be kicked off the case, but the judge said no. So we'll get to that. I'm pretty sure we have that hearing for you guys. So we got the parents' arrest. We've got just a bunch of hearings. We got a couple hearings from the 2026. So tomorrow's going to be nothing but hearings, and of course Monday is our day. Monday is going to be our day of reckoning for Miss Courtney Clenney there. So. All right, you guys. With that, I will let you go. Grampy, I see you spamming the chat with Super Bowl. Super Bowl's over there, relaxing comfortably. We had a pretty fierce storm roll through. It was very small, but there was lightning, and everybody got freaked out. Poor Rafa. He's still he was shaking. He's still kind of freaked out. So. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Please be kind to each other. Be kind to your animals that you know. Be kind to yourselves. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And we will have a long day. I'm going to double check the timing, but I think it's about an 8-hour stream for you guys tomorrow. So we'll probably start around 9 or so. And we'll spend the day again tomorrow, and then Monday. Monday we've got... to me, it's going to be like a mini trial. Remember, like Colt Gray, there was like a little mini trial for him. So I don't anticipate it being like all day, but it's probably going to be, you're going to have victim impact statements. I would assume you're going to have at least 4, 5, 6 victim impact statements on Christian's side. You're probably going to have, maybe a few on Courtney's side. I'm sure her parents will probably get up and talk on her behalf. I hope we hear from the medical examiner. We may hear from the police officer again, and he was like 3.5 hours. So it could be like a 4 or 5 hour day. So we'll see how that works. So anyway, all right, you guys. Again, thank you for joining us, and have a great evening. And join us tomorrow. Thank you for getting us up to how many likes do we have? Really great job today. 538 likes. And speaking of, we had 749 votes. Who is less believable? Sarah Boone won 32%. Amber Heard came in second at 25%. Corey Richards came in third at 23%. And Courtney Clenney came in last at 20%. So, all right, you guys, with all that, have a fantastic evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.